Hello, folks, and welcome back to the road to EWC. It's great to be back after what was a surprise result yesterday. We've already sent one team to the main event in Paris, and it's Gentlemates. Today, we're back to see if we can send another French team to join them. Tom, listen, from what we've seen so far, has anything surprised you over the last day?
It surprised me. I wonder if a team that struggled to just about make it out of groups managed to 3-0 foot while having, in my opinion, a poor Veto where they came out with likely options they shouldn't have won. At least two of the three maps were favored to the opponent. And even being 9-3 down, yes, there were definitely a couple of things that surprised me. Liquid also being directly out of the tournament. Obviously, rest up, Nats. I heard they actually played while just having his appendix out, so fair play to Nats. But unfortunately it wasn't enough for them, and Na'Vi have gone marching on in the lower bracket.
Yeah, indeed. Speaking of that lower bracket and so on, we'll be taking a look at the bracket in a little bit. But before we get to that stage, we got to talk about the tournament format. Now, obviously, we've already seen a lot of this go by. We're towards the end stage of the event. Now we're getting today another team qualifying to the main event. We're in that phase 2, and today we'll be having a qualification match. So you can see there that non-qualification matches. So next week, our BO3s down in the lower bracket, and before this, but this is going to be a best of 5 today to qualify another team to EWC. And Tom, I think, in terms of the games that people or that have been going on, we haven't really got to see a lot of those games either, right? A lot has happened off stream. Yeah. It's been left to us sort of asking questions, and one of the biggest questions is how KC made it this far. This is a team that was winless in the regular season, and looking at the group of teams here, I would comfortably place them in the bottom 8. So yeah, it's very surprising that they're the ones now competing for that spot, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that's happened by getting to see them on the server today.
You know what the most surprising thing for me, though? It's the fact that VLR still hasn't updated their bracket to say this is a best of 5. So even baiting the guys from Sheep yesterday when they released an article
well played.
saying that Mates had qualified a map before they had. But they were correct in the end. So, clearly saw the future coming. But yes, there will be a best of 5 coming up today, of course. We do have more games next week as well. But this is the one that matters. Fnatic versus KC. Best of 5. The winner goes straight to EWC, joins the 3 other teams that have already qualified. Of course, that is Heretics with an invite from last year as they won the whole thing. Vitality for then being, I guess, technically second in EMEA. And then, of course, the Gentlemates qualification yesterday. So they will be the 4th team. Our 5th team will have to play through that lower bracket, which is currently ongoing at the same time. And the winner of all of those matches, which will be coming up, as you can see, wonderful, in the phase 2, in that lower bracket, the one team that gets through that lower final will join the rest. And that will still be going on off stream, at least in the form of the BBL Eternal Fire game, which is today. But then the last games will all be covered next week. So don't worry about that. We will be showing you whoever Na'Vi and Foot end up playing.
Yeah, we'll have those 2 games. As you can see, the lower bracket round 2, those are BO3s, like you said. And then that lower bracket final will again be a qualification matchup. So we go back to the BO5s. That information I'm just repeating for VLR so they know what's going on. And yeah, as we said, KC defeating a team like Eternal Fire, it's impressive. And now they've got a best of 5 to really prove themselves when, to be honest, I doubt even KC came into this thinking they were going to make that deep run. Have they got the players for it? Yes. We've talked about that all season long. Yeah. But it hasn't mattered. They haven't been able to do a damn thing. They haven't made a dent in teams. I think the only map they won was Haven, and even then they didn't win it every time they played it. I mean, there was no real safe corner for them to play from, and now we're seeing them be a competitor at the top. What a difference a couple weeks can make.
No, yeah, it's actually insane. I think the good thing for them is they've kept the Haven. They are now, I think, on a 5-win streak.
So.
The only loss they had was at the very beginning of the season. That was to Liquid. So that's still their one good map that's carried through. But yeah, we saw a couple of big step-ups. I think they managed to win on Fracture and Ascent, which, again, Ascent wasn't in the map pool. But I think the biggest thing for me was just Narrate. In that last series, I think he got 70 something kills. You know what?
74.
I have my PC. Why don't we just go check? 72 kills and 47 deaths, plus 25. The best in the server by quite a mile. Even with players like Echo still performing well. So they're going to need that today because, of course, the caliber of team that they're up against is Fnatic. I think even with... Like, we got to a point where they went 5-0 during the regular season of EMEA, while playing with a coach for one of those games and then playing with a stand-in for the next, and then they lose in mega OT to go out. So even though they're still playing with that stand-in, they've had a little bit of extra time, maybe some home comforts as well, as they're no longer playing on the stage with all that additional pressure. They are going to be an incredibly tough team to beat, and they still go in as heavy favorites versus KC, even though KC have shown they're looking better than they were, but that's not hard.
Indeed, and obviously for Fnatic as well, a coaching change, which is the surprise, right? This is a squad that performed extremely well. You look at last year, delivered at a very high level, and then they make a big change. Now they come into this matchup against KC, the team that would be at the bottom, or was at the bottom
also made a change
in the regular season, who also indeed. But, you know, the thing for me, you know, KC's change made sense. Nothing was working. A man stood there and said, if it doesn't go right by the end of this stage, I am out of here. It doesn't go right, he leaves. Fair enough. You got to take your hat off to Aang for that one.
Respect it.
But for Fnatic, this would honestly be and even though you still have the lower bracket, right? I think that the matchup that this is, even with the stand-in, even with the coach change, which, I mean, was their choice, this would be the very bottom of their fall. Like, for me, they fell in stage one by, for the first time ever, missing out on back-to-back international events, missing EWC, and losing to the team that was by far, without a doubt, well, in their group, the worst.
Yeah, in their group. I was about to say
they can battle Pacific. Yeah, they can battle Pacific for the very, very bottom of the barrel list. But again, for Fnatic to lose to this team with everything that's happened and with losing stage one, this would be a disaster of unprecedented scale, especially considering the recent changes were, again, their own decision, just to throw more wrenches in the works.
Yeah, I think we come in with a very interesting scenario because you have two teams with immense amounts of pressure here, but for very different reasons. One of them, as you said, they never miss as many international events as they do, so EWC would be a boost to show, like, oh, we're back. They finished second last year, want an opportunity to try and take that title in the form of Fnatic. And for KC, you might be going, okay, well, yeah, they finished last. This is already an improvement. But no, this is an event in Paris. Like, they are the biggest French organization in terms of the fan base. Gentlemate's already going. Vitality already going. You do not want to be the one French team that misses out on an event in Paris. Like, that would be a nightmare. And also, if they were able to turn it around from the position they were at and make it to Paris, I think for their fans, that would be all faith restored. Like, sure, would you be, if you go back a week or two, are people calling for heads? Of course. But if you make the event in Paris, the one where the hometown fans can turn up, the blue wall will be in full force, I don't think they're going to give a damn about everything that's gone before. So this is a massive game for the KC fans.
Very much so. A redemption arc on one side, and on the other, it feels like they're... The knives in their back are adding up, right? And this could be their Brutus. This could be the one that they thought would never betray them, would never beat them, would never be able to get close, considering how stage one went. And now they could be bled dry by the squad. And I do think for Fnatic, you know, they're a team that can bounce back, that will have that lower bracket run on their back, a BO3 into a BO5. We've seen them do stranger things, that's for sure. But with KC suddenly being a top contender, and, you know, even yesterday, Mates, Beepo being a sensation in some of the maps as well, on the Sentinel, it feels like everything's shaking up right now, and that's the worst time to fall down to that lower bracket and to lose to what should be an easy win, or what would have been weeks ago.
Well, yeah, and I think as well, like, going into a best of 5, obviously the Veto becomes quite an important part of everything that's going on. Where we saw yesterday, like, Foot attempt to make a change to the Veto and, like, kind of have, like, a different look at things. For these two teams, they haven't done that. The Pearl ban for Fnatic has been their ban. We're not surprised to see it. KC, the same has been with Split. And we've had this big conversation about, like, teams either picking their best map first or third, I don't think it's arguable that Fnatic has picked their best map first. We know them as the Lotus team, even when things were looking a little rough. Okay, sure, versus the Heretics where they got dumpstered.
Smashed.
That was a little bit of a surprise, but it is the worst map for KC, or has been. They're 0-3 on it over the last few months. It is probably the best map of all time for Bowstone is calling, so that is a great way to start. However, the other side of the coin is Haven second. As said, this is a 5-win streak now. No team in those last 5 has managed to get to 10 rounds versus KC. That includes Mates, that includes Heretics, who used to be the best in the world at that map, Foot, Giant X twice, so a very good map for KC. So in theory, the first 2 maps of this series should find us 1-1. But as we know from yesterday, doesn't mean jack, because teams coming into this tournament have already shown that what should happen, or what we think will happen, can sometimes be completely irrelevant.
Yeah, well, that is for sure. I think that coming into this series, though, it's a good sign that we, as you say, could see at least that 1-1, at least that reset
We should.
to a BO3. We should have seen that yesterday as well, though. And one of the things for me today, for Casey, as you said, narrate. This guy was unbelievable. Looking back at the stats of the previous game, at least, as you said, 72 kills up against Eternal Fire, and that was a best. That's of 3. Really. It was a BO3.
Yeah, that's a best of 3, no best of 5.
Across 3 maps against a team like EF as well, considering the aggression that we know they bring out, considering how solid they are as individuals, I feel like that's where you need to have a game plan. You need to be running the tightest ship we've ever seen, or you're going to, you know, the chaotic, scrappy battleground with them and running the individual skill, which is just a bad idea. And for KC, they're the team I would have bet on as having the worst approach against a team like Eternal Fire, because I just don't feel like when they get pushed, when they lose their footing, that they'll be able to find it again based on what we saw in stage 1. But a lot has changed, and now they come in having beaten that team up against Fnatic, who, look, if KC have gotten the pieces put back together, they stand a really good chance of taking down a Fnatic with new head coach in position. Obviously, Desmo was assistant coach, so he knows the system and so on, but and with a stand-in. And Sivov can have some very high highs, but we also saw towards the end of stage 1, he can have some decently low lows. It's expected as a stand-in in any system. So, yeah, this matchup, again, I can't stress enough. 3 weeks ago, you asked me how I feel this one's going to go. It's, you know, it's a waste of time watching it. You know it's going to be a blowout for Fnatic, but today, it's a different story. It definitely feels like it.
Yeah, I think there is only one red herring for me, and that is going back and looking at just the raw statistics. Obviously, there was a couple of watch parties here and there, but we didn't have a stream for that game. The KC, that is, dominated opening duels. Like, I mean, to an insane proportion. I think they were plus 17 across the 3 maps in opening duels. Now, you might think, Tom, what do you mean red herring? Those are great stats. That's exactly what you want. To consistently win opening duels in that dominant fashion is almost impossible. Like, you might be able to have very good executes that can get you in a lot of the time, but I think against top teams or teams that have good adaptation, to dominate across 3 maps in that sort of fashion is hard. To do it across 5, I would say, is impossible. So I want to say, like, that's great. Brilliant stuff. Narrate had a great game. Sugetsu, even though he's bottom of the board, was 9-1 in opening duels, which is crazy. If they can keep that up, superb. I would say that's very unlikely. And I'm also very intrigued by what we're getting on Lotus, because, Mitch, if there's one thing I know about Lotus, is that Fnatic always runs the same damn comp. They've got Sage. They've broken the mold.
I wonder what has spurred on this decision.
Losing.
Well, yeah. The 13-2 was a pretty harsh blow to receive, but I don't know if this was against Heretics again, then fair enough. But because then I can kind of understand that a team is just your counter, right? They have the counter, and when they do, sometimes you have to switch off it instead of just making a simple pivot. Do you think KC's going to punish in the same way? Like, I mean, they can. The thing is, when I think about Heretics and the success they have against Fnatic, a lot of it would even be on the defensive side, which they barely played because of, like, Koshmara's early aggression is so hard to deal with. But it was the attack where Heretics were able to run all over them. So I don't know. It does definitely strike me as a surprise that Fnatic decided to make the change up against KC. I just don't see that as being a team that can pressure you in the same way.
Wait, I would say in like, what? Let's look at the total amount of times. They played this map 57 times. I think this would be the first time they've ever run it without Killjoy. Like, that's ever. Like, that's ever. They've always sort of run it in exactly the same fashion. And they haven't even moved to the Vice as well. It's almost like they've looked Mini in the eyes and just gone, yeah, go screw yourself, Mini. You've talked about Vice all season. We're going to swap away from running the Killjoy, and then we're just going to still run Cypher. Sage as well is, again, through all of the comps they've ever run, it's not something they've ever put into play. So I'm guessing that maybe Fnatic come in confident. They're going to test a couple of things here and there. But yeah, this is a very different look to what we've seen from this team. Because to put it into perspective, they always ran Fade, Killjoy, Raze for the most part, but obviously Neon was very strong, and then Omen, and then for a little bit Astra if you go all the way back to 2023.
The Killjoy swap is the strangest, because Deadlock for me on this map, I don't like it that much compared to especially
Cypher
a Vice.
Well. Alpha's on Cypher, right?
Yeah, indeed. I think that the funny thing is, though, what I was going to say is, like, Deadlock on this map doesn't have that much of a benefit in general, and compared to other in slot. And the only team that ran Deadlock was Pacific. They actually, Fnatic beat them. So, you know, maybe they played Pacific, saw that Deadlock, and thought, ooh, good ideas. Let's rip it. I think that's what it is, Tom. Pacific has inspired this composition.
Right? This is
Pacific,
just
I think
comp.
so. It's the Sage thing. It's Veto. Veto's the missing piece, though.
Okay.
Yeah, Pacific play Veto.
Yeah, this is interesting. A zero duelist comp coming in for Fnatic was not something I expected, but hey, versus KC, a team that we expect them to be better than, this is definitely a surprise. Like, you know that Zeiss probably would have been staying up all night trying to counter whatever they would have had on Lotus, and now he's come into Lotus, and they're running something completely different to what they've run for 3 years.
Do you know the crazy thing? Actually, the only team that ran it, they ran 2 iterations of the comp. When they played Deadlock, they played Vice. So what a strange setup that we have a Cypher instead on Fnatic. It's a wild switch up that I'm not sure I can put logic to, but what we can do is see if it works. For now, at least in the pistol, definitely on the back foot. Already lost one more man than the other side, and tagged low as Alphier. He's down on 15 HP. Will still find himself one. Seafox there with another. Now it gets dangerous. Oh my goodness, they've got it done. Well, that was a retake that I was ready to count them out of, and the 15 health player's the only one to fall. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, I do wonder if, like, I know we're going to talk a lot of comp. I like the fact that we got the chamber in on the other side. I think that, especially with something that we haven't mentioned today, we mentioned quite a lot yesterday, this is still the old patch with Neon and the shotguns being very strong. So, yeah. You have to bear in mind that the composition that's currently being run by their opponents in KC looks like it makes a lot of sense. Again, you see a lot with Viper being very strong on this map. Viper, Omen, Fade, I feel like is sort of the trio that we expect to see. Neon, obviously very strong at the moment, and then the Ray, I assume just going for a more aggressive agent. So, yeah, very, very different outlook from Fnatic, but it makes me excited because this is what Fnatic used to be. They were the team that wouldn't just like stick to the bread and butter. They would come in with crazy ass stuff every week, and we want to watch. We want to see what they're doing. So I am excited for it.
Well, this is also what we said when we spoke about Fnatic, was that we haven't seen that from them for a while. It's felt like they haven't had their mark on the game in the way that they did in the past. So although this is obviously the end of a meta, oh my goodness, it's the end of a meta. It's the, we're not going to see the Neon in the same state. We're going to see well, it's hard to say how many changes, but definitely the key point of this meta is going to be taking a downturn. And so, will this be the idea going forward? Hey, maybe. I think that in terms of dealing with double duelists as well, like you have a decent amount of utility there with triple sentinel, especially defensive start. And I think the other thing that we talked about is that Neon impact, Koshmaris in the battle up against Heretics, and sort of Levin having to meet them there. This is going to be so much more difficult for Levin to find his footing on the attack now up against this comp.
So interestingly, this is the comp that GE were running versus PaperX. So
okay.
That's something they've done. They lost 13-4. So even though it didn't work, this was something that Fnatic looked at. Maybe they were also running a certain thing. We know that the coaches like to talk to each other, especially cross-region at time. But yeah, I'm clearly they saw some ideas and went, I want a piece of that. Or maybe they saw what Frost was running and thought they could run it better. We hope they could run it better. Otherwise, this might be a very, very quick first map. On the map, as said, that we kind of expect them to win. Ready though. C site firmly under the control. They do have to be careful of the spams, but I like it. Paranoia, C's, stuns, all sent through just to deny anybody being able to spam. Also had the Nightfall immediately used. Nice shot from Crashies though.
Late lurk through B though could have a lot of impact. Having snuck past the sensor and caught the timing. This is massive. You've got a chamber lurking his way through. Take Seavoff down, and then it's just that spawn retake to worry about. All right.
Now they are nervous.
And we're back. Let's go.
Hello.
I caught the very end of that, and
Oh, my lights are off.
I think we had a little bit of a technical hiccup. Poor Tom's. Oh, Tom, you're shining. Your head has blinded me. The poor audience. Well, that unfortunately, due to Tom's flashbang, we didn't see the end of the last round. But as we can see, it's 2-1.
Easy.
I'm out of here.
So, Tom, break it down. What did you think of the retake?
It's a really nice shot from Crashies, and then things got a little bit blurry, and yeah, KC won the round.
Oh,
okay.
11! What a shot onto Alpha, man. That was clean. Yeah, it's supposed to be more difficult for him to find impact, but when the Sentinel's out in the open, I suppose that levels the playing field.
Well, I just think back to last year with Levin on BBL. One of my favorite maps ever from him was Lotus. Like, his attack side, Lotus, was it like clean Valorant? Was it someone being set up with every piece of utility? Was it them even playing as a team? No. Was it Levin running in and instantly headshotting people and then winning rounds? Yes. And that's where I still think that the peak performance of some of the players on this KC roster can be terrifying. Levin has such a high skill ceiling, but so does Kayak.
Putting the rate down as well. That's a 4v4 that spawns from it. The paranoia is good.
So trapped.
Dive in, though. You've just seen Omen take that space around the corner from Boaster. He's got 3 players ready to swing, but the door can be opened up by Crashies now. Support from both sides, and they are being crunched. There's even Seavoff on site helping out with a double alongside Boasters, and that is 3-1. Even though they lose their Sentinel really early on, I suppose it pays off that they still have another 2.
There you go. You can never have too many Sentinels. It's something that hasn't been said before. But no, I like the sort of delay that they have over on that C site. I think that's one of the things that has been quite awkward up against Neon, is like if you don't activate Thorns quick enough, if they bait out the Shear, which a lot of teams now just do as default. We saw Heretics doing it a lot, like just basically just wall jumping the entire time. You can't really do that versus a slow or versus the net. So, okay. Aggressive push-up from Kayak. He's got no get-out-of-jail-free card with Sage, as you normally see with most of the duelists he plays, but I guess if you just hit the shot and walk away and nobody looks for the trade, it's not too bad.
Well, they're split into groups for this. And running fakes is not going to be very successful a lot of the time against this comp either. They have quite a bit of information, passive information to play off of. But you can see the Sage walls just put up on A. And honestly, for KC, as soon as you see that wall go up, no peeking in the back of it, no one checking, you know that there's space here. space to be fought for, perhaps, or as we can see, space that's just being given up completely. So they can walk into the A site. They've made that read. They've pulled the rotates that, as we said, should be harder. And now, up against triple sentinels, they could potentially walk in for a free plant on A, but instead it's that split back to B. Dealing with the deadlock wall as well is going to buy a little bit more time, and Levin really needed a pick to make this easy.
Oh dear. I don't know if there's any way to escape that one. The spam. Okay.
We got out.
Avis does survive. And even though they've been seized, Seaboth is just performing to such a high standard. His utility just being a general irritation. But I also kind of like what they're doing with the walls. It's like you've got the Sage wall. As you said, it's like it is a giveaway that there might not be someone on that side of the map. But the second they break it or touch the door, someone on Fnatic can rotate, but they can gamble up until that point. As long as they're not going to go over the wall, which, correct me if I'm wrong, they don't have the ability to do that unless you're going to see Narrate put his TP on top of it, TP up, and walk over the top of it, which would be mental. Yeah, there's no other way that they could do that. Oh, yeah, I guess they could just TP. But again, that would be heard. So it kind of gives them information, and then they're just throwing the wall into the B split. So it's like, okay, now we're all going to rotate A, and if you want to go back, you have to break it and give us information again. It's just really annoying, and I think that's why we're seeing Zeiss take a relatively early pause to just go like, okay, I've now had 5 rounds to calculate what we need to do against this, because there's no way he would have had any plan to beat this comp, because why on earth would you think that Fnatic, after 3 years of playing pretty much 4 of the 5 same agents, that they would change all of it?
It's so annoying as well to have this comp on a defensive start. Like you mentioned the Sage wall, obviously the fact that you have a door that has to open on A, you have a Sage wall on A with someone close enough by in B heaven that they can hear the Omen TP or any kind of TP you go for, and then a deadlock wall as soon as you break the door in Hobbit. Like, the amount of delay that even if you hit a site that they're not ready for you, they will be ready by the time you push in. And now Narrate again falling early. Kayak spreading himself across the map to find these picks. That's a real headache for KC. You call a pause and immediately you lose the guy that was putting 74 kills up in a BO3.
Going from bad to worse. The slow walk in towards Kayak just feels like the end of it all. This isn't a low buy either. This is a purchase in after an eco, and they are just getting slaughtered. The best player in EMEA last year, Osia, might be able to turn it though. Okay. It's gone back to a 2v2 scenario. He still has a TP. Ultimate's not online for the defense either. From an unwinnable position to now, well, maybe even an advantage. No, Althea will shut him down and leaves Aves. This is a horrible spot to try and fight from. He's trying to bait one of them into a wider peak, and he's managed to get Althea low. Goes looking for the other, but Boasters hit the timing nicely, and eventually they'll pincer together. Good work from Fnatic, and that early start continues to grow.
Even after the timeout and the big investment here by KC, a round loss, a 5-1 deficit, and this is now getting to the point where you're going to get pretty worried, you know, especially with that timeout already under their belt and it going the way that it did. 2 op picks, and honestly, yeah, KC almost got back into this, but after 3, Fnatic kept peeking. Fnatic kept looking for fights with a huge advantage. Like, this is a round that you can look at and say, hey, we made it close, guys, sure, but it's not really because you did anything right. It's because they started throwing. They started getting overconfident. We need to see KC return to form a little bit.
There.
And avoiding those early picks is really step 1.
Well, it's something I mentioned. The going plus 17 and opening draws in a series is not something you can rely on. And it's safe to say it's not been going fantastic. I still think they've had a few, but this man is just disgusting. As I said, he doesn't have a lot of utility to kind of, other than the wall,
he
to
killed
really
Doja?
get him a massive advantage. But he's just not missing.
I thought that was the neon jump peak he killed. Did he flick up and shoot Doja off the top? I legitimately did not see that happen. I saw him shoot when he was aiming down below and the guy up top just died. What the hell was that? Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and watch that one again. And this is a problem, right? Like Eternal Fire are a team that because they play chaotic, because they play aggressive, they'll give you picks. They'll give you opportunities to find those early advantages. All you have to do is punish them. And that's easier said than done a lot of the time, but
also easier
Fnatic
to read.
aren't. Yeah. No, Fnatic anything but that team.
30 seconds left.
Sagetsu's got a chance here. This could be a huge pick on Deceive off. And instead he's died. Crashies walks through, taking one as the wall gives him a bit of cover, and one by one they fall. A 6-1 scoreline, 4 ultis online, a res to play with for Fnatic, and things have got to be getting pretty desperate on that attack side. Look, even as we switch to Sagetsu, he's got a Sheriff, light shields, and 1,700 credits. I mean, they are pretty much locked into 7-1.
Yeah, I wonder if that second pause might be coming.
Bro, get out of here. Get out of here, bro. I was like, oh, Neon's dead. No, it's the guy up top. He's such a scumbag. Thank you for the replay also. That was sick.
Thank you for the slow-mo, because if it wasn't slow-mo, I would not have seen it again. There we go. Back towards Kayak again.
Oh, for God's sake.
They are not going to get any openings from this point onwards. The second he's had an operator, he's been in the right place at the right time. He gets a pick. He slows you down. You can't push on him. And then there's also been the sensor traps as well that just mean that the second you try and react to what he's done before he can throw a slow, you're going to get stunned. The worst thing is, against Neon, those sensors are a nightmare, because either you have to bait them. Normally, you can just nade them or something if you're playing Raze, but because they don't play Raze, you basically just have to hit them.
Which is hard to do when there's a man with an AWP changing position at the start of every round. It genuinely feels like Zaysh is going to have to call a pause and say, all right, guys, here's what we do. And then dish out 5 different strategies. So here's our strat. If Doja gets picked off by the AWP first, and then if it's Levin to go down, we'll do this instead. And then if it's... Because at this stage, you can't stop the man. But I do think that we as you said, we could see that pause coming in momentarily. And I do think, like, from his perspective, watching your team go different directions and get first picked by the AWP several times, often with 2 or 3 picks on the back of it, you just cannot win attack rounds like that. At least you shouldn't. Levin's done well here with the ult, and the wraparound will get another. This is starting to look a little bit spooky. Alpha's trying to bail Fnatic out of this situation, but we are back to even numbers. Doja low, so Levin still has to be the hero, but the res is what equalizes after Alpha goes down. Time ticking now. 15 HP on Doja. A spam enough to take him down, and that reveal is dangerous, but dealt with right away. They are running out of time on this defense, and the AWP slowly making it through is being held by Levin, landing the shot that seems to have saved the day. Levin all alone, but he only needs himself a thrifty round, and this is the one that KC win. What am I looking at?
I said it earlier, you know, Levin's very good at the attack side of this map, but, you know, this is the level that he can bring. Like, it is immediate insta-kills off the back of the overdrive, even getting caught in utility. I think Dosia as well, he won a couple of fights that he shouldn't have won. Like, one with the Sheriff, and then that fight onto Althea. Althea was there the whole round. He knew he was there, but it's still, you have low HP. He's waiting for you the entire time. You kind of expect something different. That's a lot of utility. Okay, Levin couldn't be more stuck if he tried. He's just been hit by every piece of util, but Dosia has got behind them all? Huh?
Yeah, that's
what did he
probably
do?
The highest impact shrouded step I've seen in quite a while. Yeah, he just TP'd up right behind them. Found himself an easy farming spot, and okay, looking up for Alpha. Saving this over for the next would be nice. As you can see, they're not wanting him to do that. Already the quick wrap up from Sagetsu, and that should end it for Alpha. How in the world? Okay, well, I think he's going to get to save the AWP. That's something.
Was someone like, I don't know, did they have Jack Igo singing? Like, is that why Sagetsu? Because it isn't just me, right? Alpha was full sprinting, and he was still just had his knife out as if
they could hear him
coming.
coming.
Like, There must have been something going on with Sugetsu where someone is just like, maybe someone's going, help, 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 and he couldn't hear anything. I don't know, but like, yeah, that was a crazy shot from Alpha to react that quick to him. Fair play to him once again, but yeah, I don't understand how. Yeah, he just okay. Yeah, he just went through. Fair enough. Do we have it? So it's this. Very nice. And then, yeah, he is making as much noise as humanly possible. And that's where Sugetsu decides to get his gun out. Fair enough. They won the round, you know? That's all that matters.
Well, we'll see if the op matters now that it's being carried over. It's being held by Alpha on the other side of the map. He's waiting for contact while this battle around the wall goes on. Kayak's decided to stay up close. It's a risky gambit and one that doesn't pay off. Not for him. The Crashies being able to trade might have given them a chance if Alpha didn't just fall on C. That side of the map wide open now. And they can simply walk in with the spike. That's been seen as well. So at this point, no way they don't join up with Narrate. Or at least you would think. And in fact, that Sage wall almost just helps them get across. Look at that timing.
Just about,
did he see him? It looked like he might have seen him.
They'll know either way, whether he saw him or not. It's the lack of information that helps. A nice shot from Narrate, though. This is the guy we expected to see. Rotation in from Seavoth. He has been great so far, but okay. We are starting to see some of the KC players wake up a bit. Dosia has been caught from behind. Of course, at this stage, goal from Crashies is to just hold on to his gun. Even go looking for an operator if there's one to be had. But a good recovery. I'll be honest with you. I think a couple of rounds ago, I genuinely thought this was going to be an 11-1 half, and they had no idea how to deal with this composition. But it seems like at least some of the individuals, I think, Narrate in this round, but Levin in the round before, I think that was what woke them up. Because up until that point, it genuinely seemed like they were just going to get out-fragged for the entire map.
Yeah, you got to give props to Doja as well. Like it just feels like across the board, KC have, as you said, woken up, and it's understandable. You think about the old days, we used to talk about the attack side. Again, the game used to be very different in terms of the utility you had, and how the game breathed. Also, even just how we thought of the ideal round of Valorant. And throughout history of this game, there's been so many moments where like individuals are super important. There's been moments where obviously to do with compositions, post plans or prioritize slow play versus the speedy attacks, and all the way throughout those periods we talked about the attack side as being like, okay, you have to figure it out. You know, it takes a couple rounds where you're going to lose, but you're learning. How are they defending? What are they doing? And in this matchup against this Fnatic, that's exactly what you're doing for the first kind of 8 rounds, is going, what the hell? If we poke A, if we pressure this zone, what happens? And then as you start to figure out their utility in the first 4 or 5 rounds, then the op comes out. And it's like, well, now we're trying to go default to take the utility, and now we're running into an op, and they're getting 2 or 3 man advantages for free. It's been such an annoying half for KC, and the fact that they have managed to steady the ship is exactly as you said, taking us from this idea of this map is going to be a blowout, and then who even knows about the series, to okay, it seems we have a game on our hands once again.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is, like, did Narrate get 4K in the last round, or was it only 3? Either way, he either had 0 kills or 1 kill in the last, so a wake up of a couple of players. I think as well, expectation will be for the defensive side to be much better for Fnatic, unless they've got some really cool ideas. Always very good at the attack side calling, so maybe it won't matter as much on this map than on others, but I still think it's going to be harder without having a direct entry agent to get you in on space. So a 6-6 would be incredible, but even a 7-5 defeat for KC, I'd still say it's a pretty good half.
Well, Levin is not slowing down. That's a big push to make, but luckily the trade is there. Doja, again, the important frags, keeping the numbers even. getting that plant through for their side. Now, Viper's Pit is available, but take a look at where the Viper is on the attack side. That is not exactly a good spot to put the ult down. The super late lurk coming through as they defend their flank as well, even though there's a trip there. And that late flank now starts. It's the second that that Fnatic look to take space on site, that's when they decide to send this sneaky play through as the rate holds the line. It's all about delaying for Sagetsu. And he's found his moment to strike as Crashies falls. The round comes to a close with a solid win for KC. And I'm not just saying that with 3 players left alive, but that looked like a round that they had complete control over.
Yeah, I think once they get into the site, even though there's some decent utility for retaking, I feel like a lot of it is better for delay. Like, so once you're in the site, it then comes down to, okay, can they force you out of some of the angles? And I think that's the second round as well, where Narrator's just really stepped up when they've needed him to. Like a couple of kills from the back of that site where that ground could have been quite dangerous. He's now up to 6 kills. And for KC, as said, I think 5 rounds already. That's a pretty decent look, especially with bringing the chamber in. You expect that to be better on the defensive side. Viper as well. I think they're in an alright spot here.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. The foundation laid thick for KC right towards the end of the half, but they figured it out just in time. 6 and 6 still possible, but 11's down and out of the round. Sagetsu is soon to follow, and now 5 versus 3, split up as well. It almost works out for them. They're baiting a little bit of noise on A. The rotations are coming through. The problem is you still have to deal with Alfier on this C site. You may have isolated him. The closest man may be literally half a map away, the other side of the world, as far as this game is considered. But that means nothing. You'd be foolish to think the advantage is yours. In fact, Alpha's playing confident, and that is what ends up costing him his life and giving the plant to KC. 2v4, it's still winnable.
Yeah, I also like Narrate's immediate move. Like, you know that if they group up all together, you trading this out is going to be very difficult. Whereas if you can catch someone ahead of the pack, even just get one beforehand, that could be massive. But the timing's been slightly missed. A second or two later, and he finds that kill onto Crashies. Now needs to get aggressive elsewhere. Multiple players round the corner, and it's a whiff. Now leaves it all onto Dosia. Now, they didn't know where he was. He TP'd away. Tried to bait the idea that he could be anywhere else, but he is up close, and Kayak will close him out. It is a half victory going into the attack for Fnatic. But even still, Mitch, I think after, what was it, a 5-1 start? That's a pretty good comeback for the side of KC.
Yeah, it definitely feels like KC had their opportunity there to build up some momentum at the end, because it was looking like they were down and out. So many rounds that were just no contest, but completely understandable. The comp they come up against, starting on the attack side, trying to figure it out, Kayak's impact on the op as well. They definitely had a lot to deal with there, but even more of this action is coming up in just a little bit. Before we get into the second half, though, it's time for a quick break. Oh, welcome back, folks. It's time to get into half number 2, trailing by 2 are KC, but considering the half and how it started, I think that's a pretty big success. Now to put to the test the triple sentinel composition from Fnatic on the attack side, and I think it is fair to say this is where their ideas are going to be put to the test.
Yeah. Obviously, they've got the individuals to get them openers anyway, but it is sort of like, okay, getting through a lot of util when you don't have any movement agents bar Omen is going to be fairly difficult. So I'm intrigued to see what they're going to do. I think Bosa's fantastic at calling, but for now, it's looking like a more direct hit. A wall up to potentially try and get them across, but no. I think that was just to section out the cross. That was incredibly gambly. I thought that was just going to be a right-hand side wall to allow them to plant, but no, it was not.
I assumed exactly the same. A very strange setup and strategy. And the payoff not there. Even after Alpha finding one towards the C site, trade is immediate. And now Fnatic have to try to break their way through with the Fade and the Omen. No utility on the belt, at least of the Fade, as Crashies leads the way, and Boaster attempts to, well, successfully avenges his fallen brother. That's about all there is to that round. Very nicely done by KC to punish, but yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more of these difficulties in terms of getting into the site from Fnatic, but that one definitely one of the more perplexing setups. I guess they just believed in their ability to win that fight on the right side, but oh, that didn't go too well.
But yeah, especially running through the Viper wall, like you're going to give the player on the other side, in this case Aves, like just basically like, are you going to hit these shots? And hey, Aves is, I think very recently was the number 1 on the leaderboards. The guy has very, very good aim. So yeah, I think he'll take that one all day long. An opportunity now to put themselves level going into that defensive half, which, yeah, expectation should be a little bit easier for them. As I said, like especially having that chamber in play, I think that we saw Narrate start to come to life in that attack half, but it's the defense where he truly brings value, not just off the back of the trap, but also just, I can take a fight and get out of there without anywhere near as much risk.
Well, a minute on the clock. No movement from Fnatic. And I do very much like this approach. Sitting down on the eco round with pistols in hand, grouped up waiting for someone to push. And on the A side of all sites, that is where you expect someone to push. Not only are there less close range angles, when you talk about, you know, pushing B, you're in a lot of trouble against pistols. The C site, they could come through B and open the door. But here, that's where you normally see them take control of rubble. And from there, the fights would be pretty difficult for the pistols. Instead, Fnatic wait back, find nothing, have to contact into the rifles, and get destroyed, is what I was going to say. But Alpha's decided he's really good at the game. I suppose, to nobody's surprise. And obviously, folks, a little bit of a technical hiccup for us here. We'll be back in the action any moment now. If Alpha hasn't cleaned up the rest of the kills, we'll see.
Yeah. Let's see. I've managed to get rid of Alpha here, but it leaves Kayak with an attempted 1v3 early tag, and all players now low, unfortunately. If he'd hit anyone else in that moment, would have been an opportunity for him to maybe steal this round away. Even still, a plant, a couple of kills, and some weaponry that needs to be retrieved. It's not the cleanest for KC, but they are going to be level, at least.
Yeah, listen, 3 players alive, it's a lot better than it could have been, but I agree. Those, especially the fact that both shots hit in the end, putting players to 1 hit, that could have been a very different round that we see play out. But for KC, the round win is all that matters. The rifles come out on the other side this time, though. It was Alphier with a double when the round was already a little too far gone in the last with a bandit that gave them some hope. Now this time, it could be anyone. This Fnatic come in armed to the teeth.
Where we should get the true test of what this composition will allow, of course. Careful. I think once the ultimates start getting online, it will be where things get a little bit more interesting. You've got the Sage res available. You could throw someone into the wind, a chance to maybe trap someone with the deadlock ult as well. Now, at least, those here in a very aggressive position. Doesn't have much support either. Paranoia, and will likely just have to try and escape this one. Early contact with Narrate, trying to swing in through the doors. Those here still looking to try and be awkward around the edge. That is such a risky play to make, and he gets caught for it.
I don't know if he thought they were out of prowlers or maybe assumed a fake was coming through, that they'd be a little bit too eager and just walk on in. Whatever the read was there, it was dead wrong. And that's now dragged rotations. You can see towards this A side after Fnatic just completely pause.
30 seconds left.
They end up with a huge advantage. I mean, this will now just be the C site taken for free, a plant and a 5v4 post plant. Except for the door fight that KC, I mean, look, they tried to throw a spanner in the works. I like the idea, but they've just been slaughtered.
Yeah, it didn't exactly go to plan. And I understand it, though. Like, when you... The problem will be, is if you end up letting Fnatic plant, their post plant with this composition is going to be utterly disgusting. Like, you're going to still have the wall available on deadlock. You can also place sensors down, Cypher trips. Like, you can have the Sage wall if you still have it that late into the round. Like, it becomes impossible. Like, you will have so much delay utility. It's basically like trying to play a retake versus full Sentinels on a singular site on a map. Like, it becomes so hard. So they need to try and fight ahead of things, be that little bit more aggressive, which I think their comp definitely sets them up to do. So I don't think that's too bad of a scenario. But that's a decent start. A bonus round that has gone the way it should. But now we should get to see the repurchase coming back in for the side of Karmine Corp.
Oh man, it looks so silly. Just immediately gives him away up close, and that's it done. But yeah, it's this fight here. It's a little bit unlucky. They go for the battle straight through
they
main.
Went through their own snake bite.
I was going to say, yeah, that was their own snake bite on the floor. It's why you don't see the assist pop up. But again, like you said, it looks like a little bit overeager, but it makes sense when you think about the fact that they've just taken sight, basically, and you don't want to give those Sentinels the option to set up, so it adds up. I've never seen this before on the mini-map. We've got just floating numbers. Just the invisible man is peeking mound.
One invisible man is Omen. Another... Oh, no, yeah, we got Chamber. And Viper. Aggressive, though, from Dosia. 2 opening picks in this round. Of course, there was some weaker weaponry in the form of Narrate, but the position he's currently in, it is not a weaker weapon. That Bucky up close could be deadly. Steve-off, if he walks any further, might just be meeting an aggressive position from an opponent he wasn't expecting. 40 seconds left. You can expect Fnatic to play slow in general, but with this comp, they're almost just waiting for mistakes. Oh, he's missed! Maybe falling asleep at the wheel. Luckily, Sugetsu has responded in kind. In fact, he's double up, and now leaves it all onto one. A brilliant resurgence from KC. 8-8 on the scoreline. Well, now the pressure's on Fnatic once again.
Yeah, especially with this being where they don't have the upper hand in terms of the composition. The previous half, they definitely wanted to get out of with more rounds. And am I wrong? It was 6-1 to Fnatic at one point. We were talking about the eco that KC were taking and how it was basically guaranteed to be 7-1. And now here we are at 8-8, a complete changing of the guard. And KC now feels like have full control. Taking some risks there for Narrate, but he steps back just quick enough to TP out.
Bring them down.
It's the solo defender of this site. already utilizing the annihilation. That's going to be a problem. As I said, once those ultimates come online, it can give you easier entries, but that's about as easy as an entry as they can get. And now you can see already that utility going down. The multitude of walls that will delay opponents, but they're on the flank. I like the idea. Close them in from behind, avoid a lot of that utility. And Mitch, they brought it back within almost level. And the battle forward has to take place. 2 players aggressively in position. Kayak's been caught by the seas, but he's still able to hold on to the top of the wall.
Doja being in that background is such an annoyance. If he goes down this round, so much easier. Sieve off! Never mind! He's gone off the charts, taking a triple, and leaving Doja all alone. The danger man, and he proves to be. He's already got 3 under his belt, but what he hasn't got is time. It's ticked too far now, and sure, his head's ripped off in the end, but that round was already done for. 9 on the board for Fnatic, and exactly as you said, Tom, that ultimate coming out from Deadlock, getting them into the site, that is what they needed, because getting in is the problem. All right, breaking that defense is the issue. The second they're on the site, the round should be theirs.
Well, yeah, they should have, in theory, one of the strongest post plants possible with a triple Senti comp. But it's really difficult to get in. So Annihilation just picking off the player for free. I think that's something that if you have a solo site anchor on KC, they're going to have to think about. Like, okay, where will I be safe to stand? Because, of course, the ult at least bounces once to try and catch players. So that whole backside isn't safe. That's not bad, though. An early start, Althea gone. Viper's pit down on C. It leaves a lot to be desired in the early round for Fnatic.
Don't really have a chance to go back either. They've got to commit in the TP from Doja again. He's just went straight behind them. That is massive. This guy has to be stopped when he's making plays like that. 9-9 now for KC. What a return to form. That round just sets them right back on track with a confident display. I think that's the second time, right? Doja's been able to do that. Just shrouded step, giving him 2 kills.
Yeah, it's something I don't think he should be allowed to do. Because I feel like we've gone back. But it's kind of like how this game cycles. It's like at the beginning of the game, everybody was doing that. Then everybody became aware of people doing that. So everybody's ready for people to do that. So then nobody does it. And then someone does it. And you're like, oh, why is he doing that? I didn't expect it. And it goes in a cycle for eternity. And so mainly because it could just get you insta-killed. Most people don't do it. But that means that Fnatic aren't ready for people to do it anymore.
Well, I venture to say that'll be the last time he gets away with that. But I would have said that last time, so we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would actually go the other way. I would say he's going to get away with it again.
At least once more. Well, we've got a whole best of 5 ahead of us and already a tight scoreline. Fnatic left down to pretty much a full eco. I'm sure they have a few upgraded pistols, but that's all they have to work with. And they're walking into the C site where a 3 stack is currently in play. Paranoia is perfect from Doja. And that's the first attempt of the take. Completely shut down. What do we do now?
Yeah, you're already weak on weaponry, weak on players. Like, you've used your wall. Okay, Sugetsu. Alright, mate. That was mental. I don't know if he expected them to all 100% rotate, but to walk out like that. I feel like I'm watching Echo, and he delivered them a gun. This is now a massive problem. So a chance for Dosia to save them, but no. 3 kills might not be enough after the res. They're going to be looking for that plant. The spam coming through on the other side, trying to deny them. It's going to have to be right here, right now. And the kill coming in leaves it down to 1. Did he see anything there, Mitch?
I don't think so, Tom. I think they could hear him. But from the Wraith's position, I don't think he could see a damn thing. A pixel of the person that he shot. Double digits found for KC, and I have to be honest, that started out as a round that almost definitely was theirs. Spiraled quickly into chaos.
Why did he do this?
I don't know what he was thinking.
That's mental.
Rifle given to Crashies, a pick off the back of it, and then very, very, very nearly the round. And a timeout from Fnatic. I imagine that was probably called before they nearly won it. But this is definitely the moment to sit back. They're on 9 rounds. The attack should be a real struggle. And even like a Nightfall right now is probably their best chance to get in to a site, to make some progress. They need to be super careful not to throw this away.
But this is the map. This is their map. Like, this is the map that we have talked about Fnatic for, as said, the best part of 3 years, being one of the best teams in the world, if not the best. I think a few challenged them here and there throughout it, but they always ran the same style of comp. Like, even the Neon didn't come into it for a while. They were still running the Rays, and everything stayed the same for pretty much the entirety of 2024 and 2025. So this is a mass change of composition. I could see, I definitely see the ideas on the defense. The defense, it makes sense to me. The attack was where I was worried. There's aspects that work, but they do seem to revolve around those ultimates, and the entries into the site so far have been horrific, because it basically just involves trying to run through opponent's utility or like taking massive risks. And other than, yeah, I'd say the round where they use the Annihilation, there hasn't been one where I'm like, okay, I see what you're doing. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
There's the deep wall from Sage again. Pressure towards the A site. They've cut off one avenue, but it's very quickly broken open. Now got to worry about that as Levin picks off Kayak. Spike is trapped on one side of the wall. Crossing over could be dangerous, but they've made it. So you thought, till Aves spams in, and now Sivov is dead. Again, they'll look to take space towards that Sage wall that they put in play, but Sagetsu's been patiently waiting on the side, picks off the Spike a second time, and now Alpha all alone against 5. That was not really the round that they were hoping for after the timeout. I'm going to go ahead and have a wild guess on. And this is kind of how you imagine a lot of rounds going with this composition. You know, you make a very direct play. You throw at you till you can to make it slightly easier. And left. If they slow you down, you're screwed.
Yeah, especially with Nightfall. Like, if you go in with a Nightfall in a direct execution and you get 0 kills, there's a problem. There's a big problem. And it was so much so that I think Levin just was like, oh, yeah, go on, I'm half HP, but you have to run into me still. I'm going to just put a stun down and make that more awkward. And I think he even just created a gap around his own wall. And that was enough for the openers to go their way. It's safe to say that on the attack side, this composition is not working. And also just the change-up of comp on the other side of things. Like, we mentioned that, like, Narrate has now gone from playing that Phoenix and has moved over to Chamber. I think we've now had Sugetsu move away from Cypher and go to Viper. Like, they've gone to maybe a slightly more traditional-looking comp. I'd say, in fact, of the most recent comp Fnatic run, 4 of the agents, plus they put in Chamber into the mix, which... a pleasant surprise. I think Narrate has had some really high impact moments in this game, but it is Dosia has maybe pointed out a few flaws, maybe not just in the comp, but in a few things from Fnatic, because this man has just been destroying them.
Careful.
Well, 11-9. Pause from Fnatic, no doubt still in the back of their mind. I'm sure there's more to talk about, more that had been talked about. That's the second time in a row. Kayak's tried to walk up in that space. I mean, spam, but then Sugetsu runs through and takes 2. Gets out without a trade as well. Hello? Fnatic! They're being absolutely played with. And they're not playing back. They're barely even fighting back. A dent delivered to 2 players, but KC still have the full roster to work with. The paranoia is pixel perfect. Alpha still gets 1. Okay, it's time to be careful.
Okay, he's not missing today. He's just not missing. This was the man that was promised. Like, when we saw this guy, or at least for me, I know for sure, I saw this guy picked up by Casey, and I was like, I'm excited. The stage where Boom went 5-0, this guy was unbelievable. They've tried stuff over the last stage. They put him on Neon. I hated it. This guy is incredible on Omen, on controllers, and this is the guy that was promised. I don't know if it's a motivational boost with a change coming in, a different outlook, different compositions, but whatever it is, he is frying.
KC looking a lot better, while Fnatic are worse for wear. This map that should have been a shoe-in with Haven up next. The series could be under threat. 1 out of 3 rounds. That's all they need. And Doja's doing it again, but this time he will be caught. He will not be allowed with it to get away with it a third time. But I very nearly, I thought he was going to get away with it. I'll be honest.
Oh, the spam denied it. No plant. That's going to buy extra time, but also level the playing field once again. Ultimate's not available really for either side unless we're going to see a TP to the other side of the map for Boaster, which would be crazy. Sivov's having a great game, by the way. A 3rd kill for him in the round. We're going to try and get the plant down as well. Turns it back into a 4v2 scenario for Fnatic, and one that you just feel like can't slip away from them from this stage. It would have to be an incredible blunder. Snakebite. It does force them out. Oh no. Sugetsu turns it back. A 2v2. One snakebite that's made things very interesting indeed, but Kayak's gone back into that same corner. Will they expect somebody still to be this close? And bear in mind, Sugetsu is on his last legs. A singular bullet will take him out of contention. And okay, Alpha gets the job done, but now he's into the 1 versus 1. Timing is everything. And the shorty is out. Does he have enough time to get this one over the line? It feels like it's going to be close, but I think he's got it. He's got it.
And that is how they fall. A shorty from Narrate, a jump from the top rope, and a double from Sugetsu that's going to go down in history. What a beautiful little snake bite from him. That is a shocking conclusion. And to see Fnatic come in, cooking up a new comp, it was exciting, it was cool, but they just couldn't get enough done with that 6-1 lead they started out with.
No. The phrase is, who are we? And the answer is, I don't know. Like that's not the Fnatic I expected. Like, I like the fact that they're cooking, they're coming in with ideas. That's the creativity I loved. But I think when they didn't get enough rounds on that defensive side, you saw the holes. And the fact that Sivov, again, 20 and 15, I have no notes. I think the bits of their comp that worked, a lot of it came down to him. I think the sensors that were placed were good. I think once they got into the post plant, it was good. But they didn't seem to have any way to get in on the entry. And I'll be honest with you, I think if they played the comp from last time, they probably win, because it's one that they know incredibly well. It's one where I think Kayak looks a lot more comfortable. I get why you need to test stuff, but in a map that I feel like you needed to win, maybe it wasn't the time to do it. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Well, I mean, there's always the lower bracket, and I guess now more than ever, Fnatic can be grateful for that. A 13-9 start to this best of 5. Haven up next. And Tom, when we started this series out, you said that Lotus and Haven gave us a decent amount of confidence that we'll at least go 1-1 to start this best of 5, that we would be on equal footing, that we could maybe get all the way to Breeze. But yeah, as you say, not anymore. It definitely feels like the winds of change are blowing hard here, and Fnatic are the ones tumbling down. And now going on to Haven, a lot of pressure on their shoulders to deliver, Tom. But before we get to Haven, you know where we need to go. It's straight to a break. We'll catch you back here in just a little bit with map number 2.
was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
And welcome back, folks, to the road to EWC, our qualifier in full swing here, as we've already had our first map go, I guess, a different way than we expected, Tom. Fnatic coming in on Lotus and changing everything up, indeed changing our predictions, I suppose, about halfway through that map. A tough attack side for them. Do you think that that map, though, is just the composition? It's the mistakes of yesterday that won't affect tomorrow? Or does this throw the whole series into an imbalance now?
I think that it definitely puts them in a bad spot, just because I think there's a very real chance they go 2-0 down. I don't think Haven has ever been like one of their very best maps, but also recent defeats versus like even like GX, you go back to week 4. Okay, sure, that was with Desmo playing, but then also like a recent defeat up against Vitality. Obviously decent squads. I don't think they're a bad team in this map, but also like KC are an excellent team at this map. So it kind of sets themselves up wonderfully to go off the confidence of you just upsetting Fnatic on the map that has been their best map for a long time. And then you go into your best map and then a map that you won recently as well. So I think that KC have got to be over the moon. I do think from now on, though, the longer this series goes, the more favored it gets to Fnatic. So, like, I think KC are going to want to close this as quickly as possible if they can. But as starts go, this is as good as it gets. Like, you win your opponent's map choice, you go into your own map choice, you could be 2-0 in a best of 5.
Yeah, 2-0 in a best of 5 against, sure, a team that we know is good at comebacks, but a team that's now looking fragmented, as we said. Coach changes, a stand-in coming in, and now massive compositional shifts that didn't work out and that had exactly the problems that we kind of worried looking at them on a surface level that they would. Now we move on to Haven. This is where KC should look more comfortable, which is scary considering the last map was a win for them. But for Fnatic, Tom, where does hope lie? Where does the bounce back begin if they are to have a big competition here on Haven?
I think this is just look at Kayak. Like, for starters, also you've got Alfia now going over to a chamber. Like, they have basically just gone in and gone, hey, you know what? We can now aim these people. Like, Kayak on Neon is one of the best in the league. I think he's fantastic at the agent, but also just a fantastic duelist. Though his Sage was fine. But fine for Kayak is not good enough. He needs to be one of the best players in the server. I think in this map he will. Chamber for Alfia, terrifying. Like, something that I don't think would necessarily be considered coming in, because I think Cypher gives you a little bit more in terms of information, and he still frags on it, same as he does on Killjoy. Give him Chamber, it almost feels unfair. And I think for Sivov, he had a very good first map individually. Put him on a Phoenix. If he keeps fragging the same way, there's mass opportunities. Of course there is. It's Fnatic going into any map, and they have gone for the more fragging style. So I don't think it's over by any stretch of the imagination, but I do think that map, maybe they go back to the drawing board, and but when I say go back to the drawing board, they basically just take the drawing board, rub out what they just made, and then go back to what they've done for the last 3 years, where they battered most teams on Lotus.
Yeah, if it was one of those drawing boards with the paper, you flip it over the top, you just flip it back one, just go back one, you're okay, it's fine. And yeah, I think that's the thing. For us, Fnatic is a squad that can always come back, that will always be able to dig deep. But KC right now, they're a team that want this, and in ways we can't even begin to communicate or even measure. Playing on home soil as KC in Paris, unbelievable motivation for this squad. Cheers that you've never heard before. And now for Fnatic, it's their chance to bounce back, to show us that losing the first map was very much down to some mistakes before the game even started. Pistol round, very solid start with a pick already under their belt, moving towards C site. Aves, I don't think he can do anything about this, so then you look at all pressure being on Doja, and he hasn't done well.
Yeah, no, the shock dart from Aves was impressive. It tickled up 2 players and gave him an opportunity to potentially bring them back in, and okay, there's Narrate as well. Spams definitely helped out. The assist off the shock dart has actually made a massive difference in this round. Put them back into a 3v3 scenario. Plant only just coming in. Every time they've tried to plant, they've taken damage. And now Evers has come back again. But there is that man Kayak, all down to 1. Narrate already having a fantastic round. His Phoenix was deadly and will continue to be. That flash has just sent Boaster to the Shadow Realm.
I mean, that was a sublime flash as well. Like, the fact that he throws it, it just... I'm not sure from Boaster's perspective, but I'm pretty sure he would have had milliseconds to react to that.
Oh, yeah.
And then already narrates around the corner swinging at you. Gorgeous play, and a 1-0 as a result. That is the start that you're looking for if you're a KC fan. Because, again, we talk about this as, you know, Fnatic have a chance to fight back. They're going to go to more individuals now. They get confidence. Alpha on a chamber. There's so much to talk about there. KC winning this map would basically be a shoo-in. It would all but lock their spot in for Paris.
This is the map that, even while they were the worst team in the league, they were able to win it 5 times in a row when you include the previous matches in the EWC qualifier. They are a scary force on this map. And that's the reason they haven't changed anything. Why would you? There's the one thing where maybe Zeiss didn't have to go back to the drawing board after the coaching change. For Fnatic, yeah, they're making swaps. It seems like Desmo, probably Boaster together, have decided to change some of the ideas they've had. I've seen Neon Ares, Phoenix Ares. I don't even think I'm convinced. And I just like to troll you.
You know it's bad if you can't even get a positive comment out of Tom with an Ares in hand. That's where things really do get shaky. But I do agree, yeah, it's a first for me as well, and hopefully a last.
The fairies.
See if we can get everything done.
There. Bye, monsieur. Go, go, go.
There's 11 at least to open us up. Flash is good, but Aves is there to convert. Kayak, good damage on the backside. Damage converting to kills is a different story. 11 makes sure that story...
with the classic than the Ares.
yeah. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know, don't buy the weapon. It's trash.
Oh, God. It's basically like you're paying credits to downgrade your gun. Oh, God.
I feel like people who create skins for guns should get a percentage of the sales when it comes to the Ares skins, just because if you create a skin that's so good that it actually makes people buy a skin for the Ares, then you've done God's work. And I think they should be rewarded for that. However,
who made the Ares also get a cut.
No. He should have money deducted.
Every purchase, he sees money going out of his account.
Yeah, it is a miracle that weapon made it past playtests, but a 2-0. A solid start for KC. This has to be where Fnatic bounce back, right? They've got the rifles in. It's a full buy and a much slower approach, sending Alphayear to contain this space towards the left side of the map, outside Garage especially, and there is definitely a battle brewing between him and Doja, but that battle won't come into effect until there's a bit of backup close by. Alpha looking for the fight individually. It could have been a mistake, but of course the Prowler was sent in first. Very nicely done.
Start 11. Never want to shy away from a fight, but Fnatic were ready for it.
One enemy remaining.
Honestly, I would have rather seen him flash, try to pick up the outlaw, and just have the outlaw. The flash try and spray people down with an Ares. Yeah, it didn't work. Could have seen that coming.
Oh, I'll tell you, Tom, I could have. I see that coming in every scenario where an Ares is used. Death is the only outcome, and rarely is it the death of your enemy. 1 versus 4 for Aves. He's heard the steps. He's got a rifle. He's... Oh, nice. I actually do like that. I thought he'd lost his mind for a moment, but he's just stepping further away so they don't hear him drop the weapon. And then saving in their spawn. Yeah, I mean, if he's going to try to punish them, I like this position. Obviously, he's taking risks. But from the looks of things, they don't have to exit towards him, right? So he kind of does need to step up if he's hunting kills. Okay. And he gets one. Down to 50 HP. Save the weapon. Yep, all in all, it's a pretty big win.
Yeah, it's something. It's like you make it so that you force an extra rebuy. It sounds silly, but even genuinely just losing 2 is better than losing 1. Force a couple of drops, force the rebuy of all of those shields. They have a lot less credits in the bank that they could just save through into the next round. Still, though, a much better look from Fnatic, like just having those early aggressive prowlers to bait people into fights. You know you're up against a weaker buy, so of course risks need to be taken, even if it's flashing and swinging mid with an Ares. But now we get into the proper purchases from the side of KC. And it's also worth noting that they've been good on both sides of this map, but their attack side of this map is filthy, as expected. So even a fairly damning first half for KC might not be the end.
That's always a worrying sign. KC. Oh, the flash caught, but Narrate doesn't know. Alpha's just tucked in the corner, and the patience might pay off. Massive dividends. He's on the wrap, and they've already got the advantage. This is a slam dunk, or at least it should be. Indeed, it will prove to be 11 all alone and dealt with by Sevov. A great round and great patience from Alpha here.
Yeah, I think most people in that moment would have panicked, maybe spammed a few bullets, but I think he probably realized that either I'm dead immediately or he doesn't know I'm here. And so, again, a good response, but also a good catch from Sevov. Early round gets his ult, takes so much space initially, and then just makes it really awkward for them in that late round scenario. As I said, he's been very good so far today. Even though they lost the last map, I think the best bit of that last map was him playing that deadlock. Won them a couple of rounds almost individually. As I said, though, even though this is a map that has looked fantastic for KC, you put the personnel that they have on Neon, Phoenix, Chamber, and there's still always a chance that Fnatic could take this map away. And still, though, this round at least is a pretty hefty gamble from the defense. They do not have much information, and yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Aves in that corner.
Yeah, I think his clock is ticking down to 0. At least it should be. So far, they haven't cleared him. And the Neon Wall blocked it out. He's safe in that back site till Kayak goes looking, takes him down, and then swings onto Doja, turning on a dime, and that is pretty much the round. Dead to rights. A 2 versus 5. Where honestly, I mean, it is your duelist, so maybe they do go looking for the orbs on the Neon, but Narrate right now already with the ult in the back pocket. I think you punish them if they push, and if not, we're going down to Spike. And they are going to push.
Remaining.
Yeah, Monkey's not worked, and nothing's worked. A flawless round for Fnatic. Response. But also, this kind of goes back to what I was saying about the last map. Like, I think there's objective things about that composition that make sense. I think on the defensive side, you can see why it works. I think Kayak looked fantastic. The counter-argument, though, is you put Kayak on Neon and you get this. Like, you get a guy that can just walk into a site, get you a double entry, take all of the space, and get you in a post plant. You can't get that when he's on Sage. It has to be perfectly planned and perfectly placed. And a lot of the time, it's not going to be that. So when you have someone of his skill ceiling, sometimes you do just have to let him take over games. And already in the early part of this game, that is what he's doing.
Love to see it from Narrate. And yeah, it is very much just to get the most out of your players. Playing to their strengths. You know, for a slow start to the round after the spams towards A. Minute 10's on the clock. Very, very slow play from Fnatic. I mean, they've gotten a little bit of space in A long. They were holding the line on C, but it's just been smoked off. But opportunities, well...
Okay.
I don't know how he's done that. There's a smoke there. I was going to say opportunities are not coming to them, but I think he just spammed through the smoke and took a kill with an op. So, yeah, that's kind of BS. I don't really know what you're supposed to do about that. Oh my goodness.
Okay. Well, the Odin spam didn't connect, but the rest of the spam certainly did. It seems like the LMGs plus narrate
30
is
seconds
just something
left.
he's a fan of. And now Fnatic find themselves a man down, a player still at the back of the site that they need to clear. Nightfall is available, so the second he shoots, they could just use it to clear, but he just swings! He gets pinged! He ignores the haunt and goes for the fight. Dosia is playing a different game.
10 seconds
You're
left.
playing Valorant,
Spike planted.
and he's playing
One enemy remaining.
some form of aggressive version of war, and he is winning it. Leaving Alpha alone. Smoke coming up in 9 seconds. That's the reason that nobody's peeking. They're just waiting this one out. The second the smoke comes up, this is going to become incredibly difficult for Alpha. Already putting the ping onto the spike just because he knows he's about to lose vision and the shot not connected and off angle taken. The rest of the players, they don't even need to fight him. They know that he's not hitting that shot with the op, so they just sit back and let Levin defuse.
Well, a lot happened in that round. I think starting with the spam from Alpha through the smoke from what I gather, and then this was the response to have a reveal into a 2 players spamming in the window. They find success. Doja's dancing around smokes, and then luckily staying alive long enough for them to just smoke off that spike and defuse. A 3-3. Sees Fnatic not exactly struggle for credits. They've still got a decent amount to play with on this attack side. And ult as well. On Alpha, that tour de force can come into play. Although maybe more likely to see those finger guns in play, but Levin, he has got the perfect position. They try to walk through, and that's exactly what happens to Getsu there, guarding him, and although the trade comes back, it's still man advantage for KC.
Getsu is still there.
What?
Getsu is still there.
What? Did you just see where that kill was? That was in A lobby. They've just spammed from outside B into A lobby and killed someone. That's ridiculous. I can't believe this game.
Seems like they know this map better than anybody else.
Yeah, jeez. Guys, calm down. Riot's going to make all these walls 5 meters thick as well. I can't keep getting away with this. But it's ridiculous. Basically, where Boaster is right now, he just shot at where Narrate is on your screen. And it was Narrate that fired it, actually. Ended up taking him down. Very nice round.
I guess it's a scenario where we know that those walls are very thin. We've seen stuff like that before, but it's just like nobody ever really has that much mid control.
Well, when are you going to stand in mid shooting that wall? Like, the chance of you dying is so high.
Unless you have them trapped, which they did.
It was
30 seconds left.
an immediate turnaround as well after Narrate hit that. I hope he's got that clip for us later. Chuck it up on Twitter, because that was nasty. I don't think there was even a reveal or anything. It was just knowing your angles and a good guess. Game of battleships.
Cosmic Divide. And Sugetsu's just playing ahead of it. So far, it's got them some control, and through goes Narrate. The value of that run it back already paying dividends. The trade is only onto his ultimate. Hunter's Fury also being utilized. They know there's a lot of ults on the other side, so they've decided to use some of their own, and everyone has landed. The tour de force, all that really stands between the lead being extended, and considering how many ultimates have already been utilized, this is one where you need more from Fnatic.
Yeah, are we actually going to get to see it, though? Is there any gas left in the tank? TP taken along. Alpha's trapped in Sugetsu, who's... Well, he doesn't get his reward in the end. Sugetsu played the most patient game I've ever seen. That entire retake, he was sat on that south side, waiting behind the box, just guaranteeing that no flank came down, that they didn't push C-Long, go around the garage. I mean, they're not going to do that with 2 players alive, but he sat there, and he waited for a minute, and eventually got his moment to strike, and everyone was dead. Unlucky. Boring round for Sugetsu, but a win's a win.
This is where I feel like Narrate on the Phoenix it's just looking so good. Like it was back in the sort of first stint when he was in KC. This guy was just an incredible talent. Went over to Sentinel, still looked very, very good. Came back, we didn't really see that level. But putting him onto the Phoenix, giving him that opportunity to be aggressive, Really does seem like he's thriving. Gives opportunities for others. Levin with that same aggression once again. As said, the attack side half is normally where we see KC really run away with it, but right now they're starting to do that, and well, Boaster alone has been caught by this aggressive positioning. Narrate's even just going to lock himself into the corner, put the flames down, put the wall up, and he's patiently waiting for Kayak. He knew he would come through the wall. Okay, that flash wasn't the best, but it doesn't matter. The next one's perfect. This guy's having one hell of a game.
I mean, there's a reason we came into today talking about Narrate, saying how he's looked so incredible. We haven't had the official stream, and it's always hard to tell when you don't have both POVs in play. We don't get to be the God's eye in the sky, but a wise man once said stats don't lie, and the stats have pointed to Narrate having one hell of a run in the EWC qualifier so far. But what I'm getting to see on my screen, it is night and day. It is the Narrate that we know that, you know, went missing for a little bit. It's good to see him delivering at that level. Again, it's great to see him on the Phoenix. His comfort level seems sky high, and a timeout from Desmo. Fnatic taking a moment early on, as we are definitely in that danger zone, Tom. Like, there's a chance for this to be a 9-3 half, and it's not that unlikely. Fnatic definitely need to put those pieces back together before this all falls apart.
Well, yeah, and also if you said to me, do I think a 6-6 half is enough for KC going into the second half, I'd say yes. So they have a chance to really run away with it. So to put it into perspective, they've played it a couple of times in this qualifier, in the stage 1 qualifier, versus GX. And you might be thinking, okay, well, Tom, GX are not the greatest team. Their Haven's actually been pretty good. I've liked watching GX on Haven. So the last time, they actually played them twice. The last time, they won 7-0 on the attack. The time before that, they dominated the defensive half so much that the attack didn't even matter anymore. Before that, versus Foot, 7-5 attack. Before that, a 9-3 attack versus Heretics. Like, the last time they lost an attack side half was the first week of stage 1 versus Team Liquid. And they lost the game. So unless we're going to see an uncharacteristic half, or maybe we can see, for example, Althea and that chamber have real impact on the defense, this is already dangerous. Anything too much more, and yeah, I'm looking at what the 3rd, 4th, and 5th map are if you're a Fnatic fan.
For Fnatic, finalists when it came to last year's EWC, struggling here in the qualification match. Remember, losing doesn't mean you get another shot. You have to win a BO3 to earn that right for another best of 5 opportunity against a team just as hungry as you are. KC, a few flashes from Narrate. Haven't really been hitting, or have been hitting, but they've been hitting him. He'll reposition to be reveal from Ava.
Oh.
Pardon me. I think that was a reveal from Aves being lined up for a big swing. But if I'm not mistaken, Narrate only has 1 flash left.
There.
If he's going to use that, he has to be sure that there's someone on the other side he can take down.
And to just look at the, again, though, the aggressive positioning. You've got one holding with the operator. You've got Sugetsu, who was, up until a moment ago, just pressuring. And well, there you go. That flash is now gone.
Left.
The one thing he does still have is that run it back. But look at the ultimates that are currently available for the opposing side. 20 seconds left on the clock. Selling the ruse that this is going to be an A take. Instead, Fnatic look to go back towards B. Pressure on Narrate, and he's not been able to land that initial shot. Molly down, but seized at the back. Nowhere really for him to go, and Sevov is looking around that corner. Sevov has found 2! He gets Levin through the back. And well, around, again, the stand-in has seemingly closed, unless Sugetsu has another worldie for us.
Oh yeah, Sevov has just gifted them this round. What an ultimate from him. That play to the backside, he already found so much value, but the 3rd kill he got straight through the smoke was just something else. 6-4. You said 6 would be enough. Should be enough for KC. And so for Fnatic, that climb back has to continue. We need to see them keep putting rounds together. But if Seavoff is going to be pulling this off, then no surprise. And that's the thing, the confidence on the back of having that Phoenix ultimate, it doesn't just give you 2 fights. It gives you 1 fight where you know you've got nothing to lose, and that's terrifying in the hands of players like Seavoff.
Oh my god. We are 10 seconds in and there's already been so much carnage. Early damage with the span, 2 opening picks coming through from the side of KC, and they're still just fighting everything. A team that we've known as one of the best in the world is currently being disrespected by the side of KC, and they are not stopping. Even with mass advantages, they are looking for more and more, and even a final swing from an Odin. It is a half victory at a minimum, but a chance to extend even further.
Yeah, it could be so much more. An 8-4 scoreline. It would mean that Fnatic need the pistol to have any confidence in the bounce back.
Anyone feeling generous?
This would be a half success after a map success on Fnatic's pick in the previous. And really, the first of, I suppose, few killing blows that will be needed to close this out. Now, we've seen these spams from Narrate already a couple of times, yet to find any real value, but Levin, well, he's got a fight of his. How did he see him? And he gets Kayak and gets out. Massive impact early on for KC.
It started to shut down Kayak, and it makes that space taking so much harder. A double up towards Garage as well. It's been, or at least one of the players has been spotted by Boaster. Fear also trying to probe towards this B site. He gets an opportunity but doesn't manage to take it. The counter flash is going to hold them back for now. The stun is there as well. Every time that they try and pounce, there's a reaction. Now with 45 seconds left, start to make a move elsewhere. Boaster may be a little bit worried about the push-up on the other side of the map. We'll just go over to that C site as they make their way towards A. I am looking, however, towards Aves. He just sat at that top corner. Trip obviously blocking off short,
left.
but if he could put a dart into the right place here, even if they smoke him off, they might be able to get a pick.
Okay, well, screw the dart. Aves just goes swinging. He's ended up taking down Seavoff, but pays for it with his life. Flank watch by Sagetsu, having pushed up through Garage, finds himself big value. 4 versus 2 in the retake. Nightfall already used. It's gone now. Fnatic have no ultimates to fall back on. The TP available for Alfier. He can get a fight and get out of there. He can dodge after the first flash. He can have 1 error. But even then, no flank control. So he's back watching behind as the flash comes out, as Narrate looks to waterfall down, dropping in and spotting one below. Their target acquired. And now their final man will be dealt with ease. 8 on the board for KC. A sensational half here on Haven.
Yeah, it started a little slow as well. Like normally you'd look at maybe a team gaining lots of momentum, getting going into things, but the fact is they had that slower start, managed to bring the half back, and towards the end it just looked dominant. Like they had so many high impact plays, high impact moments. They started to get almost cheekier and cheekier versus Fnatic, and hey, they've put themselves in a fantastic position, but there is still a second half to come. A chance for them to go 2-0 up will be decided after a short break.
One enemy remaining.
Well, it's been a great first half if you're a KC fan. They're already a map up after taking Fnatic's pick of Lotus, and now on Haven, they're leading 8-4, moving to their attack side, in which at least Tom has a lot of confidence in them putting up numbers on. This looks like the beginning of the end for Fnatic, Tom.
Yeah, they need a pistol. There's no doubt about it. You kind of expect more on the attack side from Phoenix Neon comps in general, because a lot of the time it's hard for Phoenix to find value on the defense. I think it's safe to say that Narrate did, even if in some ways it was very weird. But yeah, we're now going to look at... I think it has to be Alpha. Yeah. I don't like putting all the pressure onto one player, but I want to see that chamber really thrive, because you've lost a lot of information by getting rid of the Cypher that, again, he's very good at playing. So it almost has to just be him blitzing opponents with the amount of aggression.
Oh yeah, Alpha, you're definitely feels like he has to be there, get out of jail free card, because right now the ball's being dropped. It has felt like KC are the better team, which was beyond even the wildest of thoughts when it came to stage one. Things have changed, and now Fnatic look worse for wear. This pistol, as we said, carrying a lot of weight. Already behind by 4, and KC could run away with this, but 2 quick kills seem to have put Fnatic miles ahead. There will be 1 back in return at least, but they need space, and walking right into Crashies is not the way to get it. A bloodbath on the site, and Doja, as impressive as he has been, getting anything here should be impossible. Well, hold on, they've gone past him. They've given him a small chance, and he's done well with it, but not well enough.
No, he'll get a kill or 2 just for, I don't know, his own. Oh god, I like as well that he's still using the boom classic, right? It's still loyal to the boys, it seems, but an important pistol for Fnatic. Like we've said it already. Like there's never a realm where this team is completely out of a map. I will never believe that to be true. They've always been good at the comebacks, but I think the fact that we are seeing some of the individuals over on their side not have the best of games, and then players like Narrate performing incredibly well, like it does worry me quite a bit now going into the attack. This man could definitely have a much better second half, which it feels like it's going to be difficult considering how good he's been already in the first.
I saw in the bottom that Zay should put a pause in on him for a moment. I was very confused. I was thinking, you lost the pistol and we're going straight to a timeout, but I believe that will be just a little tech that they're ironing out. But yeah, for KC, that pistol round, it is what it is. Yeah, this is why you have a big lead, right? Those are the rounds that you can afford to let slip and fight right back into it. This one should be the same, an 8-6. But as you said, it is a situation where we'll never count out Fnatic. We've seen them make comebacks like this and far worse than this many times in the past. But I do feel as though we're in a new era of Fnatic. Like the last couple of months, really, and now especially with this, like, I'm going to say, like, panic swap of taking out their coach, because I know there was talk about it being like 9 months that they've been considering it, but that's almost more worrying. That means that they're morons if they were considering it that long ago. So it really does feel to me like Fnatic are entering their desperate era, and losing to KC would definitely underline that for me. Like I do feel like this, and I'm not taking anything away from KC in the matchup, not taking anything away from KC as individuals, because as I've said throughout the entirety of stage 1, how the hell is this team not succeeding? They've got, I'm going to include Aang in my praise as a sensational coach, but then you go further than that to the individuals that they have as players, to Zaysh as an assistant coach as well. These are visionary minds and incredibly capable individuals that aren't delivering or weren't delivering in stage 1. So it's no surprise that they're able to, eventually figure out how to get the most out of their team. But for Fnatic, I always had confidence in them making internationals, always had confidence in them bouncing back, and yeah, the last couple of weeks to months have definitely felt like that Fnatic is missing, and albeit they're being faced with sub issues, which are suboptimal as well. But the internal turmoil of that roster as well, like we said, with the coach leaving, all signs are pointing to spooky times ahead, for me at least.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it is a little damning, of course. I think if they were to make EWC and then make it to champs, I think most things would be forgotten for many. I think like them not making 2 in a row. But then it is just that sort of case of like, I think Fnatic's elimination felt more unfortunate than like problematic. Whereas I think now if you change the coaching staff and immediately they're not being eliminated, but sent down and then potentially eliminated later on, because it's definitely a tough route through. That's a bit more damning for me, because that's obviously they haven't had much. Like I don't want to harp on Desmo here. Like Desmo's been given the team with like a week and just go like, yeah, so we still have the stand-in. Fix everything. We need to qualify to EWC. Like that's kind of brutal. Like I'm not gonna say that that's down to him, but it's definitely feeling like, yeah, even just leaning into a riskier comp, because I think it was pointed out that, yeah, it was played by XLG as well over in China. Like a few other teams have sort of ran something similar, but the success rate of it hasn't been massive, and I think you could definitely see the flaws in it. Of course, you have to bear in mind that a lot of sort of people will, like Fnatic have probably played a load of scrims on this comp and it's done amazing, and then they've come up against KC today and it just hasn't worked. So I don't think this was just like, yeah, today I feel like running that comp the GE ran versus Paper. That's never happened before. Like if it has, maybe it was Angel. I think he's the only person who's ever done something like that, because he's a little bit insane. But yeah, I think also just a lot of tides changing. Like I think BBL had a really sort of rough look, but I think now they're currently winning the series versus Eternal Fire. I think that would be a pretty big game for them, considering that they have already been sort of defeated by them earlier in stage 1. So and them coming up against Foot, if they can get back to their kickoff form, that would be super exciting. I think that lower bracket in general, like Foot have been sent down there. If KC do manage to pull this off, Fnatic are going to be sent down there, and then we get our 3 French orgs, which I'll be honest, the EWC, like the people running EWC would be over the moon to get that. Although I think if they lose Fnatic, they might not be quite as happy. They are the biggest in EMEA, but you get your French fans. But I don't think, like, it's the same yesterday and today. I don't think anybody other than maybe the fans of the organization themselves would have come in being like, oh, we're favorites. And I think if you're a KC fan, I also don't think you came in today being like, we are favorites. Maybe you thought you could win, but favorites is crazy. But right now, they are playing and looking like the favorites.
I think it's more likely you came in today and thought, geez, well, at least there's a lower bracket, mate. But now KC fans can rejoice. They're in the lead still, they've both in maps and in terms of this map, but there is much more of this series left to go. Unfortunately, there might be much more of this little technical break left to go as the players fix their headset issues. We're going to go to a little break. We'll let you know as we get any updates, and we'll be back with the matchup very soon, hopefully. Catch you in a bit. Welcome back, folks. Wasting no time as the game is good to go. KC can hear again, and hopefully we see this matchup that we've teed up as being a 5-map banger going the distance. Well, we need to see Fnatic continue on the win streak of 1 round here on the defensive side. They've won the pistol. Now it's time to do the easy work. You're up against Classics, and Tom, there should be no danger in these here waters. It should be smooth sailing all the way to 8-6.
Yeah, it should be.
I just heard an outlaw.
An outlaw has just been shot, and Boaster has been hit by said outlaw. So,
some danger in these here waters.
Yeah. It's like there is a singular shark in these waters. And, well, luckily, Boaster was wearing his armor that kept him alive. Despite
the fact that we all know right now Boaster's wearing nothing. On top of his stream, he's got no... I'm sorry, I'm going to stop. 8-5. And the push-up comes in from Alpha. He's found himself 1, and he's right on out of there. Nice TP taken. And there's the advantage now sits with the defensive side, but definitely showing their scars. A lot of damage has been done. These pistols could very well find a couple of favorable fights, and the plant now on C. I do get a little bit nervous. The potential is rising for the attacking side right now.
Dosia is dead. Like, there's no way he should get anything out of this corner. Like, they're gonna round. He gets one. Okay, that's already more than expected. With only a Classic in hand and the full force of the opposing side, Levin's gonna be able to escape. Still just trying to bait them into the fights. A nice shot from Sugetsu. That's one. Already making things incredibly costly, and he's all that remains. But maybe that's enough. It's the running Alfia. He's in the right place at the right time, and he's going to take it home. Oh dear. There might not have been much danger in the water, Mitch, but there was a Sugetsu.
Yo, can someone call Milan? Get him back. They need him. They need him immediately. What in the world? How they lost to an eco? They lost to 3v1. They were all low, but he shot the first 2 shots with an outlaw. I mean, that should never have been. And Tom, of all the rounds, pretty plain sailing here. Smooth sailing to 8-6, he says. What a dumbass I sound like. Genuinely.
I think that normally.
But thanks, man. Fnatic are cooked. They're cooked. It's over. It's over. Congratulations. You've made it to EWC, KC. I mean, that's a round they never should have lost, and they needed that one more than most that we've seen played out so far. Unless they're going to come back with a real barn burner of their own here. Yeah, we can pretty much count this one in. It's 10-5, and from this point, KC should find it very hard to lose the map. Nice shot by Crash. He's okay, man. Yeah. It's not 10-5 yet, but...
For Fnatic fans out there, the Mitch caster curse is strong. Maybe not for this round, but just in general. Congratulating a team on making it to EWC halfway through map 2 might be the most... the craziest caster curse I've ever heard in my life.
Enemy down.
Go on, Crash. It's just 1v5.
Yeah, I will have. I realize now I've risked at least having some very angry Frenchmen in my DMs, but
I'm rightly so. Rightly so.
Yeah, that might have been a mistake, but good chance for me to practice my French. That's all I'm saying. Always look on the bright side. Bright side for Crash, he's not giving any orbs over to Sova as he goes down to the spike, but 10 rounds on the board. This should have been 8-6. It should have been a narrow gap, and still a climb back for Fnatic, but a doable one, a reasonable one. Instead, they have a mountain to climb, that is for sure.
Nice little bit of additional damage, but not anything to really write home about. It's still going to be the purchase up for both sides, but the worry is you've now got Narrate having that run it back already online. An opportunity for him to maybe just end this round before it gets dangerous. Wing out. The fight from Kayak, a good start, but the trade's immediate. The pressure being put onto one. He's just walking through! It wasn't like he was avoiding sound, but it doesn't matter. 11 hits the shot anyway. And so has a teammate at exactly the same time. They didn't even need the ults, Mitch. They still have 4 ults, 3 ults. Okay, we've at least used one. I guess just not to have to reload. He didn't fancy reloading today, and yeah, there you go. See you later, Alpha. Yeah, leaves one standing to get to through a smoke. Boom. See you later. It is 11-5.
Boom. No. That was his old team.
That's his classic. I was giving his classic a shout out. He has the crew classic as well. What's going on?
This, I thought, nice opening from Kayak, and then it just went to hell in a handbasket real quick. The fact that he walked through his teammates' molly, and they had no notion of that even being a possibility. I mean, we have that expression,
so loud.
smokes. Yeah, we have that expression, smokes are not walls. Well, mollies are not walls either, and I think that's something that was just learned. For Fnatic, a timeout now called, their second and I believe final of the half. And they're at 11-5 down. These sort of score lines, 11 to X deficits, are really where Fnatic coaches make their money. But this one for
a bit unfair.
this one for Desmo might be putting a bit too much pressure on the poor boy. I would maybe believe in the comeback though if he could sub himself in right now, jump on Phoenix and really get the ball rolling. He was superb as a sub. But
did they win that game?
No, but the first half was great. So that's always good.
Was it?
It was, wasn't it? I remember Desmo being very good at the start.
Oh no,
and then it sort of tapered off.
You said first half. They lost that half 2-10.
His first half was great. I mean, he was doing great. And then there was no one else shooting.
First half was great. Nope. Nope.
Maybe I meant just Desmo, not the team overall. How about that? How about that?
Maybe. Well, 11-5. In case you couldn't tell, the economy of Fnatic stinks. And they've still got majority of those ults to play with. Narrate is being hit by everything, and he's still got the opening pick.
What? Alpha was up there the whole time. They didn't even know he was there till he started shooting, I'm pretty sure. That's tough. That's tough. I guess his gaze was mostly taken by A Short anyways, but you lose a player now. Alpha's also the one guy you don't want to lose here. That headhunter carrying a lot of weight when you're on those lower buy rounds, when you've got some gaps. Him out of the picture. I think they know he's there.
I guess it doesn't matter because they immediately start moving. I don't know if that was planned. If that was planned, he's a psychopath.
That looks like it looks like it could have been. It looks like it could have been, but just in the meantime, look at the position that's taken by Boaster. Boaster could win the round. He's in a 1v5, but he has a chance, an opportunity. He's taken 2 kills, 20 seconds. They need the spike. Hold on, Boaster. I'm sitting up straight now. Now I'm eager, but they've got the spike. They've made it away. And now what was a tough round becomes an impossible one. A nice try. But yeah, 12-5. It does look intentional, Tom. I agree with you. Sugetsu jumps, and that gets the push on A because they think, oh, noise outside B. Better check if there's still someone on A.
It's hard to tell because he was sat there crouching the entire time. So, like, it's possible he just has maybe a couple of ADHD tendencies.
Mouse wheel as well. I mean, the mouse wheel can be shaky.
But if he did plan that and just jumped at that moment to bait them into a move, then Sugetsu is brilliant. So I like to believe he's brilliant. Maybe one day we'll find out. Probably not.
Oh, this flash is everything. That's got to be the round for Fnatic, surely. The flash lands, players blinded, and 1 kill. With 2 back in the other direction. Heals onto Narrate as well. Boasters died towards Garage. The C side and B wide open. And well, Tom, anybody holding on for that big old comeback at 12-5, well, they may just have wasted their time.
It has been a map to forget. Of course, this is kind of... I expected map 1 and map 2 to be someone like this. Both teams on their favored maps. But it's because of the first one that this seems so much more damning. It was where we needed to see a recovery from Fnatic, and we have seen anything but. Even getting a strong start in that first. Seavoth can get one. Now they can just start to run the other way. In fact, just look at the amount of space that Sugetsu's already taking. He's clearing the back line. He also has the cam available to him to just check back angles if they need it.
30 seconds left. Spike plant.
Interesting. Is he just trying to play with his opponent? Like, what? It's against. I don't know what's happened. Dosia just tried to use all of his utility in a 3-second period. He could have TP'd across with the normal TP. Instead, he used his ult. I'm questioning if he was just trying to mess with Alpha's head, but it hasn't worked. And now he's into a 1v2 scenario. A lot of angles still to check, and that time is ticking. Althea really needs to get a move on. 2 players left to find, and they will peek him together. Whatever shenanigans Dosia just did, it didn't matter in the end. It will be 13-5. And KC, yes, if you're just joining, you're hearing this correctly. KC are 2-0 up and 1 map away from going to Paris.
I'll be honest with you, Tom. I'm going to throw myself under the bus here. I made a joke yesterday, and I'm not even sure it landed. I'm not sure anybody realized it was a joke, but I said that if mates have made it, well, who knows? Maybe KC can too. It was supposed to be a joke, Tom, but the reality has caught up to me now. I can't believe what I'm witnessing. And again, we had our concerns about Fnatic and all these reasons, yada, yada, don't care. KC look great. They're playing a good game. They haven't played a good game all season in VCT, and now they've come in for EWC more motivated than ever. I guess that's what happens when you tell a French team that they might be able to play in France. This is a complete turnaround, and for both teams having gotten rid of their coaches, one with KC being in disgrace. Their coach left because everything was going wrong and he just couldn't helm that ship anymore as a captain who'd taken them into the rocks. But Fnatic, they surprised everybody by getting rid of their coach, and, well, one team's looking a bit better.
Yeah, no, I genuinely am gobsmacked at what we're witnessing. I think as well, just the step up from the rate from the EMEA season to what we're seeing right now. I think the whole squad is looking better. We've seen a couple of role swaps on the first map as well to make things look like, just give him the opportunity to fight. But I did not come into today thinking that they would be 2-0 up at any point. So fair play to KC. No. And now 1 map is all they need, Mitch.
1 map indeed, with 3 left to go. It looks like we could have KC and mates going to EWC. Mates are locked in for KC. 1 out of 3, that's all they need. The next maps in this series coming up very soon, but for now, we're off to a break.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
so fast. That ain't the way it's supposed to be. There's a better way for you and for me. Everybody's hustling, all the wheels in motion. Where's everybody going to? That ain't the way to be living life. There's a better way starting tonight. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. I know the boss man got you watching the clock. Gotta keep working for the man. There's so many better things we could do, like you kissing me and me kissing you. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. Ooh, you can spend the night, baby, together. Take it nice and slow. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. Don't rush it.
Welcome back, folks, to the road to EWC. It has been a wild ride. In the last 2 days, we've had mates come in with an upset 3-0, and now possibly KC about to do the same 2-0 up against the Fnatic that, on that last map especially, Tom, they just looked lost.
Yeah, they got battered. Like, I think everybody from the side of KC is currently showing up. Like, Sugetsu having, like, what, that second round with a Outlaw was insane, but also you have to look at Fnatic and go, okay, how are you losing that? Like, how are you letting that round slip away? I think Narrate had a fantastic map, and in all honesty, fantastic series. Dosia on map 1 was incredible. Like, they are getting everything, and then you look at the other side, and yeah, okay, Boaster and Crashy's not having the best of days, but the best player in their team so far has been Sivov, the guy that sort of obviously we talk about as like maybe getting some criticism as the stand-in. Like, I don't think anybody particularly blamed him, but kind of looked at him and was like, well, if we had Vekash, we would have won. Well, sure. Right now he's performing, and it's everybody else that seems to have gone amiss. So it is crunch time. Fnatic now need 3 maps in a row. I will say, if any team could pull it back from here, it is them. I think that they are a squad known for their comebacks, and I also think that they will just look at this now as like, okay, we need to win 3 maps in a row. The worst map is out the way of Haven. Like, that's the one that was most favored to KC. Everything else, they should be favored on in theory, just because of the way that they are as a team. Like, they have always, like, KC have looked really bad across the whole stage, and they've looked really good. So it's kind of now into just, okay, we just have to win 3 in a row. For them, that shouldn't be impossible. It's probably what people expected them to do at the start of the day. For KC, though, having that momentum, having that more explosive sort of firepower that we've seen all the way through, and the fact that, hey, okay, in the regular season of EMEA, Fracture looked bad, but on the defensive side yesterday, they absolutely destroyed Eternal Fire. So, hey, clearly they've done some work on this map, and their composition from what they ran is actually completely different on every single agent. So, it's different to what we saw in the regular stage, but it went a lot better for them.
It's a real rare thing to see. I guess a complete shift. Usually there's something that you still like within that comp, but as you said, if it's worked out so well against Eternal Fire, Why not against Fnatic? Fnatic, in terms of the experience, it really becomes scary for me because, yeah, I would side with Fnatic almost every day of the week if that was a close last map, if there was even hope in the last map. But they won the pistol in the second half, and as you said, Sugetsu comes in with an outlaw and they end up winning the round. It never should have happened, and this team now has to make a huge bounce back across the next 3 maps. No room for error anymore. Meanwhile, KC look red hot. That didn't look like a map that Fnatic lost by themselves. It looked like a map that KC won that Fnatic weren't really locked into either. So that's my problem. KC don't just look like a fluke. They look like they fixed their issues. They look like a stronger team than we've seen from them. And indeed, I would say for the first time, they look like something that is worth more than the sum of its parts.
Yeah, I guess I'll be the Fnatic fan on Reddit and say the first map, troll comp, second map, we expected KC to win. Map 3, 4, 5, easy peasy, right? But right. No, I definitely I agree with you. There is a lot that needs to change for this series to turn around, but I don't think it's impossible. I think that KC, the further this series goes, the more dangerous it gets. So I want to see them, if they're going to make it, I want to see them do it now.
Well, no better time than the present. The attackers will be KC to start out this round. A lot of space on B, fought for and taken. Levin, the one to draw first blood, as it looks like Fnatic are locked out completely. Those smokes blocking them from any interference, and the plant secured. A 5 versus 4 in the post plant. Yes, Levin is tagged extremely low, but he's more just watching the extremities. And they've got north side covered with the Cypher Cam with the trip as well. So they know that they're back secure. Oh, that's risky. Sugetsu was playing anti-flash and ends up getting caught.
Okay. Managed to turn this back into an advantageous position. Seavolf already on that defusal. They have got to swing. Kayak holding the line. Still only got it to half, but there's only one standing, and that will be Dosia. A pistol round under the belt of Fnatic. And from the initial position they were in, that's a pretty solid retake.
Yeah, definitely good work being done there. I think for the contact out from Kayak really caught Sugetsu off guard. As you can see, you know, when the Phoenix retake is coming into play, you're always going to be worried about those flashes, but unfortunately he was just eating the wall as they rounded the corner. Nicely done, and a pistol round is definitely going to be worth its weight in gold for a team that got 5 rounds on the previous map. Fnatic need to build momentum themselves. Their opponents have more than their fair share of it. And I suppose most importantly, Tom, Fnatic need to not lose to the eco like they did in the last half that we saw over on Haven.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if there is... I was going to say much investment, but I guess even that might not necessarily worry. That's a bulldog. That is a bulldog.
I'm not worried, Tom. Are you?
No. Like, just like Tottenham not getting relegated, I was never worried even for a second.
Oh yes. Well, I'm glad to hear that, because this is clearly, and I'm being honest here, clearly still a massively favored round for Fnatic. They've lost a weapon and given it to their opponent, but look at the map control from KC. They're all spread out as individuals. Individual fights against pistols, easy peasy. At least it should be. What is the plan here? What is the idea? Are we farming orbs? Levin's just gone down, playing north side in the smoke. You're still holding on dish. I guess just farm the orbs, go back to a late A hit, but they have no main control either.
Yeah, I think the bigger issue is they've lost Levin. Even when you're a little low, just that extra additional bit of pace can make things more awkward. Speaking of awkward, the first shot's not the best, but baiting into Kayak. The swing back in from Crashies, and this is where we expected to be. A chance for Narrate to make this one at least a little bit more damaging, but also if they just fall off this, he's not really going to want to just hold on to the gun. It will be Kayak to close, and what started as a little bit shaky will now end with the weaponry being retrieved and a 2-0 start for Fnatic.
Well, like we said, there was no need to ever be worried. A 2-0 start. the dream for Fnatic. It was. Yeah, I mean, looking at that in reverse, it is ridiculous, I think, for Seavoff to be dropped so quickly as well. The flash was good, but the response on the other side was stronger. A 2-0 start, as we said, though. Here's the rifles out on the other side. And this is where we could see KC pick up the pace. 4 players on north side already, looking to really ham-fist this approach. And Alfier will be sent fleeing the scene as a result.
Orbs
That's
being
it.
collected once again.
Gotta go.
Imagine rate is going to be getting pretty close at running back being online. Obviously still some weaknesses here for Fnatic, but a very slow tempered pace. Not quite what we were seeing when it came to Haven for KC. Not willing to gamble too much and clearly trying to make sure that, okay, maybe they are going to get this orb in a second, but just in case there's aggression, because you kind of expect it, especially with how much they have in terms of weaker weaponry. We even saw a Sheriff a moment ago. Expectation is that they're going to try and push.
They didn't go with the wall. Levin's looking for a pick here rather than trying to take the space, but they're losing players to spams. They're losing the north side fight as well on Arcade. All the while, the A site has been taken over. Sagetsu's just walked through and cleared all this space. The problem is, if they had a 4v5 even, this would be worthwhile. But instead, Sagetsu has to take a bigger risk. He has to go looking for picks. As the plant goes down, he has a chance. Right now, Crashies is isolated, but Crashies is also playing this really cautiously, waiting for his teammate to come and join him. Him and Alpha will go together, and they've now spotted Sagetsu. I believe that they'll know that he's there.
Marked one.
One player's further back. The Nightfall didn't connect. The clear onto Aves is going to make it almost seem like there's no one there, and then Alfier's holding the deeper angle. Smart stuff from Alfier, and it leaves Narrate alone. They'll get one, but it's an immediate trade. A brilliant round from Alfier. I think just very smart positioning as well. And Fnatic winning a bonus. This is looking much better from them.
Right back on the horse, and I think confidence building is such an important part of this now, especially after just being destroyed in the previous map. You know, we had the excuses for map 1 of it being a comp they're trying out, one that had clear weaknesses, and one that the clear weaknesses were exploited, right? But now, the previous map is what really threw me for a loop, because although it should have been KC's map from the get-go, it shouldn't have been that dominant. It shouldn't have been even close to that dominant. And so I really needed to see Fnatic come in here and show us that they can still play ball. And they've very much done that in these first 3 rounds. So much so that Zaysh has gone for a tactical timeout. KC not liking how this map started.
Yeah, I think clearly taking their time quite a bit to sort of figure out the map, but with the amount of utility that Fnatic were able to just dump in the last 30 seconds of the round, I think it might be a talk about just trying to bait out some of that utility a little bit more quickly, or even just being a bit more disrespectful. I think that's what's worked out for them so far. Think of the amount of like pushes through smokes or like aggressive takes that we've seen from them, especially on this map where you have those 4 different avenues on the attack. I kind of have the expectation that we're going to see more of the same. And if Fnatic are able to have this sort of slow, controlled approach, you are almost just playing directly into their hands.
Curious to see then if we see KC playing the map a little bit more. A few more pump fakes, although we've already seen that attempted in the early stages. This should be an easy round. Kayak is being put under pressure to start this out, but mostly pistols in the hands of KC. Sheriff that's getting aggressive on Levin. Spam does a lot of damage, but he's now primed for the kill. And Boaster is the one to fall. Okay, gets a little bit spooky, but it's still mostly just Sheriffs. It should still be doable, but Sagetsu's found one, and the pick they got in return was the ult. The trades come in thick and fast, and it is still KC favored in this fight. They managed to recover weapons. They've gotten the site and even a plant if they want it. Now the pressure sits with the molly. Seavoff might be forcing them out into the open. No, there's a small gap just about safe in that corner. Nice work by Crashies, by Seavoff, and together they have taken the round back.
Really good recovery. That round got so incredibly dangerous, and okay, they had to use a Nightfall and a couple of other things in the mix, but that's well worth it to make sure that round doesn't slip away. I think also with the run it back being expended, that was one that clearly felt like it could go the other way for KC, and maybe should have done. Just being caught in some awkward battles, not quite able to trade things over the line. That's going to be 4-0. Of course, this is where the buy comes back in, but as said, they no longer have those ults to make this buy that much more dangerous.
Northside crunch, or Northside push at least on Dish. You can see the space is taken by Fnatic. Sugetsu's going back to rejoin the group who are working that space towards B. Again, feeling that pressure from Sugetsu that he might be being pushed. He leaves, contains southern side, and now they refill back in that space. This is a lot of time delay from that defensive side for very little. Oh my god, what a shot from Sugetsu.
I thought that maybe this was an idea to try and bait them with the utility, but the team are now rotating back in this direction. I wonder if they'll go across the rope and try and hit from the north side. No, it seems like they're going to group up and look to take this fight. Still a couple of players here. Molly into the corner. Sugetsu obviously left tag. The flash is gorgeous, and then the spam is enough. Gives them a two-man, make that one-man advantage. A very quick trade through the doors. And the site hasn't been claimed, but with the rotation, with the information, they're now going to take that space. Levin, I think, being wise not to overextend, but he's got to be careful. Still wins the battle. But there's a second player here in Alpha, and he is just taking over again. A third kill this round. Spike on the deck. And hey, you'll reveal that last player, but Sugetsu is a mile away.
That's 2 rounds now that Alpha's bailed them out of. Last round up in heaven, the same thing. Phoenix ult comes at him, deals with that, finds 2 players afterwards as well. Then this one right here, 5-0 off of his back. And considering the last map was 5 in total for Fnatic, I think it's fair to say that they're feeling a little bit better about the start here. A pause that came out of KC after round 3. Still no victory in their hands, and this is well, if you want to get back into a series like this, pretty much the textbook way to get those engines heated up. We've seen how quickly that momentum can change hands. There's no time to take your foot off the gas, or you're going to be in big trouble. Great work by KC to find 2. Crashies has managed to slip on the site, but Narrate's clearing him as well, and trades the name of the game here. Oh, they've even gotten shot through the smoke onto Alpha. With a 2v1, this should be easy.
Ollie?
Spike planted.
Okay. Oh, it should force him into a fight. No, it hasn't gone far enough. Never mind. If it did reach, it would have forced him into a fight, but I think just a little bit rushed. Now he can claim that angle. Poster has to be wary that there's still a player there, and well, okay. He now knows there is for certain. It's the second player he doesn't know about. Maybe a slightly too aggressive angle from Levin. He goes for the fight. Gives Boaster an opportunity. 2 bullets remaining. Still a second Prowler, and now just down to his classic. Would have to reload, giving the game away, but Aves is still just isolated in this corner, needs to win the fight, and will do just about. It's not pretty, it's not clean, but it's a round.
Yeah, it was anything but pretty, but indeed a round found in the end for KC. A 1v1 of massive value. And again, you know, the start to this, the spam through from Sugetsu, finding 111, opening up sight, everything went perfectly, but the end does end up looking a little bit sloppy from Aves. The work done though. A round on the board. They've finally broken that curse, and there's so much more left to do. Fnatic still buying back up, still having a healthy position to play from. Orbital strike as well. Oh! Sevov! That was sensational. And they've just walked through a smoke and caught him with his back turn. He really thought they were going to flash.
Oh, it's awkward. It's messy. And
What?
like, they're just running a... This is what I sort of mentioned
What?
about the previous map. They're just sending it forward. And that has been enough to get them into the site, get them a plan. They still have to run it back. They have everything. Okay, trip broken. That should now be known. And then immediately, and a smoke is going to go down. Now, right now doesn't really have the best of positions to actually activate his ultimate, but instead he's going to use it to try and fight versus Alpha here. Instead, he runs through. Alpha's still within the smoke, and he's going to find him. That's info, and Dosia's waiting. It leaves one remaining, and Kayak has no choice but to scurry away, run for the hills. It's the brute force strategy. Like, you could see Fnatic in almost every turn, Mitch, were caught with utility in hands. I think Crashies was either lining up a Haunt or a Seize and just gets domed.
Was it Crashies? Who was on site there? As they got
Crashies.
destroyed. Yeah, I
That
mean...
was Crashies. He didn't have a gun out. I'm certain of that.
He didn't have a gun out and he was looking the wrong way, so that's...
Yeah.
That's two problems.
Those
Either
are two
one.
bad things.
Yeah. Either one of those probably enough to get you murked, but two, yeah, you're having a real good day if you survive that one. It is unusual, sheer pace diff. As this start was perfect. What a shot from Sevov, and then Narate just walks through smoke, goes, oh, he's not looking the right way. Goes on site, goes, oh, he's not looking the right way, and then almost the same thing with Boaster when he was in the ult. Handed that play, handed the round, and 5-2, they decide on the attack that there should be some aggression. Like, we clearly expected some defensive aggression, clearly expected to be pushed. And failing it, they'll take that space themselves. Already information there for Fnatic that there's players on Dish. And they give up that space and instead fight for main. I don't mind the trade-off here. It's going to get them a very early flank if they keep going.
Could be the turning point. Couple of ults available. I'll run it back for Sevov. Really, everything here is going to come down to Sugetsu. There are 3 players on that flank. If he gets one, fantastic. But because of that, he's heard everything. They're going back to A. They know that these players are coming in from the other angle. I don't know how how is he still alive? You're pushing down a man on his own. 2 is absurd, especially when they knew he was in that corner after the
30
first.
seconds left.
Incredibly well played, but they've realized now that it's going back in the other direction, but I think it has to fall to the same again. Like, Kayak needs to save that off.
Yeah, based on what we're seeing, that call has already been made. And I do agree, 2 kills from that position is ridiculous, but Sugetsu uses his cage perfectly, repositions as well. We got on board with him just as I think he was jumping after a stun landed on him. And then they emerge from the smoke, from the cage, looking the wrong way. Really, really nicely done. Almost, it does look like that defense will get away with their weapons. And the only risk being the AWP up close, but Neon can run quite fast. It is now 5-3. It is now the momentum picking up for KC. A worrying sign, especially as it's here on the attack that brute force worked around before, where Narate was able to completely catch them off guard, and this time a snake in the grass managed to sink its venom in to Fnatic. They're not happy. And they'll take a timeout.
It's understandable. The start they had, you sort of mentioned it. A couple of insane rounds from Althea that helped them a bit, but then in the rest, it looked relatively comfortable. And then I feel like this round was a little different to the other 2, but the last 2 rounds, it just felt like KC simplified things a bit. I almost wonder if that was what was said in the pause. It's like, we're trying to go for these late hits off all their utility. Why not just disrespect their utility? Like, we are out-fragging them today. We are winning most of those fights, and you've seen it from Narate. Like, the round that he managed to win almost single-handedly was just him running through util and catching people off guard. That's something that Fnatic have fallen victim to all throughout the day. Okay, maybe map 1, not so much. It felt like their own comp, but now their lead slipping. The last time we saw KC play this map with this comp, they had a really stellar defensive side, 8-3 defense. So you don't want to let this one slip out of your grasp once again.
You know, the funny thing is you say that Fnatic fell victim to it all day and then say, oh, not so much map 1, it was more their comp. And then I think, well, they did lose a couple rounds to Doja just TPing behind them. Just straight up going, shrouded step. I'm here now.
But I don't think that was... to be fair, he didn't run through their utility. He ran through them.
Exactly, yeah. It was their utility on 2 maps, and it was the entire body of the attackers on the other. But, a 5-3 score and a slow start to this one. No blows traded early on, but good space. And then this is Fnatic taking north side, gone through dish. Well, they're spotting that. They don't know there's a trip that's been sat there the entire game. It's holding a lot of information for KC in that late round, and I don't think it's been broken at all so far. KC. What? They were grouping up A main, and Seabuff just spammed. He's taken 11 down to 1 as well.
I think, no, 11 was dinked by Boaster, or was it the first player that was dinked by Boaster? One of them was dinked by Boaster.
Get out of here.
He's cheating. Okay, he's just started wall hacking. That has been the response for Fnatic. They took the pause to enable Seabuff's wall hacks. This is a joke if you have an IQ of less than 5. Nonetheless, Boaster now on the other side of that smoke. He was waiting to put that down for a long time, and now with the spike on the other side, that is a problem. Ult sent through. Gets him the information, but there's not really anywhere to go. You need to try and get that spike, and the second you do, you've just been wrecked. Probably just going to save onto the weaponry at this point. Maybe Narrate just tries to get an orb.
10 seconds left.
He's surprised. Oh, he's going to go back. They really want to kill him, but it seems like he really wants the orb. So if anything, they're kind of helping each other out.
There you go. He gets what he wants in the end. Everybody does. 6-3 for Fnatic. It's not over just yet. I was worried seeing the win filled the sails of KC that they would just catch right back up, maybe even take the lead by the time we close this out. But all they needed was Seabuff to start cheating, and all of a sudden, all their problems are gone. That is insane, right? He kills one through the wall, hits another one just as they're walking across, and already, you know, your win percentage in a round like that where you're 1.5 kills to the good should be very, very high.
3. Lead extended. Round that high impact from Seabuff. But again, a round where I feel like KC slowed it down. They're doing the same again. That's now Sugetsu being caught a couple of times. His late lurks were helping them out significantly, but now they're going to try and pick up that pace a little bit. Kayak here with the operator. He's going to be under some serious pressure. They've gone past him. They've completely gone past him, and now he's been revealed. Eventually, they're going to realize that there is a snake among them. And actually, Narrate's done well to clear him. It leaves it all onto just him remaining, but he's still full health. Managed to dodge the util. No, he's not got a gun out. Not again. Okay, Crashies gets the gun out, thankfully.
A really nice try by Narrate, though. Dodging the Prowler was beautiful. 7-3 we go nonetheless. It is Fnatic finding the win. As you said, extending the lead. And remember, the comeback, the reverse sweep needed 3 maps in a row. That's where we often say, you know, you want to see these wins be kind of dominant if you're going to believe in them actually making that bounce back. And so far, yeah, it's been pretty convincing. It's definitely the best that Fnatic have looked today. I think they were 6-1 up before and had it slip down. 7-3 scoreline. Feels repeatable. Okay. Feels reliable, but Kayak's gone down right away. The op bought up by Narrate. Already finding huge impact. And look at where the defenders are. If you know there's an op in play, you can't really go through those smokes to take fights. It's pretty much being forced into giving that plant away.
This is a great spot to be in. You've still got Nightfall. Actually, it's going to be used immediately by the defenders, but then the counter can come through on the other side instead. Devos made it quite far in towards the site, but Althea being shut down at the same time definitely makes it that little bit more awkward. They do have to check on that spike, though. Clearly feeling a little bit nervous about it. And, well,
Last player
Sugetsu
standing.
will have cleared that position, leaving Seavoff alone. A nice shot onto one, but it is, again, a response. 7-4. Definitely not
Last
out of
round
this
before
just
the switch.
yet.
Gotta go.
They actually still kept a couple of their ults for the next round, Mitch.
I think the big problem here for Fnatic is when they're going for those retakes, they don't have, and there are no question marks in KC's minds. They have a trap on the north and the south side. It's completely locked down, and they don't need to worry about anyone getting past them. So both talking about the comps on the other side and just the positions they're in. So then everybody's focused on main, on spawn, sorry, for the regular retake. No one's looking elsewhere. And I think that has been a problem. We're not going for those flank plays. You're not destroying those trips that often.
Again!
And there go the trips. Never mind. Not a problem this time. KC don't have them to work with.
Sugetsu has been caught quite a few times now, just being aggressive over on that A side of the map, and it hasn't really been working.
It was unusual to push through the smoke for it as well. I mean, from what I've seen,
timing, but he wanted the timing of it, but he's done it enough times, and now Crashies, look at the flank, so well placed, and Seavoff alongside him. This time, Fnatic's pincer has worked wonderfully and just leaves 2 remaining. I think it's Narrate with an operator as well. I don't know if he's switched that out, but he needs to try and get something done, and Kayak's not going to miss that shot. It leaves the full rotation to come in and support him. It would have to be a catastrophic error. Oh, okay, you lose the Phoenix ult, but now making it through the smoke, the spam, the reveal. It is all perfect from Fnatic. The best half we've seen from them, no doubt, so far. They are 8-4 in the lead.
Yeah, this is a big resurgence from FNC. As long as the second half doesn't take a massive turn for the worse, it looks like they might be back on track, back in this series. Again, the scoreline 2-0 in terms of maps for KC. The resurgence was needed. And if this is dominant, we may well be on track. We'll find out if that's the case after the break. Welcome back, folks. 8-4 when we left you, and 8-4 when we got back into the game. At least, hopefully, for Fnatic, Tom, they've taken the lead. They've looked fantastic. It looks like everything is right back in working order. Any concerns, though, now that we move into that second half?
I wouldn't say so. I don't think this is their second choice, but they're running the same composition that we've seen from them throughout the regular season. Oh, I'm going to have to pause myself because I thought we were about to get a brawl. I see 5 players walking towards 3 players, and there was real potential. Even still, Fnatic about to seemingly pick up that pace towards the B side and to get to under pressure.
Spike down B.
Oh, and it's Fnatic to come ahead in those battles. Only one left standing towards the side as reinforcements are on their way. Sugetsu needs to hold down the fort, and he's done remarkably well. That flash from Sivov, he ate it, but came right back and took a bite out of Sivov. 2 versus 2 in the plant. Not easy to find here. Alpha potentially isolated as it happens, and oh my goodness.
There.
Aves has caught him through the wall, left him down to a sliver of health. They're both so low, sub 10 on each, and yet Boaster and Alpha have got the pistol. That is a round that may just send them to map 4.
Yeah, I don't know how they've come out of that alive. I think good bait from Boaster just to give that little bit of an angle over to Alfia to swing on the final kill, but I feel a bit bad for Sugetsu. Did very well up in the tower. I think to get more than one was impressive, but this is the Fnatic we wanted to see. Like, coming out of rounds in sort of clutch scenarios, that they've always had those big moments players, and I think especially in the circumstances, winner of this game qualifies. They are 2-0 down. The pips at the top do not lie. But in their second map choice, things are looking a lot better. And realistically, this round should just be a formality, but thus far this series, that hasn't been the case.
No, there have been a distinct lack of easy rounds, even when there shouldn't be. Fnatic plant, and they're out. No further risks needed up against these pistols. Even Boaster should be in a nice spot now. Although they don't seem to have any idea about Heaven. Boaster was smoking with Heaven open, so yeah, no surprise. Doja goes in there and ends up landing one for free. But now Boaster on the wraparound. He'll see they're not defusing. He'll take the kill, and the round is now theirs. Well, thank God they're not defusing. That molly wouldn't have done much to stop it.
It's a defensive molly. He's keeping himself safe.
Yes, they can't push me.
He was feeling a little bit cold. He was feeling a bit cold, and he was like, "Oh, you know what I need? A Molotov at my feet."
Yes, it's all adding up now. How could I not have seen the writing on the wall?
Not 10-4.
This is a nice one.
This map's starting to look like a formality for Fnatic, which, hey, coming into the day, this is kind of how I think most people would have expected the series to go, but they've definitely felt some resistance. If there is going to be anything more, it needs to be now from the side of KC. It's a little labored, but the trade's going effectively in their favor. Early advantage. Spike lost. 2 players grouping up to take control of it. The only worry I have is just Alfia on the other side. If he can find a timing, maybe there's a shot. Okay, they didn't expect Crashies to be in the corner. This is now a little bit dangerous. And it leaves Levin alone. And Alfia's managed to find one more. This really is getting scary. They should have a decent idea of where Levin is going to be. And Levin decides to peek. His teammate was wrapping around behind. This now comes down to a 1v1 scenario. A round that should have been impossible. But again, Alfia is looking to try and grab them another off his own back.
Well, if this doesn't end the map, I don't know what will. For Alfia winning this one out, as you said, should have been an impossibility, yet here he is. 1 versus 1, plant open, time ticking. He's not going under, is he? He's not, surely. Okay, he's just tucking in. It would have been way too risky. He wouldn't have been able to stop the defuse, yet still, from his current position, he's quite far away. If Sugetsu was to stick this, he gets it at least a half, but now, closing in the distance is Alpha. Good read on the timing. Steps heard. Alpha's got the info to work with. Oh, man! That's normally where you peek to see if he's defusing, but Alpha rips his head clean off.
Just Alfia things. He's had a few of those this game and looking a lot more comfortable than what we've seen on some of the other maps. He's in form, and as I said, if this is going to be a turnaround of a series and not just a map, these are the sort of plays you need to see. I do think that from Levin is just such an unbelievable gamble for no reason at all. Like, you know that your teammate's coming behind. You know that, like, even if he takes the spike, it doesn't matter. You at least have the 2v1. That's one of the few ways that you lose that round, and, well, he went for it.
I'm pushing to 12 towards the B site. That's where Fnatic will look to take this one across the line and set themselves up for map point. Cypher utility waiting for them. Cam already destroyed in a smoke. Popped up in their face, but they'll emerge from that quite quickly. Sprinting it down. Phoenix already up top, but hold on. They have walked clean past Suigetsu. And never mind, he's been deleted the second he made it to the site. So a sneaky play indeed. Good trigger discipline, but nothing to come from it.
And the question now is, what do you do if you're the remaining two players? You try and hold on to what you've got? No, they're going to try and send everything in, but I think this kind of shows the state of the game. When you're in a 2v4 and you're trying to Phoenix ult to get yourself back in, nice work from Aves, but that time has been ticking, and they still have a crossfire around the edge of these smokes. The reveal will at least garner one, but he needs these next 2 kills in a second. Oh, he does get one. I don't think there's enough time. Boaster just sitting back, relaxing. May even get dropped at the end. Oh, he even gets it with the fall damage. That's nice for Aves, but he dies, and ultimately the round still goes Fnatic's way.
Indeed. Now 8 rounds in a row. I think we're all excited to see what happens on Ascent. That is almost definitely where we're going now. KC, a team that have had complete control. They dominated in the previous. Like I said, I wouldn't be doubting Fnatic's ability to come back if it hadn't been such a blowout. The fact that the last map was so clean for KC, it made me worried, but evidently there was no need to panic. As Fnatic looked to settle this with a dominant win and start that comeback into the series nice and early on.
And that looked like if blind activates stun, the script running for Kayak.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, not a whole lot to play with. I'm looking at Levin holding a Spectre, which is a gun that you really don't see too much. EMEA at the moment. Shows the financial restraints that are on this round while needing 8 in a row. Fnatic look like it took a couple of maps for them to get going, but they are now awake, and the beast from EMEA is looking that little bit more scary. An attempt was made to get to stuck in the site. It's going to take a lot of damage, but does manage to just about avoid the ult. But they are aware of the few potential. That's a nice shot, but nothing more to be had. And now it leaves Aves once again 1v3 to stay in the map.
And there it is, the last shot delivered. Didn't want to count Aves out, but, well, KC counted out of this one with 4 rounds under their belt. Look, after a dominant map in the previous, this is what we needed to reset the series and bring us back into the land of excitement, because it looked like KC were the only team that showed up today, Tom, but I think just in the nick of time, Fnatic have found their form.
Yeah, and an utterly dominant map like that as well is the exact way you could flip this series. Like, I think you go back to Haven, and like I wouldn't sit there and go like, oh no, compositionally they were weak because they were running something relatively standard plus a chamber. So I think it was just that we didn't see a lot of the players stand up today. I'll say Sivov has just been having a fantastic day as well. Like, even though it may not have worked in EMEA, in this qualifier, he is looking great. Althea had some incredible moments in that map in particular. So that is sort of those win conditions starting to show for the side of Fnatic. I think if we start getting a really good map out of the likes of Kayak, then maybe the reverse sweep is still possible. But, of course, for KC, it is a story of needing one more map still to close out this series and head to Paris. So the ball is firmly within their court. It's just whether or not they maybe have waited a little bit too long to close, and now Fnatic will truly show what they're worth.
Well, that's it. Time to find out if KC can close on Ascent or if Breeze will be needed to send a team to Paris. That's the goal of today, and we're one map away, potentially, from seeing that fulfilled. For now, though, folks, before we get into Ascent and maybe even Breeze, we're going to take another little break.
時しようよ準備開拓早くまだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Welcome back, folks. It has been a wild ride. A 2-1 scoreline now, with Fnatic taking the most dominant map of the day in just the previous. But Tom, a story long from over. 2-1 often where the story ends, but for us, we maybe have 2 more maps coming. Breeze, our 5th, should be exciting, but Ascent up next. Talk to me about it. How do you feel like these teams are going to fare? KC coming hot off the back of a dominant loss.
Well, yeah, I think it's an important talking point, because obviously, like, having that defeat is going to take the wind out of your sails, and the way they've been playing has been so sort of hyper aggressive that I feel like that can't really be the case going into Ascent. I also think that you have sort of 2 very different ideas, that like classic double duelist composition, and then Fnatic was sort of going back almost to an old school comp, like with the Jet, KO, Sova, Omen, but then they have the Vice in, and I don't know if you remember, I assume you will, the Vice from Alpha, which was utter filth. Like, they end up, like, basically choking that map away, because Rien's also had an incredible series, but they lost to the team that ended up winning the whole of EMEA. So I think that we could safely say that their map was looking pretty good, and also Althea was looking incredible, which if you've just watched Fracture, or if you maybe missed it, he was incredible just now. So expectations still pretty high. Interestingly, though, it does seem like they've moved away from the Jet and gone back to Neon, as most have on this map in general. It doesn't seem like they're changing anything else, so maybe just a personal choice, or the fact that, hey, we might as well abuse the agent while it's still as strong as it can be. On the other side of things, no surprise, since the last few days of competition, it's that double duelist once again coming out for KC.
So, Tom, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but quite a surprise to see Alpha stepping away from the Vice as well, right? We talk about that as a big hit, somewhere he's personally had a lot of success. And in the first map, when the Triple Sentinel is run, we talk about, you know, maybe seeing the Cypher drop out for a Vice. And I can understand it there. And when you talk about the advantage brought by Cypher, when you're playing that Triple Senti, when you're playing deep on sites, Cypher utility can still give you information and still bring a lot of value on those deep site punishes, like you're getting a Neon diving all the way into backside, then it hits the trip, instead of it being a wall that has to be placed kind of in the front of the choke point, where most of the time it's going to get broken, or you're leaving massive gaps in terms of the information that you have if you're not locking it down. So I get it. I understand why they made that change there. But here, Tom, somewhere that Alpha's had so much success, it does seem strange to see him step away from it. Not that he's going to have a bad game because of it or anything, but we know how high the ceiling is the other way around.
I'm almost wondering if it's, even though he plays well, he doesn't like it. I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because I think, like, when a guy goes and drops 31 kills on an agent, like, sure, he can do it with anything, but it looked very good. Like, it was causing a lot of issues for teams, especially the Thorns getting out onto the site and going into a composition that you know is running double duelist, like, and they're going to try and be pacey. I actually think that the Thorns are going to hold more value than the Cypher setup. So maybe it's a preference choice. Maybe they just really want to flood the amount of information. I think on other maps, it makes more sense because you're not running double initiator, but here they are. So I kind of go like, you kind of don't need the additional information because you already have that secondary initiator, but clearly it's something they feel is a necessary change. Maybe it's something that goes slightly in better tandem with the Neon, but I don't know what that aspect of it would be. So I don't know. It could genuinely just be that they struggled with having more information on the attack side, like leaving lurks, and maybe it gives him more to be able to play around, or just wanted to go head-to-head versus his opponent in Sugetsu. Could be that. But yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed not to see it again, just because of how good Althea was on the Vice.
Well, we won't get to see the Vice, but we will get to see Ascent as the barriers are up. And already, you can see that KC are taking space towards middle, right into Kayak's waiting arms. The spam battle. Already seen Levin take a couple of tags. He's in the danger zone as he steps up ever closer to that arch, but they've decided, after a moment, to calm down, to cool the jets. And I don't even think this is an adjustment to a short push. Although the spike is walking up, they've still got one outside B, one waiting on mid. I mean, KC, I think, have yet to make a decision. They're really just seeing what the reaction is from Fnatic, and it's the most passive reaction you've ever seen.
It almost feels like Levin is desperately trying to bait players into a move, and he kind of has
30
done,
seconds left.
but you could see now from Kayak, he is going back in the other direction. They're walking into the Temple of Althea. It doesn't have much in terms of utility. He's spotted the trip. He's going to trap himself in the corner. I like it. Manages the one. It still holds onto that ground, but the trade has come back and the plant has come in. Don't really need to over-aggress on this, but obviously wary, and with how low Kayak is, that one's all too easy. Dealing with Althea, though, has been a problem! A massive problem! How is he still alive in the back of the site? And now they need to break that door. Sugetsu has a problem of his own. He needs to get these kills in a second, and he's not been able to. A defusal in front of his eyes, but dear Lord, how has Althea done that? You know what, Mitch? Maybe the Cypher's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on Vice, it wouldn't have that setup. I am perplexed. He's the first point of contact. They send narrate, no utility narrate. That's what they call him in the streets. He's got a sheriff on Phoenix. He's looking to get down below. Now, a flash there might have changed the game, but who's to know? That cage went up so quickly. The fact that he gets 4 from there is sickening. Pistol round for Fnatic. Considering they only conceded 4 in the previous, I think it's fair to say that a pistol would have been quite valuable for KC. You know, the one thing for this squad is the only thing worse than bombing out of stage 1 and looking dreadful in VCT is being 1 map away from qualifying to Paris and then having it stolen away.
Yeah, I think anybody would be a little bit upset, you know, if they were close to making it to Paris and then continuously struggled to do that.
Even if it was just like a weekend away, let alone the cash on the line for these boys.
In this case, it's not just 2 games away, it's just 1 map away. But KC, they've got to be careful that they don't let this slip through their hands. Of course, in this round, expectations incredibly low. A little bit of a ruse being sold, but once again, they walk into Althea's setup, which I think if you watched the Heretics game, they very quickly realize, even if he was on the Vice and is now on the Cypher, you want to avoid Althea as much as humanly possible. This time, though, okay, he only got 2, which honestly, for Althea, is pretty poor. The rest of his teammates are struggling in that vein. Now, they do need to plant the spike. They've retrieved a lot of heavy weaponry. Even a Vandal was thrown into the mix, but Sivov's quickly found 2. Make that all 3. Fair play.
Yeah, I mean, they took too long in going for the plant in the first place. Nades thrown through by Sivov. You have to stick it straight through it. Got to take that damage. Ends up taking someone down with the nade. I believe was the planter. And then after that, oh, a little bit of individual skill shines through. But that is a heartbreaking round when this guy is again the one causing them trouble. Althea has just been such a menace, and in a round like that where it very much looked like they were about to swing the pendulum back, him stepping up with 2 is exactly what they needed. Great finish off by Sivov as well. Like I said, though, it just feels like they had a lot of ground. They went in the right direction. And then in that 3v2 back site, they just sit. Just sit and wait. And with 8 seconds left to plant the spike, you know, it's just... It's not a great idea.
Sugetsu seems well aware that
Cage triggered.
could have been a move.
Here.
Cross, I'm sure. Of course, it was a very costly round. Great flash. But both players managed to survive in the corner 11, creating a tunnel. That Molotov is only going to stop them pushing forward, but I guess that works. Kayak down. Re-swing. There's 2 players here. Althea with 1. The players will be revealed, but the ones he has to worry about are getting close to him. Boaster still does well to keep Althea alive, but he doesn't realize... Okay. Okay, Dosia's reactions there were so fast that he killed a player in front of him and up top within half a second.
Dosia, I think he had... Was it last map? He had an awful map in this series so far, and yeah, it was last map. He had 3 kills by the time they closed out. Yeah, it definitely wasn't the first one. I remember those TPs going crazy. Second was solid, but yeah, last one was a little bit of drop off. Good to see an individual moment from him already. As KC looked to wake back up 2-1 down. Nice round in the previous. And a mixed bag for them in this, but as we know in Valorant, there really is no such thing as an easy round. The setup on B, nasty if they run into it. The cam for point, and the cam's making a lot of noise. But it's those trips that are really presenting the danger. And with the spike gravitating to B, 3 players waiting inside. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty direct play. An immediate ult, 1 trip broken, and hiding in the cage. Alpha surely can't get away with as much impact as he did before. He surely can't be afforded this opportunity, but they haven't cleared him. He's sitting on the logs, and no one's looking his way. Alpha! It's a huge whiff. KC given a lifeline with that miss. And this lifeline is one they're looking to cash in on.
Because we were looking at him. You know, if we weren't watching, he wouldn't have gotten shy. He would have got 4.
Performance anxiety.
Yeah, you know, of all the players, it's Alpha that has the performance. Probably the most confident man on earth. But no, yeah, unfortunately, that gun could be unkind. And of course, for Narrate, farming up 4 kills, or 3 kills, sorry, in this round, but he has got himself the majority of the way back towards his ultimate again, which he just used to clear every angle other than Alpha. So, 2-2. An early response, which you feel was necessary. After the last map just being bullied, I think, obviously, for a lot of teams, if you're 2-0 up in a series, it's not going to hit you too hard. But I think for KC, after the season they've had in EMEA, just as said, I think the earlier they get this done, the better. I think if it gets to a last map, I would be putting all my chips on Fnatic. We'll see, though. 2-2 early. Only the pistol and follow-up, and Kayak already banning that operator. Normally a difference maker on this defense.
Nice shot by Kayak. And the drone goes through right afterwards as well, so no chance to capitalize on the space left behind. Attackers completely halted. And in a round like this, you know, you have Hunter's Fury, so post plans can be incredibly strong for KC, but more so, it's less likely now that Hunter's Fury gets activated to push through to a site to clear space. That timing is insane. Second boaster went back through to the site. Doja came in past that smoke, and he's waiting there when it fades. Or a farming in the archway.
He's just so quick. It seems like you put Dosia on
Spike down.
Omen, and he's your best duelist. He does have an issue now. If he had his ultimate, this wouldn't be such a worry, but that is one of the worst positions a Spike could be in, with nobody particularly close. Zebov has also caught the closest player. Where are they going at this point? Are they just going for kills? Are they playing TDM? They've just forgotten that the Spike exists. Yeah, okay. Fnatic will take that one all day long, but I'm not sure what just happened in this round from KC. It looked like they were running around like headless chickens.
My thanks.
I'll be honest, I was holding there for the pause, but it hasn't come through. We saw a 3-0 pause out of Zation in the previous map, but no concern apparently with how this one's gone. And agreed with you, it does look a little strange. You know, the spike down, Phoenix pushes through the spawn to wrap. Even if you get that kill, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
What's the plan? I mean, they're going to start rotating and go, oh wait, that's the spike. And then stay there. I don't know. Very weird round. Looks like they lost sight of their goals a little bit. And now the same old play from the rate. We've seen this ult pop to no value, and this time it's popped to no value. Alpha rips his head clean off. The amount of value he's finding off one cage at a time, bro, is ridiculous.
Yeah. You also have to bear in mind the last time he used that ult was against pistols, so it's going to be a lot more like sort of passive holds that you have a weaponry disadvantage. This time he's just, alright, you're just going to run in a straight line. I'm just going to spam. Aggressive position as well around the edge of the cage. Axe not managed to find anything off the back of it. I can only assume that the reason there was no pause is because they were going to go back to something a little bit more default. Spams from Crashies. A chance to maybe catch someone with the reveal, and he will. Wonderful stuff off the back of the Odin. That was all too free. with no chance at a response, it will mean that they can get themselves the plant. Dosia's going to try and play ahead of this, but you expect Fnatic to check this.
It's the flank on the flank that could decide this round. Late play by Sugetsu, but he's not being checked. I thought Alpha was going to see him, but wrapping through Market instead, it gives that angle to Sugetsu. He's here at the right time, but it's a little whiffy. Doesn't get as much out of that as he needed. Not as much juice for the squeeze. And down below, a very low Phoenix is waiting. Narrate's in trouble. And Levin's out of the round. This one done already. Nicely worked by Fnatic in that late stage. I think especially dealing with Sugetsu. That felt like it should have been the round-winning play.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, of course, when you have that many targets, it's all about the target selection. He missed that first bullet and hits the second, and it's just unfortunate because, obviously, that was... He goes for Kayak because Kayak's the biggest threat. And then the second he doesn't manage to get that shot, it is over. There's, like, Kayak's not going to miss. 4-2. Economically, a bit more of an awkward position now for the side of KC, and Fnatic have started to build into this one. Operator even put into the hands of Alpha. Maybe going to go for that peek in towards screens early. And, well, he's been seen. An immediate Hunter's Fury. A push-up as well. Hunter's Fury from the attack has found nothing. They used it on Alpha as he was on shore.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got hit to half.
Okay, Aves has got one. That was from main, possibly through the smoke. I believe it was. So that's a bit of a godsend of a pick to get. And now they wait a minute on the clock. Likely that a flank is attempted or someone over pushes. As we can see, that's happened. Kayak's gone into B main, cleared it. And because Kayak's cleared B main, I would be very surprised if Boaster walked straight into that crossfire on short. Luckily, he doesn't. And that's a key little detail. The trip was just placed by Sugetsu on mid. And Boaster goes back to watch it to see if someone's around this space. That means A is much lighter defended when they actually go to hit it. This little delay has worked perfectly. Now all they have to do is deal with Sevov. He gets the first flash fired out. Will delay, but KC are firing back and finding all the hits.
Same thing. Yeah, they expect it. Well played. They expected the Hunter's Fury. Oh, it might get someone anyway. It has.
Spike planted.
Even just tried to tap the spike and dodge. But the fact that it still gets a kill is massive. Means they have a way back in. Overdrive available as well for Kayak, which in these moments could be devastating. And still, maybe expecting some level of aggression. They're patiently waiting. Door broken. Ult not yet put through, but actually it's an immediate headshot from Levin anyway. And then Sugetsu is able to close out Crashies. A good job from the remaining two. And considering this buy still had some weaknesses to it, Mitch, that's a very big round to be won by KC.
Oh, most definitely. Even at the end there in that 2v2, what a wild shot connected, I believe, by 11. Kayak went to blitz out of the door, but yeah, that was wild. But this round, it definitely
got a wallbang headshot on Boaster as well.
Jeez. But it definitely felt like a round that was going to slip out of their control. Really, really nicely done to recover, and with that a 4-3. Still a full buy on the other side. Kayak's pulled out the operator as well, locking down short, but for now, the pressure is applied elsewhere. As we see early on, KC working for this control over wine. Sending the spike that way as well. This could even be a more direct play. The only thing is, on the other side of the map, you've got a late lurk being attempted. And KC have done a great job of pulling rotations so far, so they might try that again by showing a lot of presence here.
That knife's going to be irritating. Being caught by it means that they don't get all the information they want. And also, well, at least initially, Fnatic had 3 personnel there, but now they start rotating back. They start looking into mid. They're going, okay, well, we've spotted this many players. It's now a mind game of whether they go back in this direction or seek other control. And they were correct to think that there could be other control. Perfectly positioned, paranoia to get out Kayak as well. It's as free as an opener could be. They make sure they don't lose too much, but their opponents are not just sitting there. They've re-aggressed in towards that A site. They've got that additional control. The flash from the rate is perfect, but Kayak is still here, looking for more. The trades come back thick and fast, and now Boaster is forced into a retreat. A plant guaranteed. And nothing they can do about that.
The timer ticking. As this play through heaven means a walk through the smoke and a spam back. As they attempted to take down Boaster, they get everybody else. It does feel like a little bit of a gap in the thinking there. I'll bait the shots. Obviously, he's expecting to bait shots from the site, but because they're up in heaven, it's the teammates that get mowed down.
Yeah, that's actually as cursed as could be, because it is literally like, I'll bait the shots, and as he fades away, both of his teammates die, and then he dies afterwards. Because you're not really expecting your opponents to be as aggressive, but even still, he's kind of checking for that anyway. But they then just full clip spam through. 4-4, economy wrecked. We spoke about the popularity of the Bandit. Fnatic are now buying 4 of them. By the way, that gun's getting a buff. Just thought I'd throw that in. At the pro level, we are starting to see people come around to the gun. I really hope that it's like a sort of a fake buff, if that makes sense. Like one where they're buffing it to tell you, yeah, you should be using this. And in reality, they don't change too much. Because if it has genuine, like, if the aim of it or like the second bullet accuracy goes up, I think we're in trouble.
Yeah, I get you. It's sort of hope that it's an update that tells people, hey, it's buffed, you should try it out, but doesn't actually increase the efficiency of it.
Yeah.
Just shows them that it's actually more efficient than they thought the whole time. Now, same setup up in heaven. Paranoia's good. Nice flash and some shots landing. This is dangerous. Fnatic, with just a few pistols, are putting up more of a fight than when it's an even battle from the get-go. Narrate's even getting tagged. He's down to 20 HP. Spike acquired. He's getting out, but look who's waiting. Alphayer on shorts. Caught Sugetsu. This is it. A 1v3 off the back of the Bandit. A weapon which apparently needs a buff. And it's just found the round for Fnatic. I mean, shy of any big plays from Narrate.
Well, there is nowhere left to go. Unfortunately, all he can really do is claim the orb. But yeah, that is 4 bandits and a Guardian. Sure, the Guardian did quite a lot of the heavy lifting. A good round coming out from Crashies, but that one is going to potentially haunt dreams if this slips away from them. Just being beaten by the pistols, caught at every turn. And after a couple of tough rounds for Fnatic, they're going to reclaim the lead with that victory off the pistols.
What a wild ride this series is proving to be. Just as it feels like Fnatic are fading away a little bit, at least about to lose their lead, they fight back with pennies. Now round 10. Sugetsu's walking through the cage. He put his cam up and I saw him continue to walk, yet I still didn't believe what I was seeing. And he finds a pick for his trouble. And that looks like it should have been a thrown early fight. And he's dealt with a big danger on the other side. A battle of ciphers brewing in B main. While across the map you can see that KC are fighting Fnatic for that map control.
They don't have the spike. Like, they do have to go back and get that. I was just worried that if Sugetsu does end up in this fight, there is no one that can reclaim the spike if they continue pushing in this direction. The defense, in the meantime, have completely cleared out A main. 3 players on this side of the map, but it seems like they never had any plans to go in this direction. Alves almost gives up that man advantage, and now they may just look to try and close him down. They will. And now they need to clear Alpha here quickly. A TP to the other side of the map. Gives a bolstered defense. Althea in the corner, manages one. Boaster now still here. They need to clear him without losing anyone else, and they have done. It leaves Narrate. 1 versus 2. Rotation already coming in. Tries to bait the fight, but with no plant, he's going to end up finding an additional enemy, wanting to try and get aggressive looking for Crashies, but the dart will reveal him. Only 5 bullets left, and the time is ticking. Fnatic don't need to push. They don't need to face him. They don't need to give him anything because he needs this plant more than anything else, and they couldn't have timed it more perfectly. Fnatic will win this round out. And well, considering it started with a KC opener, you feel like that may have come down to them letting it slip a little.
Maybe Zaysh feels like that as well. Timeout's going to be pulled into play here for KC, as again, that opener was insane. Like, for Sagetsu to just walk up like that, and we saw it in, I think, the last map or the map before, where he was getting shut down in a lot of those early fights, and it was that exact thing happening. Him going for contact, walking into an op. This time, a completely different scenario. And we see 6-4 develop nonetheless, despite that round loss, no doubt, or despite that start to the round looking so good. It is a round lost, and no doubt KC feeling the hurt of that. In a series that they had 3 maps to try to close out, having this one slip away would definitely be scary. That said, we know that their attack side is not going to be where we see the majority of the rounds put up for them in the past. You can expect the same to happen here when it comes to defense, but what we don't want is Fnatic to have that momentum yet again. KC fans will definitely be losing a few fingernails.
Yeah, I think we saw it on Fracture, that even though they went on to what would be their favorite side, when you have an 8-4 half, a pistol round kind of forces you to take much more risks. Like, you're going to have to do something aggressive, you're going to have to rely on winning a pistol round, and if you don't, then the game can start to slip away from you. So I think it's a good time to take a pause. We've seen them do a lot with very little. A rifle into the hands of Narrate has definitely been enough to turn some rounds in the past, but it's whether or not they're going to be able to stem the bleeding and bring this back to a 6-6, which we would consider a pretty good half, or if Fnatic are going to end up with a pretty hefty lead going into the second.
A good start. I believe that spams and the shock darts doing quite a bit of damage from Fnatic around mid. Drone sent to short. And you can already see that the knife had gone down and it slowed that push, that aggression coming through. But now the Phoenix wall can go back up. They can close the distance, close it. Oh my goodness. Look at how much space Narrate's taken. He has ran it down, but as Aves falls now mid under pressure, up in heaven, Kayak is waiting for that wall. Was waiting for a player to walk through the wall, in fact, but drops off as Doja is sacrificed, you would think, in middle. Okay. Well, yeah. He has been well and truly sold down the river on that one. Crashies all alone, has the spike, and his backup is arriving now. No longer alone. This round should be lost. Hello. Hello. What this reposition? That's crazy from Narrate. He's only got 14 seconds left, but now he's got the chance to save an op.
10 seconds left.
Ooh, he's got to be careful not to be caught. They are hunting. You can understand why. Want to try and get that operator back, but not pushing anymore. Going to get to hold on to that. So, yeah, a little bit of a boost, a little bit of bonus economy that's been found for Narrate, but ultimately another round where it seemed to get very, very messy towards the end of it, and Fnatic were able to capitalize on that messiness. I think, yeah, this was kind of the moment where everything fell apart for them. Otherwise, there was definitely an opportunity, but Crashy's just holding onto that ground and making sure there wasn't really any chance at redemption. Still, though, Levin with an operator. Maybe have the chance to try and defeat Kayak in that op battle, but for now, at least, be a slower start once again.
Oh yeah, with the op to work with, makes sense to be pumping the brakes like this. Space taken by Kayak, though. Take a look at the mini-map. Wine is completely under the control of Fnatic. They've got a long sight line, and so only 2 needed to stay towards this A site. Rotations can come in much faster. But we have also seen this from KC, the willingness to play this default deep into the round as the clock runs dry. Flash caught the drone as well. You know, it's job done. Well played. But now the B site crunch, and this is the problem. You're still running into that side for utility, and it's been a long time, so I wouldn't blame you if you've forgotten, but I doubt they've forgotten how dangerous it is to push into Alfia's site.
Hunter's Fury being used as an attempt to disrupt, dismay. A few tags hit along the way, and that gives more opportunity to Alfia as if he needed it. They know exactly where he is, but that is meaningless. You may know where the final boss is, but maybe there's a challenger. 4 kills now for Zugetsu. He needs one better. This man always seems to make miracle plays when they need it the most, and this would have to be the best, but not today. A nice try from Zugetsu.
Well, we started out today by talking about how dangerous Alpha was on that defensive side and how many teams have had to come up with the strategy of just avoid Alpha. And I think we got a nice little reminder of why towards the end. Oh my god, bro. That looked like he was playing one of those old shooter arcade games with the way just a boaster jumping out from the side at him. Or like I can't understand how he's able to be such a consistent and strong player. But hey, listen. Or it was obviously Doja, not Boaster, jumping out. But I'm impressed by Fnatic's ability to, and I guess it's no surprise with this roster, but come into the first 2, especially the second map, and look so lackluster, and then turn it around so quickly to now be in the lead here on map 4.
Oh, nonetheless, it is a lead that they need to keep. Otherwise, this map will be slipping away. We're going to go off to a short break. We'll be back with half number 2.
That's when we forget just to be us.
Spike down mid.
Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just.
Well, Fnatic are back, baby. 8-4 on the board. A solid first half, but Tom, as I said in that previous, you know, and I think you'll agree with this, the second half, this is where KC do have a chance to turn it around.
I remember you saying halfway through map 2 that KC are already in Paris, so
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I feel like what you say is completely irrelevant.
No, I'm not sure that happened, so show me the proof.
Well, I could, but unfortunately, I don't think I'm being paid to scrub through the VOD. But yeah, it is there. If someone wants to clip that, ready for
AI generated
potential comeback. Nonetheless, fake news. The real news. A pistol is necessary if they're going to be able to turn the tide. The longer this series goes, the more dangerous Fnatic gets. But it's still going to be the trades back and forth. Decent work from Dosia, still holding his ground. And he's a man of many moments, looking for another. Has the support. Teammate, and even just going to try and create a little bit of daylight between him and his opponents. Crashy looking to try and round into the smoke. Seavo's done well, and they've walked past each other. Mistake being made, but seemingly his teammates will be able to bring it. That's insane. He's blinded and then wrecked by a shock dart he walks into. I don't think that was planned, but that was beautiful.
That was a juicy shock dart. Oh my god. Nice little bounce on that. 8-5 we go. Yeah, a pistol round, as you said, very much necessary for KC to bounce back into this game. It has been quite the Fnatic show in these last map and the first half of this one, but pistol certainly has a chance to right the wrongs of the previous. Now, the thing is, though, still gets so close in the end. You have Seavoff and Crashies in a 2v4, and they're able to isolate a couple of fights. I could have spiraled out of control, and definitely never going to be counting Fnatic out of it. We've learned the lesson in the past. We've learned it in the previous map. And perhaps they'll be here to teach yet again. For now, a low buy for the attackers. And look at the defense. Very, very spread out in defaults. Even the A-hold where a player's on his own, he can just TP out if he needs to. So this round should be all about avoiding giving any quarter to your opponents. Especially avoiding giving rifles over.
Oh, I think you have to say the same for the other side, though. Avoid giving Narrate too many orbs. There's one thing that can make that defensive side a little bit more dangerous. The Phoenix with an extra life. Of course, he's just waiting for any contact. Oh, somewhat missed the moment, but has been able to delay them nonetheless. A free orb for Fnatic, but that time's starting to tick now. 25 seconds. If they're going to go, they have to do it now, and multiple players waiting within the site. First one for Dosia is easy, and now the full force of his team are ready and raring to go. A chance... Oh, hello. That is one hell of a magic trick from Boaster. He's been practicing that one. Unfortunately, he still dies.
That looked so funny just seeing him spinning around going, wait, where'd he go? I saw he was here a second ago. It was Narrate hit him with a flash, and then Boaster just TPs. Caught him off guard. Well, 8-6. A round that should have been relatively easy and was relatively easy for KC. Coming into this. Oh, here we go. We might even get to see Boaster disappearing.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, there he's in the end.
Saw him appear. We are back into the round. This is where Fnatic get their bye, but more importantly, this is where, if you want this to go to 5, you're hoping that they stem the bleeding. Of course, for KC, a lot of weaknesses in this round, and they didn't manage to get any of those ultimates online to try and pad the gap. Flash through. Paranoia, very good indeed. There's Narrate, but he's still 2 away from having that ultimate. And that Spectre's not the best from this position. As Boaster, Crashies combining. 2 have had a very quiet series thus far, starting to step up as this series moves on. Maybe even expecting that shock dart. It seemed like Crashies before planting completely repositioned himself. Now only one stands. A couple of low players for Sugetsu.
Oh,
it doesn't matter.
no.
He didn't hit a bullet.
Oh, no. That was not pleasant to look at. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Mouse issue? Mouse issue, I think maybe disconnected.
Yes. Yeah. Technical pause. Let's get that one called in on our end.
He was flashbanged in real life.
Maybe he pulled a muscle in his wrist. I think that would excuse it.
Okay.
Or he could be playing with a steering wheel. I've seen that. That looked fairly similar tracking-wise. But other than that, I'm out of excuses. That was a bit of a wild spray to end.
The Wii remote. You know, he was actually just pointing with his
No, mate, the Wii remote, you'd have crazy flicks. You'd hit everything. I used to play COD on the Wii. It was next level, bro. I'm telling you, the peak gaming. With the little mount as well, so you're holding an actual gun.
Was it
crazy.
World of War?
It was, yes.
Yeah,
the dog's kill streak was fire. Car 98K. Well, Kayak might as well have a Car 98. He's just ripped Narrate out of the round. Nice early fight. Paranoia is caught onto Doja. Yet still, he's in the perfect spot to make use of it. Ends up trading out. We're back to a 3v3. All things considered, that's not bad for KC, but then Seavoff makes sure that it is bad for KC.
Yeah, Avid's not expecting anybody to be that close. Now he's repositioned again. This fight could win the round or potentially let them back in. Maybe slightly unnecessary. Isolated away from his teammates. Clearly didn't expect anybody to be there or expected to win the fight. A 2v2, the only ultimate online, is not really one that you can hope to use in this scenario. That in a pretty awkward position underneath the site. Both players in spot as they now look for the fight. Not gone well initially for Levin, and now it's all on to Sugetsu again. A man known for these moments. Needs the final kill, and he will get it as well. Oh, they're going to owe this man plenty if they manage to take this over the line, as that is another clutch for Sugetsu.
You know, I've heard in other sports, like in football, you get a bonus like for every goal the keeper saves, gets a little bit of extra cash. You give Sugetsu that for clutches, and you're going bankrupt within a week, my buddy. It's going to be a tough time. They're going to take your Coke Zeros away from you in the lobby, I'll tell you that. 9 rounds where Fnatic have to stay for now. And, I mean, this is somewhere that, for KC, as we said, this half could be the bounce back, but that felt like it was gone. The opportunity had slipped through their fingers, and Sugetsu has just grabbed it back with both hands.
I think this would maybe give them nightmares about Ascent if Fnatic were to let this one slip. It was the map that ended up eliminating them. And they played in EMEA in their attempt to qualify for London. Of course, this isn't an elimination game. There is a lower bracket that awaits, but it is not a very friendly lower bracket. For Na'Vi, I believe now BBL has also managed to make it that little bit further forward. Loser of this game will face against Na'Vi with their full roster, which is nice. You know, they've managed to get exit ready for this one. Then the winner of the other game as well. So it really isn't anywhere that either of these teams would particularly like to go. First time is always the charm. Already, Raid's ult active, but hasn't found anything for it. Ult traded out. Paranoia is sublime. It left a lot of people blind. And just look how many people are on this site for the defense. They have 4 players within B.
Rotate.
And I think Fnatic have gone... They've started counting on their hands. It's like, okay, well, I've seen this much utility. Surely that means there can only be one elsewhere.
For KC, another pick here would be so valuable. And Sugetsu's in the right spot for it. The crossing, not watching him. But he's down to a sliver of health and will fall right after. A 4 versus 3 now. 10 seconds. Denying the plant would be huge, but giving away a pick, not worth it. Unfortunately, it happens anyways. Boaster standing his ground against Levin, finds the first in a 3v3 now in play. The attackers have time on their side. The herd thinning out in response to Doja's death. But one player far away. It's Alfier sitting in main, who looks to run this clock down and swings out to close it. Double digits locked in for Fnatic.
A big round from them. And I like as well that I think Boaster very quickly realized that, okay, if there's this many people on the other side of the map, the other player might be holding more aggressively. If I could TP into space, that sets us up wonderfully. Because that was the only real issue for Sugetsu. Everybody coming in from one angle, but he now has to be more aggressive because he lost control. Because he lost the site, he needed to do more. I think, again, Levin just a little bit ahead of the herd. It made it so much more difficult for the remaining 2. And then the crossfire of the last couple worked wonderfully. 3 rounds now away from taking us to a map number 5. I don't think I would have expected coming into the day, but then again, I didn't expect Fnatic to go 2-0 down either. So, again, it's definitely been very interesting in these qualifiers.
But it has been very cool to see for KC. Like, regardless of how this ends, you can now start to believe in that lower bracket run. I mean, if this was a different world, sure, Fnatic probably do come in and hit that 3-0. If it was the world that we lived in stage 1, it's without a doubt that they do. I reckon you could let KC pick the first 3 maps. It would still be a 3-0 to Fnatic, and even if they were allowed to pick Haven 3 times. That's during stage 1. But now, a different story, a different team, and showing that the work that they've done definitely matters. It definitely has improved. They have a week if they go down to the lower bracket as well, but for now, there's no thoughts at lower brackets. The lead is for KC. Not on the map, but in the series. They're just a couple of rounds away from equalizing and setting themselves up with a chance to lock in Paris without a 5th map. Avoiding early combat. And oh my goodness, in B main. And they've gotten a flash out of them. It's not a bad early utility burn. The main thing was to drag rotates to B, though. That has not really happened.
Osia in the corner. This time he will be dealt with ease. Normally he's an issue, and Kayak is just farming. This is what we wanted to see from him on this Neon. A man that can cause so many issues for teams. Many have fallen a victim to his individual brilliance. Even still, though, Narita has done well. But it's only going to be couple with the finances still decent for Fnatic, for them still firmly in the lead. It's costly, but I don't think they'll mind too much.
You're saying Narrate did well. I mean, that was a remarkable play from him. The kill with the Classic is nice to start, but the fact that he tracked the sliding Neon and put him down to 1 HP, that's a pretty big dub. The wrong weapon. The wrong tool for the job. With the Classic in hand, and, well, 11 as a result. It feels like a formality now for Fnatic. A trip and fall needed. A complete stall. Whereas one little mistake from KC, this being their bye round, if they lose this, they're left with pennies to fight back in what could be the final round.
A decent amount to play with. Operator. Something that has to be dealt with. Immediate use of that Hunter's Fury. This is a problem. This is a problem. He's got to run back. But he will be able to survive. Seavolve Salt has been taken out, but they should be able to get him back in. And already Kayak is just looking to try and pounce, but Avis survives. Not for long, though. Trade out once more as it goes back into a 3 versus 3. They still haven't managed to get Seavolve back yet.
What?
He's going to go down. I thought that would be an easy pickup, but evidently a little bit worried about what was going on. And because of that, Levin's been able to thrive. That backside held onto, but they have been bamboozled. Boaster, a 1v3. Plant, seemingly guaranteed, but I'm guessing he's looking for a fight. Now, if he spots Dosia, Dosia is low, but he's also watching. And because of that, they now know that it is an A-site hit, so they actually will get there a little bit earlier.
It probably doesn't hurt Boaster's win probability. He's not winning this one off time. He has to take them down. He knows that. Failed to get the first pick. And now he's closed the door. He's dead. They know he's in that corner. There. Hello? Oh my God. Levin went out and cleared Jenny. I guess he's assuming that he'll tap the door and then TP across.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But he didn't even look to his right. He just kept clearing sight. That was mad.
I guess like the one danger is that Boaster escapes. If not, Boaster shoots him and the trade is immediate. If he doesn't shoot him, then Levin corrects and kills him anyway. I don't mind it just because you're on Neon. If he was on any other
Scared
region,
me.
a little bit worrying, but no, he's just, he knows what he's doing, making sure there's little to no danger. And yeah, a solid round from him individually as well. But seeing that operator in play on the defensive side, definitely making a difference. Now the economy starts to shudder a little bit. Those damages taken in the last round could now cause problematic. And maybe a bit of a pace change here. All 5 players are set up outside A for Fnatic.
Flash up high. Sugetsu's playing far back though. Won't be able to do anything off his utility. Gets destroyed immediately. Knife on sight clears it as well. They know on Fnatic's side that a plant can just be found. Plain as day, simple as can be. And they don't have anything in the way of making this uncomfortable for the attackers now. Fnatic sat down in all the positions they want. They've got main to play with. They should still have a decent amount of utility. This is going to be a tough retake.
Flash out. Oh, counter flash actually works better. Seavolve does well, but eventually falls. And now Dosia's Judge has managed another. The cages around the site definitely creating shrouding. Leaves Kayak with the spam, and he's done well again. And Kayak just takes over another round. Eventually, he's dealt with. But the remaining 2 sat all the way back. Eventually, will be baited in, but that time is just too far gone. 11 knows it. He needs to try and escape this one, try and hold onto the gun. And while Crashies may try and kill him off, but it will be an escape for either player. A big round from Kayak ends up closing it out, and now they sit just 1 away.
Yeah, a huge round from Kayak indeed. That round was going to be the chance for KC to close the gap, put the pressure onto the economy on the other side. And instead, this, I mean, he's lucky to get that. Sugetsu caught in the open. Aves going back, I think, for a gun, so he wasn't there to trade out to swing on the gunfire. And ultimately, it's just a small disconnect on KC that opened that window, but disturbing how quickly Kayak climbed in through it. He was waiting. 4 rounds in it now, 4 in a row for KC to buy overtime. If not, we're going all the way to Breeze.
I said earlier it was a possibility, but it definitely took Fnatic waking up. Kayak trapped. Spam through will kill him off. In fact, the trips have done incredible work, but even still they find themselves even. Weaponry definitely not in the favor of one, but Dosia continues to just cause them issues. Another multi-frag already. Alright, of course, still only with a stinger. An operator in front. I'm sure he'd like to pick that up, but instead he's just going to get forward and the volley's going to do it instead. No, it's the Blaze. It is rare to see kills with that. I think we had one a couple of weeks ago, and I think that was number 4 or something like that in EMEA. Yep. Well, there you go. There's another one to the tally.
You failed. Now sleep.
And that brings it to a 3-round gap. I guess we answered the question of what happens if Narrate didn't get caught by the counter flash last round. And said he's the one to swing it back in their favor. The trades definitely looked good for Fnatic, but Alpha getting caught out in the open and Crashy's going down to a Blaze. Yeah, that is going to cost you the round. It flips just that quickly. 21-16. Yeah, no surprise. Alpha has not been having any sort of trouble when it comes to that Sentinel, even if it's not the Vice. I gotta be honest, I do miss the Vice.
That's the thing. Alfie is always going to look good, but yeah. He's had some incredible games on Ascent. I think it just proves again, like, all I'm going to say is for people in ENC, if you play against Team Turkey, don't play Ascent. Don't play Ascent. Because they'll have Alpha, yeah, plus 4 Turkish players. There's no chance that you'll be getting out of that one alive. 12-9. KC managed a lifeline, but still the threat of a reverse sweep looms above their heads. A singular map away from making it to Paris. Qualifying to EWC through that upper bracket. They had to play in stage 1 because of their performance. They're managing to drag it all the way back. 10 rounds guaranteed. A clean one at that. Well, a potential for Fnatic again to have an Ascent map slip away from them. Yeah, there you go. Good time for a pause, Desmo.
Yeah, still 2 chances to bring this one across the line. It's definitely not leaving it too late to answer up. And with the round that was in it, it was a nice low buy. So even though it was dominant, it's not too much of a worry. But 2 in a row for KC. This goal is now once again seeming like it's within reach on the defensive side. Hunter's Fury as well to work with. A plethora of uses when it comes to the defense. And on this map, a lot of ways that it can be very, very impactful. And these last... I mean, obviously, we don't have the HUD as we normally do, so harder to see where we're at in terms of ultimates. I do think there should be some coming online for Fnatic. It was a while ago that we saw Cvoff use Null Command, for example, which I think is probably my favorite out of this collection of ultimates for getting into sites, especially on this attack. And that's all Fnatic need. 1 round, 1 gap, 1 way in. Indeed, 6 out of 8. And, oh, yeah, a lot of ultimates very close to being online of high value for Fnatic. So having 2 rounds to play for is beautiful, as you can afford to try this one, vanilla, and dump them all into the next one if you want to.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, for me, Hunter's Fury, like, they can get that online. I think they've had problems with some of the laneways, like the crossfires into sight. I think Dosia, especially on that A cross, has really been causing them issues. So yeah. I think if they could just pick him off, that would save them a lot of stress. That though, the early call is to try and head towards that B site. Now this is where an orb can be garnered. They also have to be careful of pushing into Sugetsu's setup. Now, I do wonder if the plan was more so for the orb rather than anything else.
Go, go, go.
They are just sat waiting. It seems like it is going to be the execute.
Yeah, straight blitz attempted. Kayak will be shut down immediately, so not going according to plan as Sugetsu does his best Alpha Air impression. Hunter's Fury to provide that little bit of support. You can see KC know that there's no point in saving these ults through to the next. You lose this round, there isn't going to be a next. Narrate, this is crazy. This is a 5v3. If he shoots through that with a Vandal, he is in trouble. I don't mind him waiting here for the smoke to fade, for the fight to come, but Now we've gone from a 5v3 with a few individual fights offered to a 3 versus 3 where the HP on Sagetsu's already very low, where they're avoiding him completely there, sending this towards the A site, wrapping through the spawn, but Levin is still on site, still waiting. And they've only got 12 seconds. They need to get down there and plant, running out of time. It takes 4 to plant. If he just drops the planter, in fact, this could be it. And he's running in for it. The time here's everything. But he's a little late.
Oh, just about managing to stick that over the line. Boaster's defense, I think the plan was already in. And now this looks like a dangerous round. It was seconds away from it slipping, but now we might just be seeing the beginning of the end. Althea primed and ready, holding on the cross, not expected, and that leaves just Dosia. One man, and they have to deal with Althea. It's not happening.
A single shot from that shorty, and it could have put us in a completely different environment, Tom. But instead, we're going all the way to 5. You did say it starting out the day. It was possible in this series.
What did you say?
I don't think I gave a prediction, Tom. You know, off the top of my head.
Halfway through map 2 that KC have already made it to Paris?
No, that doesn't seem like something I would say. That would be very silly to say with a whole series left to play. So that doesn't seem likely. And I'm going to go ahead and say you're misremembering, Tom. It could be the old age.
Didn't I also mention something like you creating a mega curse that like would be insanely problematic, maybe for the KC fans, if you know at that point you somehow seem like you turned the tide. I don't know. It's not looking good for you, Mitch. I'll be honest. But you know, if you've been paid off by Fnatic, maybe it is looking good for you.
We don't have a French stream, do we? So I guess they probably are watching this one as well.
There's some watch parties.
Je suis désolé, mon ami. J'ai perdu mes mots. Au revoir. This is yeah, it's going to be a little awkward if that ends up coming back to bite me. But you know, I have confidence in the fact that I can just keep claiming that it's an AI generated clip, and eventually people will believe me.
Not in the fact that they'll win.
No. Now it's looking a little shaky. Yeah, Fnatic 2 maps in a row. And I have to agree with what you said as well earlier on, Tom. The fact that the further that this series goes, the longer it goes. That's where experience shines through. And Fnatic have got that experience in droves. It may have changed players, coaches, yada, yada over the years. But one thing remains, and that's their ability to play those long games better than almost anybody else out there. We have one more map left to play. This map, Breeze, is going to decide who goes to EWC in Paris and who has to make the slightly longer journey through that lower bracket. We'll find out how this story ends after the break. Well, you know, Tom, they say any port in a storm, and after a bit of a rocky start, Fnatic have now found their way to Breeze, where they will have a harbor at least. I'm very excited about this one because I think this is where Fnatic look the most fun to me, aside from maybe the first map of this series. Their comp is very fun to watch when it comes to Breeze. But I want to ask you, coming into this stage, now we've gone through 4 maps, we've had this at least start of a reverse sweep from Fnatic. Are you worried about KC? Do you see this as a close final map, or do you think the KC squad will be burnt out by now?
I'm very worried for KC. I think this is the worst case scenario. Or, well, no, the worst case scenario, you get 3-0'd. But the worst case scenario from being 2-0 up, because you're at a point where, okay, you got battered in Fracture, you had opportunities on Ascent, but going into Breeze, it's a map that not only have you not really played over the last couple of months, and the time you did play it, you lost to Na'Vi. That was in the final week. Your opponents are pretty good at this map. Like, okay, having a defeat to Vitality, but other than that, over the last few months being 4-1, dominant over BBL, beating Giant X, beating Vitality, beating Eternal Fire. So, like, this is one where I feel like Fnatic come in very comfortable. They have a set identity. They have a composition that they like. And then on the other side of things, I'm expecting changes. And immediately we have them. We have Dosia moving over to the Harbor. I think in the past they were running the Jet. I don't know. I think that's still...
Yep.
It's looking like that's going to be the case as well. But yeah, that was Levin playing it though. So I want to see what Levin's now going to play in response. That's the Neon. So it's kind of like they're going to double duelist where they weren't playing double duelist before, trying to go for something that suits them better, which I think is a good thing. But also, I want to see how Dosia is going to perform on that agent, because I think that I have no questions about his Omen. I think he's a fantastic Omen player. But the second they moved him onto Brimstone earlier, as you sort of said, he had the worst map of the whole game, or the worst performance of anyone in the whole game so far. So is he going to have the level we need to see from him on Harbor? Because if not, that's losing one of the pieces of this puzzle that's actually looked good in the maps that they won.
I do very much like the changes as well from KC, like you're talking about. Bringing in the Harbor obviously is going to make them much more dynamic. Having Sugetsu not playing the Astra and instead on a Viper, somewhere that I think in terms of just the agents, it's so much more fun to play Viper, but also the plays you can make have a much higher ceiling, I think, in the round to round a lot of the time. I do think that also the double duelist, bringing in the Neon Jet again, will that be the case after this meta? This being still the Neon shotgun, everything like that pre nerfs. I imagine double duelists will still be around. Maybe the Neon will be swapped out. We'll see how teams adapt to it. But I do think for right here, right now, it is much more of a strength for them to lean on than if they were to go to the old comp. Because the old comp looked like you're trying to keep things basic and you're kind of shoving players into roles. Just as an example, having Aves here on the initiator, on the Sova, and freeing up Narrate to actually just be a duelist. I love that change. I think that is what, not to say that Narrate's not a good initiator, but he's a bloody great duelist.
Yeah, I think it gives more freedom. I think it gives more chance for them to win this map, because I do feel like if you were going back to that double initiator comp, I think they're going to get destroyed, truthfully. But I also think that Fnatic now sit exactly where they want to be. 2 bad maps, 2 recovery maps. Now you're in the qualification map. The pressure, it's still there, but it's more so on the team that has choked from 2-0 up. So if you can now get a good start, I fear this may be over quite quick.
Yeah, we are neck and neck in maps, but it definitely feels worse to be there from a 2-0 lead. You feel like you let it slip, the other team feels like they're climbing back, and now you're about to hit the peak at the same time. 1:15 on the clock, and for the attack side, a very slow start. They are putting pressure on B main, but we can see that across the map, it is just players holding their defaults, waiting for a mistake to be made. And there was an early push down on mid. You can see Kayak just outside the openable doors. Those steps are heard, but he hasn't got back up. The man all by himself does well to find even one, but the player on A, well, oh no. Oh goodness. Okay, Boaster's now done it remarkably well.
Yeah, that takes a win. And then you can also see that other players have had to now go back to try and cover that off. Crash is also sat in the back corner. All he really needs to do is get one here, and that's enough. And are they going to check this? They will, but they weren't prepared for him to actually be there. Dosia again, keeping them in the round. Levin, that second layer, but he has to get something, and he has, but then there's another. Leaving that trade, and now all down to Dosia. An early tag is not bad. Leaves Alfier on just 50 health, and has created an avenue for him to maneuver around the back of that site. Even still, though, he needs to pick off one of these players, and he's trying to get around the edge. He's done well, because they're maybe not going to expect him to be here. Alfier down, leaves it all on to Seaboff. Again, we talk about Dosia in these moments. And maybe the Harbor wasn't the main factor here, but he definitely used his utility well to get back into that round.
My guy got 3 kills in one of the maps earlier on. Map 3, I think. And now, well, 3 kills in the first round. That's, yeah, already the Harbor's an improvement on the Brimstone. That is for sure. And while Kayak does well to find one, that's the kill that changes the round. Otherwise, Crashies gets pushed by 4 people, and they were ready to pick up the pace. They were going to run it down on him, and my boy was not getting much done in those scenarios. But Boaster finding one, backing off, putting his wall down, putting an orb down as well. It just makes it so difficult for them to capitalize on the pressure that they unknowingly have put on. And it buys Crashies the time to get one. But Doja, something else entirely to be able to deliver like that. An easy round is what we're looking at coming up. Or at least we should be.
Yeah, right back into the action. It seems like it's not been easy at all so far. Already 2 members down for the side of KC, and that's going to add another to the death toll. Narrate doing well to at least recover this, but there's still another player that they have to watch out for. They've also spotted Alfier in the spawn, so they should have decent eyes on the situation. There's an opportunity, even if they get into a post plant, for some weaponry to be retrieved from the Fnatic side. Of course, the Bulldog don't make it into enemy hands, but they are going to go and retrieve whatever else was available.
Spike planted.
Well, I think it goes without saying, but you can't really afford to lose anyone else here as KC. This round should have been simple. Take a look at the credits in the bottom right of Alpha's screen. He has 2.1k. I don't think my guy force bought. So for them to come through with this much impact, it's already a bridge too far. First, I think Levin was just spotted. They will have seen his barrel potentially as he crept in the smoke. Steps as they look to run away, but those players are not giving up just yet. Alpha's got both! They were leaving the site. They thought that they had the round easily under their belt, and wow, what a way to pay for it. That is crazy.
Gun here.
Oh, they were so locked in when they saw Boaster as well. That was the player they expected to be the most far forward, but yeah, from elation of a pistol round clutch to the dismay of a second round defeat. We spoke about the fact that happened earlier. That is a blunder and a half. Just overconfidence in the last few seconds. Maybe I don't know what they expected. Maybe they expected the gun to be saved or players to be going down to the spike, but whatever it was, they were wrong. Now with weaker weaponry coming up again, an outlaw for Kayak on the defense has basically just been a farming mechanism. And okay, yeah, Dosia gets that kill. I'm not sure how.
Doesn't get away with more, but Narrate's there for the trade. This is
pick up the gun.
Not the start you wanted for Fnatic. Indeed, the weapon's retrievable, but they're not going for them.
Well, no, I mean, Levin can pick up the gun that
his teammate
had, right?
Ah, indeed,
yeah,
indeed.
That gun is just farmed right back into the hands of the attackers. Thereby improves as players are dropped, whereas Fnatic already had weaponry.
50 on the clock, and I just expect to see them group up now on the attack. Take these fights together, don't offer individual duels, and that's what we're getting. 3 on B. Unfortunately for them, they are picking Alfier's site.
Go, go, go.
And now they're all that's left. Alfier doesn't have to take these fights. He can wait for backup, and he does. Swinging out just as it gets here. Good damage done. Kayak able to follow up, and now they know exactly where the last man is. 11 against 3. And he will get Alpha to start, and he will get Kayak to follow, and now we're getting real worried. 100 HP still, the rifle in his hands. Crashy's covering cross, but oh, that couldn't have went worse. I literally was about to say, but it's against the Neon, and she can slide, but then, yeah, slid the wrong direction.
I think it got to a point where Levin was just thinking to try and get the kill rather than go for the plant. Didn't want to give Crashes an opportunity. Didn't know if he'd already surrounded him on the site, but yeah, unfortunately, it looks very, very silly at the end, just sliding into the one angle that he could have gone down from. Even still, though, it's not a bad round, but it depends how much credits were actually left. I think it was only the hero rifle, right? So, in theory, there should be some sort of purchase coming up here. There shall. A response here would be almost fine for the side of KC. Yes, is it ideal? Of course not. They lost the second round after winning the pistol. But you got Narrate on an operator, you got rifles across the board, and you win this one, and well, you're even again, and your opponents are going to be struggling a little bit for cash.
Oh, nice angle by Kayak up close. Are they going to send anything to deal with it? Doesn't look like it. Just a Neon spin up. And there we go. Sliding in. Caught Kayak all off guard for the first shot at least. But the op does get to post back up. In goes the Harbor ult and back goes the op. This is perfect. Creating that space, blocking off vision, and grabbing a plant. That's all they need to do. Narrate. It's crazy. It's aggressive. And he's thought better of it. Falling back towards the side as the snake bite shock dart combo lands for the kill. Up above the wall now. The op is in position. That's going to be tough to deal with. Narrate having a free pick pretty much. And as time ticks away. Okay, that's what they needed. That's what they needed to pick. Now they can just smoke off the spike, get towards it. That op needs to catch him on the cross or it's going to be dangerous. And indeed, Crashies goes down, but the defuse underway. Only now breaking the shield. It hasn't gotten the half, but it might not need to. Sevov has cleaned up all three of those final kills.
Yeah, solid from him on the retake. I think a lot of it was disparity being created by other players. I think Boaster forcing them to basically spam that cove gives them a lot of opportunities to fight, but Zeiss clearly starting to really feel that pressure now. A relatively early pause, and especially with how that started, like I don't think we see enough snakebite shock dart combos anymore. That used to be something that I just loved seeing regularly, but yeah, it's definitely just that those fights towards the end that I think are quite discouraging if you're a KC fan, because they put themselves in a very good position but just let the round slip away, had to give up control. And I think normally when you're playing up against any other controller in the game, you can go for those sort of spams, but it's just a gamble when you play up against a Harbor that it's like, okay, even if we can spam out the cove, we need to be ready that the other players are going to be facing us. The other players are going to be looking to kill us, and I think that's where the whole round fell apart.
Yeah, essentially, right? You're already half your magazine gone by the time that your spam can even break through that cove. It adds a lot of time, and that gives it a little bit of an extra window for your teammates to pounce. Very nicely used by Fnatic there. And as you said, a very early timeout from KC. Taking this, we saw it, I think, on map 3 as well. That 3-0 down, quick pause called. And usually, from the outside, that is signaling that something's gone badly wrong. Like something fundamentally isn't working. Because if you're sending a team in with 3 rounds of prep, that's a big problem. That's not ever really going to happen. But the prep isn't working anymore. Whatever Fnatic are doing, or whether it's simply a stick to the plan call, something has to change. Kayak tagged up is definitely a decent start. To be honest, that knife was incredibly close to taking him down.
Right. Incredibly close doesn't get you your ult back.
Wait, that was a right click?
One of the... No, I think it was just the last knife.
That was the last, okay.
I think he hit him with the first few, but then, yeah, I think he just fired the last knife into the void.
Oh, that's rough.
Means that there's not a whole lot for Narrate to play with anymore, but also not a whole lot for the rest of the round.
Nice shot.
That one, yeah. it's not like I don't hate it just because he was already low. I don't know if that was confirmed damage, but you can see the rest of the team now trying to put pressure on elsewhere. Fnatic have been quite happy to play the retake, and I'm enjoying seeing that. I think it gives them a lot more of control of the scenario, not having to overface in these sort of moments. They're allowing the plant to go down. Boaster just creating avenues back into the site for them. They can clear angles systematically and force their opponents into more aggressive fights. But Dosia has done well. They're going to need a little bit more than that, but maybe they'll have it. Sugetsu puts it down to a 1 versus 1. He is so low that he has to play aggressively. He has to go for the element of surprise. He's walked round behind Althea. His positioning is perfect. Althea is just snapping to try and find the ankles. And this man is made of miracles. Bow down.
Hey, I like Sugetsu on the Viper. What can I say, man? It's been a lot of fun to watch. Yeah, this does extend a bit past the agent in play. Those shots were nuts to start us out with the Sheriff, and well, he can follow it through with a third, then fair enough. 3-2. And that round there, it serves as a lifeline for KC. There's been a few of those thrown around. Fnatic were the ones capitalizing the most. Up early for Narrate. It's under threat. Deep knife going through. Hunter's Fury going to be catching them or trying to in the choke, but it's a bit of a misread. They thought they were more gearing up for the B hit. Thought there were more players right around where they are now, but they were further back, and so the Hunter's Fury mostly falls flat.
Patience. Now the end of the game for KC. You've got the opener. Don't need to over-aggress from this point onwards. The Viper's Pit makes that A site quite a bit more dangerous and means that they're pressuring B, but they'll know that they've got to be careful. There is a very real chance that just because there's a pit on that side, it probably even increases the likelihood of there being a bigger stack elsewhere. Sevov patiently watching that cross, so it's not like this is just going to be a free entry in towards the site. There are going to be 4 players raining down on them in just a moment.
Well, the flash and reveal at least to buy a little bit of time, but the reveal's somewhat early. They haven't made it out of the choke yet. Sugetsu picks up the first. Sevov, he's heard those steps. He's worried about the peek around, but there's a massive wrap coming in. Narrate's pushed all the way through, and, well, that's massive value found. Even the mate spray there just to close it out. Wrong team.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of these. I'm like, oh, I get it because of this. I get it because of this. I don't know why he's got that spray, but maybe just a small congratulations to the other team making it. I don't know, but hey, why not? Why not? But Boaster, not really anywhere left to go. I'll also say again, just Sugetsu waiting on the edge of the pit for Althea to run out of it is just nasty. Like, it's basically just like, okay, we're going to put a full execute into the other side of the map, and I'm just going to wait for the one guy that's just definitely within this pit, who probably won't expect me to be here at this point. But yeah, with the amount of ultimates that are available, amount of issues that could have come onto them there, I think KC have done very well to weather the storm, and especially after that initial opener. That's the moment I'm talking about. He's just waiting patiently, and then they do really well to just clear the backside. They know the gap, because that's the thing. I feel like a lot of teams, you get the plant in, and you just start going like, oh, that's basically round over. We fall into our post plants. Surely someone will have challenged us. But they were well aware that, okay, this is the spot we didn't clear. We saw the utility that came out of there. Now we have to go and do that later.
Well, yeah, the flash reveal went up. I mean, you got to be taking note of where they're coming from. But in games like this, I do think that's where it gets lost the most. Those little pieces of information. When the pressure's high, we see mistakes we normally wouldn't. Although it feels like today, it's the exact opposite. We see teams deliver on a level they normally wouldn't. You're 3-3. We're neck and neck for now. Narrate is going to have to be careful of how far forward. I think that's about as far forward as I want to see him go in mid. unless he has got backup. And if the attempt here is to split A, which it is now looking likely, Tom, there is a massive danger sitting waiting in middle. And yeah, it looks like they're about to walk right into it, even with a missed shot from Narrate. That should be them dead to rights, crushed under the boot of Kayak. And now those players in A completely trapped.
Yeah, all those ults are starting to come to life. We mentioned it that it wasn't really a factor in the last round, but it's a factor in this one. The utility has been removed. Alpha yellow
30 seconds
to
left.
get to. Oh, is he going to check? Why would he check? A player in this box at this point. He just used the Viper's Fit. Oh, the run through though, and Crashies hasn't found him. That could have been the changing moment of the round. Well, maybe that will be instead. Pressure for Avez. That spike still hasn't been planted. That means 14 seconds as it ticks away. He's hoping that someone faces, and they do, but they do it together. A thrifty round. All those ultimates thrown into the wind, but it is worth it.
I have one criticism here, Tom. It's the echo play. I think a lot of people will understand what I'm saying when I say that. I gave Echo the one exception that I don't mind seeing him play outside his Viper's pitch because he does it all the time and it always works. So I feel kind of stupid if I say I mind it because it always works. But in general, awful idea. Here we have a 2 versus 3 where your Viper has just killed somebody up close at the very edge of her ult, and Sugetsu runs through it instead of sitting in the 2v3 and allowing you to plant in the pit. It's a crazy risk, and it's not one that I can get behind. Even if it worked out, I'd still be against the play. I think it was the wrong decision. And again, in these moments, sometimes you go that little bit further than you should have.
Oh, maybe they'll respond immediately. It seems to be the case that this series is a back and forth, a thrifty win and a thrifty win, and then a response by the other side. The weaponry has seemingly become meaningless, but the way that Levin started, he's going to continue this fight, and he's going to win it as well. This man has been able to take over plenty around in this series. It feels like getting this deep. We've spoken about it many a time, that it comes down to moments rather than having that greatest level of synergy. Mistakes are going to be made, but it's who capitalizes on them. And in this round, well, there's only one team capitalizing. Boaster on the wrong side of the map at the wrong time, and that spike this time will be planted with relative ease.
My ult is ready. Careful here.
Oh yeah, Boaster's not going to be sending his rifle for this one. Carrying it through is the only thing that makes sense, and like you said, it has been a game of swings and roundabouts, a pendulum that goes back and forth from favoring one side to the other. But I do like, we have to look at this as KC bringing in a new composition, a new idea, and sure, along with that, there's going to be some problems. There's going to be some gaps. There's going to be some moments where you play outside of your win condition for whatever reason. But from a top down, honestly, I like what I'm seeing here from KC. I think this is a really nice switch up from them. You're getting the most out of players like Sugetsu. Again, I'm not a fan of the running through the pit, but that's just a symptom, of course. But it is just a symptom of how well it's been going for him as well. That he feels like swinging in there, he's going to win that fight. And I think seeing the players with confidence picked up like that isn't a bad thing. Just got to tighten up the loose ends a little bit.
That's the main thing for me. I think that's the difference today, is like we are seeing them go for some of the plays I expect to see from the Turkish teams, like sprinting down mid in, well, I guess Levin kind of is born and bred in the Turkish team, but like just going for stuff that you go, okay, a couple of weeks ago they would have been playing scared. They would have been worried about making mistakes. Now it seems like they have that additional freedom to go, okay, I think I am better than my opponent. I'm going to go for something pacey. And look at this round. They're already within the site, looking for a post plant within the first 30 seconds. Already have an opener under their belt. Fnatic are having to play retake with a disadvantage, but that disadvantage didn't last long.
Oh, good damage done, though. Some of that utility landing, and Levin striking on the back of it. He's managed to isolate a fight and then catches Boaster. They're back to back. Crashies, though. Okay, the op is recovered. This is still a winnable round. Seavoff with a right click could end it, but okay, Levin's the one to do so instead. The op, though, is currently locked in. It's being carried forward for Fnatic unless KC want to throw bodies at it, and it's not really something that they're interested in.
I think partly they realized that if they go the angle that they should on elbow, it comes down to if he whiffs. So I think there was partially a moment to just wrap around, but also it's like, okay, chances are there'll be an operator being picked up by them anyway. They've been able to deal with it quite a lot, and here you go, Desmo's going to take a pause. I think somewhat a necessary one. The last couple of rounds are a bit more damning than the rest. Like, you have a back and forth where there's some low buys, there's a few problems here and there, but when it's a round you lose where your opponents run down mid, and then the next round they run straight into B, I think, at least from my perspective, this is KC starting to realize that, okay, we can just go for these faster hits. Like, yes, they have a lot of good utility for sort of like putting up walls and putting stuff in our face, maybe removing utility. But if we get in fast and plant, then the pressure's on them to retake. And the last couple of rounds, well, the one before last, there was no retake. But in the last round, it just felt like, well, especially Levin was just playing this beautiful, disruptive game where Fnatic are trying to get a retake going, but it never quite gets started.
Well, that's it. The air is being taken out of the lungs. Like, at the point where your opponents can just smother you with aggression like that, take space and take fights completely on their own terms, yeah, something's got to change. No doubt. But I don't think it's going to take that much either. Like, even the last round, it's an early fight that Sugetsu's able to win holding mid with the op. That's also going to be something that has to be thought about from Fnatic, the dangers of it. But I see Kayak picking up the op. I see no op saved over for KC, obviously, as we know. And it's an outlaw instead. Now that fight's not going to be nearly as easy to win. Although they have just immediately smoked Kayak off.
It seems like this B site is where they want to continue their pressure. Alfia now in position. Before that was an issue, but here it's not at all. He is dealt with immediately. Siva.
What?
Oh, okay. Well, dodging a Hunter's Fury, he comes out with 3 kills. Pure reaction shot on the second. Now that plant, oh, it's not going to go into play. Reckoning has to be thrown through.
Got an elbow?
Actually, he's going to use the silence to reposition. This is magnificent from Dosia. That's smart. Just get out of there. They're fighting shadows that they don't even know have dissipated. They are hunting for a man that has already left the scene. And while they retake a B site that doesn't even have a plant going down on it, look, they're still going. Look at them. They're clearing the B site completely. Wrapping round. Look at that. Okay, he's going to be in this corner, and now the realization is there.
All 3 rotating together, though. If they split up here and go towards heaven, this is a... Oh, my God. They're splitting up. They're splitting up and going towards heaven. This is Aves. He's got 2, though. 2 coming his way, and the spray is hard on the first. Oh! But he does damage, and he gives Doja a chance. With Kayak, just 1 or 2 bullets. It's this fight that means everything, and Boaster's already down. The low HP Kayak, all that remains. And Doja's caught looking the wrong way. The timing is what gives this to Fnatic 5-5.
There wasn't that much time. 4 seconds if he could just dance a little bit longer, but Kayak read that perfectly. Genuinely, I think the reposition from Dosia was magnificent. Like, to throw the Reckoning in and then just realize, okay, that they're going to be left in a very awkward position, not being able to know where I am. I can get out of here. But yeah, I thought this kill sealed it. It was just his read on exactly where Dosia would be. I don't know if anyone else hits that shot either. It's kept things level. You can see that Narrate's read is that their economy isn't going to be the best, but I think that was 5 heavy shields, so he's not going to be able to kill everyone instantly.
Sivov's 3k last round still sitting with me, but he's on the other side of the map this time. Playing towards the A side as B comes under threat. It will be this split yet again. An immediate pressure put onto Crashies. He's being revealed. Has to back off to the wall, but even that won't protect him. Narrate gets him straight through. Now pops up with the Blade Storm, but Alfier able to answer back. Surrounded, though. He didn't stand a chance. And now the plant's going to be found. And off the back of it, a 4 versus 2 post plant. There's only 1 round left to play for. So maybe you're not going to save, but Fnatic will find it hard to get anything done here.
11. almost playing contact, but they have the
Crazy.
swing across, the 1-2 punch. As said, their post plants have almost been more aggressive than some of their attacking rounds. They are so awkward to play against, not giving any space. That's just wonderful from Narrate. Like an important impact kill, and then it left Alfia with so many targets. And this is what I mean. Like you can see both players just trying to figure out what's going on and getting caught for it. It is going to be a lead taken. Fnatic, after winning the second round and then winning 3 rounds in a row from it, had that early lead, and since then it has been the KC show. Still though, they have a chance to go in level at the half.
Well, the mid push seems to be the idea. 2 up close, took on the box. You don't see that every day. For now, at least, they'll hold their position, waiting for that walk up through the elbow. A push on B main as well. It's sort of doubled up information. As time goes on, you think, well, I guess no one's in elbow. I guess this whole side of the map is clear, and they're about to find out that's the case. But Seavolf and Boaster have the chance to pounce on this mid push. As it's being called, they start to move. Narrate still drops Kayak, and they press forward. The back being watched by Doja. He's good for 1, but this is dangerous. Crashy's got a player with his back turn, but Narrate just saved the day. He just shot Crashies with a wall bang and then spun 180 to kill another and then finished it off onto Seavolf. Narrate is the savior, not only of KC's lead, but of most of its players.
For sure. And I think as well, you mentioned it at the top, like, if he's on an initiator here, I think about 90% of the plays we've seen from him in this half are not possible. Like, even the opening kill there, it's insta-kill, dash into a corner, reload, go back for more. We saw the same in the round before, where he's getting into aggressive positions on that jet that he just can't do on the initiator. And I think it is just, like, go back to, firstly, what the meta suits, but also what suits the players, because as you said, he's a fantastic initiator. I think when you go back to their roster he played on before in 2024, he was almost playing that fade like it was a duelist, like, but now the meta almost fits for him to go into that role. And I think that the confidence he now has, because he tried it on Sentinels and it didn't look good, but I think just having Levin to be the space taker and him being second, it really has helped them massively in terms of his individual level. And that's why they sit in the lead again. As said, this map is everything now. The winner of this next half, excluding overtime, is the one heading to Paris. And for KC, that means a lot.
It absolutely does. Well, let's get into half number 2 after our little intermission. We'll catch you back in a few. Hey, I told you it was going to be a short break, and I don't make a habit out of the line. 5-7 is where we're getting back into things. And Fnatic, look, they've definitely had a couple of rounds, Tom, but that was towards the start of the half. The latter stage is the recency bias sits heavily with KC.
But that was also, what, like 30 HP clutch from Kayak? So, yeah, it's not been a pretty picture. And we said that after going 2-0 up and it coming back, that the shoe was on the other foot. You might look in the top left and see 2 maps in favor of Fnatic, and if this was a best of 3, that would have been enough. But they lost the first 2. Now they go on to the attack. A pistol round that could put them back into this one, but it's not started particularly well. And also, Aves has just doubled up. Everybody on the KC side fighting tooth and nail. Seavolf, the flash is sublime, but it doesn't matter. I thought that Aves had even got the 4th, but it turns out Narrate was just a little bit quicker. And now a 1v5 for Alfia. A man with a catalogue of clutches that may be unmatched in history, but this would be one of the best.
Yeah, rarely are the stakes this high. especially for Fnatic. And the first will be a 1v1. A headshot or a body shot will do the job, but as soon as Levin sees him, that's the round done. No more easy fights. It still would have been a 1v3, but now you've got 4 facing you down wherever you go. They are just sat on the spike waiting. An unwelcome surprise, and Sugetsu's the one to deliver. 8-5 now. With KC winning that pistol, the lead extends in their favor. And Tom, talk to me. Second half, are we expecting this attack side from Fnatic to tear up the scene?
If we're going off recency bias, then yeah. Like their game versus BBL, they had an 8-4 attack side half. And then it's kind of just up and down. Like, I think earlier in the split, yes. But they've been able to do it on either side of the map. For KC, when they played this back in week 5, they had a really poor defensive half. So maybe that's a silver lining, but a completely different comp. And also, I'll be honest with you, that was a team that was already out. Like, this is a team that is a half away from qualifying to Paris. I have slightly different expectations on KC at this point.
I do genuinely think the comp difference as well makes such a massive change to the expectations as far as what KC are going to be able to output. Like, this comp just looks like it will have more success on the defense. It looks like it has more fluidity to it, so you can maneuver. You don't have to be as rigid in your plans or approaches. And I do like what I've seen from them so far. Great work by Aves from downtown, just spamming with the snake bite, helping him out. More spams doing damage. I feel like most of the HP here is being removed off the back of blind fire. Speaking of which, Narrate's making a bold move.
Trying to deny the ult farm from Fnatic, the walk up from Alfie. It looked like it was going to be dangerous, but Levin corrected at the right time. And that's probably why they were going back towards this A site. Like, you've got this much deep control. I'm actually surprised we don't see another player gambled over, but I guess maybe just losing that player was enough for them to think maybe they go back in the other direction. 2 orbs picked up, a 3rd from the plant. I think Boaster can be quite happy with how this has gone, because at minimum, he's going to come out of this round with 4 orbs.
Oopsies. That stun's good as well. Good night, Crashies. And Boaster, you're the last one to go. A little bit of damage would be very nice, and he's done a lot of damage, to be honest. He's got Naves from miles away, so fair enough. But 9 rounds still with 4 players alive for KC. This is a dream come true. They were decimated in the last 2 maps, a Fracture especially. But now the lead, a commanding lead, is theirs.
Yeah, as said though, if you're telling Boaster with only getting 1 kill, he's going to come out of this round with 5 orbs, I think he'd be quite happy with that. Clearly, the Reckoning is an ultimate that they're gunning for, and he's now incredibly close, just a singular one needed. Of course, for him and Crashies, unfortunately, it's back to just these quieter performances. We saw it on the last map where they dominated, or sorry, on Fracture where they dominated. They started to wake up. I think the last map as well, they were much better, but unfortunately, having 2 players go quiet, whereas there hasn't been a missing piece for KC in this map, at least. Dosia lurking around the edge of the smoke. He is blind, he is stunned, but when you have a judge, it doesn't matter.
Oh no, he's in! Oh! He's in! Dosia's taken 3, and yet still the work is not done. He has to go down to the Sheriff now for another fight, one that Boaster wins. And even on 30 HP.
Look who it is.
Boaster has a buddy, but he's up against Sugetsu indeed. The danger man still alive. I like that he's gone back to main though. Spike on Boaster can go wherever it wants now. All they need to do is not fight alone. Not fight alone, and everything is going to be okay.
Oh, the Viper screen going up didn't channel the alarm bells. In fact, if anything, Sugetsu started to believe that maybe it was the other side. I think he's just heard the utility go down on that side of the map. Now, I like this. A full wraparound, a full reset of control. But they've planted deep within the site. This is not a plant for main. This is not a plant for them to go back to the position of Sugetsu. This is a read that he could be coming from that direction. Although saying that, the move could be a problem. If he catches Alpha yet, or it could have all been over. Instead, Boaster now in this close corner. Crossfire setup. Alfia should have this for free unless he could correct, but no, not quite quick enough. Alfia was spotted, was realized, but that time is taken. He does it again. Sugetsu is taking the crown from Fnatic for the most clutch player.
He might save me from the French fans at this rate. That was ridiculous. Okay, the first part where he steps out to fight Boaster and immediately flicks to where Alpha is, knowing that trade should come through. And then he baits him, running towards the site. First of all, yeah, Doja was nuts to get that much done. But he baits him by running towards the site and stands ready for the fight. Makes Alpha think that he's going for the defuse, knowing that Alpha would swing. So well played. Sugetsu is on something else today.
Oh, no, yeah, he's just insane. There's now an awful lot of pressure on the shoulders of this squad. Of course, for KC, saw them make it through the qualifier last year. It seems to just be an event where they thrive. I think, again, it was just impressive stuff from the likes of Sugetsu. I think it was that game where he had that crazy 1v4 on Sunset, or 1v5 even. I just remember a round from him that blew my mind. Maybe EWC is the tournament for Sugetsu. We'll have to see. Still, though, at this point in time, an advantage in the retake. Sugetsu there again, and Dosia on the trade. There is still utility to try and deny. I think they can defuse that on the edge of it. Yeah, they can. Yep. That's not gone far enough, and they might think this is done. They might think that, oh, they've at least got a little bit of extra time. No, Mitch. Sugetsu.
It doesn't matter. I mean, they'd won the round with the Cove. They'd won the round when the nade missed, and they decided to stick it inside the smoke. But then they go and add on another win condition, just Sugetsu swinging in, killing them all. Genuinely, this guy needs to be studied. A couple of insane rounds, and that's sickening. Ends up with a triple in this one for 11-5 after a clutch in the previous. He has taken them when they were already massively in the lead and has pushed Fnatic over the horizon. They're so far away from even contention, let alone victory. 2 rounds and it's done. 2 rounds at EWC in Paris is locked in for KC. Tom, I'll say it again. I was joking when I said we could genuinely get mates in KC, because even seeing that KC had an uptick, that they'd made role shifts that make sense, the team that we saw in stage 1 was so ass that it was impossible to imagine them upgrading this quickly. And yet now, not only may we see mates and KC in Paris, but it looks like they both deserve it.
Well, yeah, and the crazy thing as well is that one of the players that might not make it unless they can make the lower bracket run is the French player. It's kind of brutal. You've got 3 French teams, none with a French player, and the one team that does is currently trailing. Of course, still a lower bracket awaits for Fnatic, but we've talked a lot about how much it would mean for the fans, for the organization, but I'm sure for Sevolf, a chance to play an event on home soil would be something desired, but for Fnatic as an organization, it almost feels like a must. Alfia with a good start, Sevolf and Kayak combining. Finally, we see some life in this squad. The wise words of Desmo have clearly made an impact, a more direct approach, Mitch, something that worked very well for KC.
Planted.
That was a remarkably good stun that came through from Kayak as well. It really, really nice stuff. I think it caught both, or certainly caused the second player to move. And with 2 kills off the back of it, the round seemed done. It should be done. It is done. Come on. Narrate and Sugetsu. As good as Sugetsu's been in clutches, he's going to have to do it on his own. Narrate got dropped immediately, and now he's all on his lonesome. Already brought it down to a 1v2. Okay. Nade, though, is going to buy a little bit of time. It lands this time. No opportunity for Sugetsu to get on that now. He's got to win those fights lightning fast. Nicely done by Fnatic. They have found themselves around, but many, many more need to follow it.
11-6. Still firmly in the favor of KC, but that's at least a combo breaker. That's at least much better round from them and from Seavoff individually as well. Still been very, very good. I think that obviously the focus always comes onto the stand, and even if you can forgive them for not having the best of games, but he has been playing well this entire match.
Whoa!
What? Okay, a couple more of those, and we might start talking about this game still being on. They've got to be careful, though, because Dosia is making a play of his own. Revealed, stuck in the corner, and Kayak would deal with him as well. It is a round to remember for him and a round to forget for KC.
So far, it has been. Snakebite Shock Dart doesn't land. Kayak is 30 HP. Both shocks now expanded. Snakebite, as we said, gone. So no free kill. You've got to take a heads-up duel against Kayak, and that doesn't go well for most. In fact, they don't even get a chance to see him. The bodyguards offering protection as 7 now reached by Fnatic. A gap of 4. It's still a healthy lead for KC to play with. But that's 2 rounds in a row where we've seen Kayak show up, and unless there's signs of him slowing down pretty soon, this could get risky.
This is just insane. Like, you have to, like, part of you thinks, like, okay, I don't know how the rate doesn't kill him, but you also have to slow that down so much to realize how quick he is with those kills.
Well, Kayak won't find anyone around here this time. Instead, it's a late play on mid by Narrate. They'll try to pick up some stragglers while the site hold comes in, but they've lost Levin. Now Narrate falls, and those just sat on the site. Should be looking worse for wear any time now. They didn't know he was here. They did not know that man was there. He flew under the radar for 2. And look, if it was any other round, I'd believe in the chance that he has given his teammates, but Avaz only has a pistol. And I can see Sagetsu's got a rifle. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Maybe I should. Maybe I'm going to reconsider that one.
This is always dangerous. Kayak's off-angle position, though. Should be one they clear. Flash out, and they're going to swing it. That flash is
nice
perfect.
job.
Both players so unbelievably blind, and you put Kayak up against 2 blinded opponents. He's not going to miss that. The distance now down to 3. The pause making a difference for Fnatic. It's always been the case. You give them anything. There's a moment or two, and can just claw it back. Still make that road to EWC the easier way. But even still, just 2 rounds needed for KC.
Of course, that lower bracket waiting for whoever falls. A BO3 into a BO5. It would be one more match away. One match further from EWC. There's the reveal, and the rate has to move, and they're closing in the gap quickly. Doja has done so well every time he's put under pressure. This time has the Hunter's Fury to back him up, but it hasn't landed any tags. But Doja somehow has threaded the needle. They're again completely bewildered by the fact that he's on the site. His positioning is next level. In goes the ult as well. It doesn't reach all the way to the back side either, though, but it gets them nice and close. Unfortunately, Hunter's Fury from Crashies deletes Doja. They have got the pit out of the attacking side, which is a win in and of itself, but this drone could turn the tide if they can find the tag onto the Viper, but they don't. Instead, it's going to be a low HP player, but only Kayak that's revealed.
How's he alive?
Okay, he'll die eventually. He'll go down, but it's the Viper standing inside. It's Alpha who must stay alive. He's being hunted down. He's being taken by the finger guns and dropped. Now Crashies has to do it all. Shock darts fired through. A desperate attempt to do any form of damage, and it will be denied. KC up to 12.
They needed a couple more seconds. He was so close to killing the diffuser, and then it would have been a scramble, but I think they still would have had enough time.
Yeah.
Dosia again, just miracle after miracle, but I think it's the spam. Just Avez being diligent enough after his drone to go, okay, there was a player in this corner. I don't think he knew that Kayak was 1 HP, because there was a moment he bounced a shock dart in that I thought was going to insta-kill him, but it didn't. Either way, That is a hell of a lot of ults expended for the defensive side. They have thrown everything they can to make sure that they get themselves on map point 4 chances from the bottom of EMEA to the top of the world competing at EWC. That is the turnaround of KC if they can get one of these 4 rounds.
A story that, frankly, I can't believe I'm here to tell, here to see. It feels like it should belong in the pages of fiction. KC from rags to riches is something I've heard used a lot, but in this case, it doesn't even come close to describing the arc that this French organization has had. Great flash to start for Fnatic. They'll close the distance. They'll put pressure on. Narrate's down to half as he falls away. Less than, in fact, and shock darts are hunting him down. Down goes Doja with Narrate low as well. This is about as good a start as you could hope for, and add Levin to the body pile, and you might just have a round win.
Yeah, Kayak's been playing insane over the last 5 or 6 rounds. Like, genuinely has made this a competitive map. I think without him, it would have been over by now. But he's been able to go in as the duelist, diving into the site as the first man in, and consistently get a multi-frag. Like, genuinely, if they kill Kayak, I think this game ends. Like, that's genuinely at the point we're at the moment, because he has been just sublime. And I think for Zeiss, it's going to be a little bit difficult to maybe deal with that. Maybe look to try and play the retake instead. It was the round they won, but of course they had a lot of ultimates to play with it. Or maybe it's just, we've seen so many of those individual plays attempted. And I think that's where Kayak has really been doing his work. Like, you see, like, attempts to run in and take the fight versus him. And that's where Fnatic are either able to just get the straight up fight or trade. Whereas in the retake, you have a lot more opportunity to actually fight those rounds together.
Well, Zeiss got to feel like this is one of his more comfortable timeouts, albeit the stress could be at an all-time high, being 1 round away, but he's had to call a lot of these, especially in the last 2 maps from a behind position. A lot of them that had already looked like the map was lost or definitely slipping from their grasp, but now he takes a moment to talk with the boys from a position of power. 3 rounds, 3 chances. And for a man like Zeiss, for the journey that he's been on as a coach as well with this KC roster, to finish off by playing in Paris, attending an international with the same boys that just weeks ago looked like they couldn't win a coin flip. Well, it's got to be one hell of a feat and one hell of a feeling.
Also, you have to bear in mind, he's been there for a long, long time, all the way to when Scream was on the roster. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first moment he's been head coach. So if the first time you take the full-on helm, like, don't get me wrong, I think him and Eng worked together on the previous project, but the first time that you're running solo and you're able to get to EWC in Paris, I'll put it this way, I think Komedo is going to be very, very happy with you. But it isn't done. That's the thing. It is never done with Fnatic. 3 rounds. And this one's a low buy. But we've seen so many of these become successful because of how good the KC players are with these pistols. You can almost see the contact is being taken by Sugetsu. He has that upgraded gun. I'd almost want him to have a Sheriff with how good he's been with it. The problem, though, after A site, it's the B site that they hit. The Viper screen trying to make things that little bit more challenging, and the contact has been found. The full swing from the remaining players, but there is the full force of Fnatic watching this while they get the plant in.
Kayak's done so well to not panic there. Yeah, there were numbers being thrown at him, but held his ground, dropped Narrate, went back to the crew. Now they plant deep on site and find almost every pick. Sugetsu, last player. He'll find himself too. The clutches have been stacking up for this man, and he's not taking a lick of damage, so it's definitely time to be cautious in the Fnatic camp. But with that plant so deep on the site and no one here, Sugetsu's going to burn the clock. And even when he goes for this defuse, look at the wall on his left. He has to be worried about someone being behind it, so now, got to go clear it. More time dropped off the clock. Bled from it. This is all part of the plan. Finally, Crashies will strike on the back of the flash sent out by Seavoff, and 12-10 we go. That was a pistol round, and one where, you know, they basically have no leg to stand on until Sugetsu's in that 1v5. But that was the easiest of the rounds to come.
2 more chances. We said letting a 2-0 lead would be painful. I think letting a 2-0 lead and a 12-8 might be enough just to break every heart on the KC side, but Fnatic have broken many hearts before. For them, it is all about making it back to EWC. In the final of it last year, chance in Sugetsu, temptation to swing, and they've almost baited him into it. We spoke about those hero plays and not necessarily playing together. Well, for Avids, he's been almost forced into one. The lone standing man on this side of the map. He's got a teammate rotating in, but now he's in trouble. And again, they give these individual fights, and Fnatic will take them all day long. Levin at least does well. But how much more can he really hope to get? Narrate's already in, though. Do they expect anybody to be this far forward? They don't! And somehow it comes down to one. Alpha yet was nowhere near the action. He was expecting to be the late flank on a plant. And Backstab, now he's the one being rapped on. His opponent is making the same move he did. Rotating in tandem, taking that same space just moments after he did the same. And Narrate will close it. KC, they make it all the way to Paris.
What a day it is. What a year it is. A time to be a French fan. You have got Gentlemates and KC playing in Paris for EWC. Genuinely, it couldn't be any better from the fans' perspectives, the boots on the ground. And you gotta say, this game had it all as well. We got to see a depth and a level to KC that we have been wishing that we could even get a glimpse of for the last couple of months. And here they are, standing tall from the bottom of EMEA, from literally last place, the bottom of their group, to the top of the world. What a journey.
Yeah, I think if I was surprised by Gentlemates yesterday, I am gobsmacked by KC today. Like, this is them going up against the team that went 5-0 in the group stage of EMEA as the team that went 0-5 in the group stage of EMEA. Like, these are polar opposites. One has managed to seemingly fix everything. I think Narrate is going to have some sort of parade thrown for him after that clutch. Like, I don't think I've seen anyone play that more perfectly. Like, he found the denial of the spike plant. He did everything correctly in those final moments, and that is what we talk about with this KC team. I thought after the last two, like maps 3 and 4, that mentally they would be boomed. In fact, it seemed like they were ready and raring to go.
Yeah, definitely. A depth of individuals showing up for that last map as well. A lot of big individual plays. Sugetsu really pushed them to that what 11th and 12th round, or no, 10th and 11th round, I think it was. But I am so amazed by what I've seen from KC. I would have bet my house for this to go the other way a week ago. And now for them to come in and I'm sure to an extent the fact that they get to play on home soil for their organization, 100%. Because that's what matters, right? It doesn't matter if you're from Guatemala. If you come representing KC, every Frenchman in a 100-mile radius is going to be screaming your damn name. So for this roster, that means so much to literally go from not even being overlooked, from being trash, like hot trash, to being one of the best this quickly. I don't think I've ever seen that turnaround in my life, and I couldn't be happier, because of all the teams like that we've seen struggle throughout EMEA's history, Tom, KC was the most tragic for me, because from a coaching staff, with Aang included and Zeish, that I respect so much, to then the players themselves, which every single one of them, I not only think they can deliver at a high level, I've seen them do it. And then to see them perform so poorly was genuinely heartbreaking. I felt like every game we got to cast in the EMEA of them, I was just begging. I was like, please win something that isn't Haven, please. And they couldn't. And here we are. I'm what a day. What a day to be alive.
Yeah. Well, it's as well. This is the second year in the row they've done this. They beaten Fnatic this year. Last year they beat Liquid to qualify. Like it seems like this is just the tournament for them. It seems like this is where they can. But it's something special as well. The fact that it's in Paris. The blue wall is probably especially in France, it's the biggest fan base to probably exist worldwide. Maybe the Brazilians can give them a run for their money, but
I've seen some loud games
really,
in Brazil.
Yeah, it really is like it's going to be an experience, and I think for those players, from zero to hero in literally a turnaround of 2 weeks, fair play.
Yeah, you really have to. My hat comes off to each and every one of them for being able to deliver. I do think now that lower bracket gets very interesting. You have some incredibly strong teams down there. That's going to be next week, starting with BO3s as well. And I think that is where we could see Fnatic from, falling from the graces of EMEA, certainly in previous stage ones. They fell into hell during this stage, and we could see them go all the way to Tartarus if they end up losing out. I mean, the pits are calling them, because having made that, panic knee-jerk change of swapping out the coach, we've seen them abandon comps that have worked for them historically, for comps that, I'm going to be honest, I hate. At least for 50% of the rounds you play, I hate them. So that's tough. And it's hard to hate a comp that much without Reyna in it. But hey, we did it today. So I think that it is definitely somewhere that Fnatic have so much ground to make back up in my mind now, because it looks like for the first time in kind of Valorant's history, they're in free fall. They're losing everything. They don't look good. They're trying to have an identity. And I wish they didn't. I wish they looked like everyone else, because the identity is bad. Or at least was today. So a lot to be done in that lower run, Tom. And I think before we close out, I want to ask you, what are you most excited for next week in terms of those matchups? Just to remind the folks at home and you, we have the loser of this match, so Fnatic versus Na'Vi. Historic game in and of itself. And then Foot versus BBL as a Turkish derby.
It's just like one of them goes through into another best of 5 final. BBL's already eliminated Eternal Fire along the way. This keeps happening, by the way. We have a Turkish side of the bracket. That's a bloodbath. They've all said it. The most meaningful games for them are to play against the other Turkish side. Only one of them gets the chance to play for that spot, and they're both going to be prepped.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this.
準